really gone out on its own. I know that if we get into some wind push, it'll then kick up again. So just I would focus on same tactical priorities on that as we did for yesterday for branch 4-5, which is that east end Largo Vista and that west end Chesbro Canyon and that outside of the reservoir.
Similar activity on the side of the fire. The run that made it basically in the west fork kind of petered out. We started burning, and there was not it wasn't really good conditions. Very good recovery on the other side of the fire as well.
Copy that. Good news. All right, pal. We'll catch in with you later.
All right. Talk to you later.
Well, good morning. I have woken up to find out that sometime at night the stream went down. However, we are back, so I'm going to keep on the firefighter chatter for LA here at the Bobcat Fire. That'll be the first thing we're going to look at. Meanwhile, I'm going to go get some coffee, so I'll be back in 5. Alright, be right back. I'm going to get some coffee. We are hearing a little bit of pilot chatter. They are starting to wake up and are trying to plan out what they're going to do today. So, some of it's a little crackly and some of it's perfectly clear. So, I'll be back in about 5.
you? Are you still at Kaleo?
It moderated through the night. Winds were in our favor. Headed down slope to the north, so everything was good on the two highways. Division Delta was fairly quiet. We did have the fire extend past DC-86, or to DC-86, and then it moderated itself. The firing operation that Alpha stopped just south of Mount Sally, headed towards Station Hunger Road, and now we're in the mop-up phase on that, unable to do any firing for the past 4 plus hours, almost 5 hours. from that station. Head night safety. Night Delta from night safety. I'm going to stop RA602 and escort them down through that burn operation area. They're working setting up the mag. Unable to copy. Yes, there are snags on the road from the burn operation, and we do have a strike team head down there to assist with cooling it down and mop up. Yeah, affirm. I just was going to stop 602 and escort them down through that area. That's all I was telling you. Sounds clear. Yep, sounds good. I'm almost to GT86. I'll be working my way back down shortly. Copy, I'm at GT86. Just wait for me.
Okay, folks, I'm almost back. Let me get situated. Whoops, I forgot something in the other room, and as soon as I come and retrieve it, then we shall do a morning update. Good morning to everybody. I'll be back in 1 second. Alright, I am back, friends. Thanks for your patience. All two of you. So, good morning, good morning. I had just a little bit ago listened to a night shift change here, and we still do have it live. They're just being quiet right now. Someone checked in with the night shift, and they were saying that there was good work on the western side of the fire. So I assume, excuse me, that this means the Bobcat here. I don't think that the El Dorado had much of a western side looking at this. Although the snow over by Palm Springs, the snow fire, which is stuck in here, and see, why do they call that? There's something like, Snow Creek right here. I don't even see any sort of active hotspots on it. I'm hoping that that little thing has actually perhaps been put out. So we'll check on that in a little bit. But right now, whoops, let me go put the fire back on. So for now, I have to assume that they were talking about work with the Bobcat Fire. They were doing a lot of work to try to save the Mount Wilson Observatory, which I don't know if we can get it to show up here, but that's 116 years old. Let's see, LA County, California. California. Yep, there it is. So you could see how fire has absolutely licked right up to the building. In fact, I've got a different if I can find it in one of these tabs, excuse me, I've got a kind of a scary, so here's a, wow, this is a live webcam view. Wow, I forgot I had this page open to it. So this is the live webcam view of the observatory, and you could see from a couple of days ago, and this has been a several day long battle, just how close the fire got. We saw the global super tanker and some other DC-10s and such. They went up here and excuse me, absolutely saved it. It's so, wow, isn't that neat? I'm going to screenshot this. I'm going to actually just right click and save image now that I realized it. So let me put the date on it and save that. Wow, 09/21/2020. So this has been one of the nice bright spots, knock on wood, where they've been able to defend at least one of our historical structures here. So good on them. So we could see that in the last 24 hours there were these hot spots as the fire was spreading to the west, and that's the last 24 hours. And up here, the red, this is within the last 12 hours. So we do see the fire traveling over here along Upper Big Tuyunga Canyon Road and Angeles Crest Highway. So it looks like they are doing a good job, though, keeping it away from big pines and brightwood. And I hope that they can save more of Juniper Hills. This doesn't look good here. So if we turn on the Forest Service map, yeah. Let's listen to them for a second. I will be muting myself. Well, that's unfortunately very crackly, so I will just go ahead and turn that relay. Darn. So I do hear things. Hey, Bo, good morning. Good morning. I hear things mentioned like Bobcat something, this and that and something, but you know, what I think is happening here is that the excuse me. Yeah, I feel so fortunate to have you in the house, Bo. You're one of the original gangsters here. Hopefully the crew will wake up and we can all get the party started. Ah. Alright, it continues to blast the radio in my ear, and if I suddenly stop talking, that's because I'm cocking my head to the side like the RCA dog, trying to figure out what they're trying to say. So, what I believe is happening here is that the radio operator who puts things on Broadcastify probably lives on this side of the hills. Oh, we just got some Morse code. I think that's an alert, and we might hear some more interesting stuff. But when they're on the other side of the hills, we can poorly hear them. And then when they're on the side of the ham radio operator who's giving us this feed, I think that's when we can hear them clearly. So we can usually hear, incident command pretty dang clearly. So let's go look at flight radar right now. It's still dark. It's before dawn. Let's see here. Flight radar. Okay. Let's see if there's, excuse me, any aircraft that might be taking off. In the early morning when it's nice and calm, they like to go do some scouting. And so right now, I'm just seeing a lot of planes on the ground that are like just normal airplane traffic for the region. We saw a bunch of planes coming in from Taipei. Here's one coming in from Sydney. We can all take a moment here to a moment of silence here for the people coming in on Sydney, because they've just experienced the worst plane ride in the world. The people who have told me they've flown into LA from Sydney said that that's like 22 to 25 hours of hell. Just being on a plane, and you look out the window, there's nothing. In fact, I think we can even see. They just don't go over land for 25 hours. Oh, this one made a stop in Hawaii, so that's not too bad. But it's just, you just look outside and it's just blue forever, and then you get stuck in a seat for like 2 days, the equivalent of a day and a night and a day. So, yep, moment of silence for those people. So let me go back here to seriousness, and let's see here. We've just got normal air traffic. Sometimes, if there's a morning hotspot, and I'll try to line it up again. Oh, I'm listening. This is not the actual accurate view of the fire until I play with it and move it around. I will do that in a second. But if there's a hot spot in the morning, usually they have at least a helicopter out there trying to look at stuff. And there was just a shift change. And they just, about, 25 minutes ago, were talking about how everything was looking good on the west side. So I think that's just wonderful. So let me go ahead and switch back to the fire map. And I was hoping that CAL FIRE might tell us how much of this town may have been destroyed, or settlement or resort, or whatever this is. This is Juniper Hills. It's not something I've ever heard of because I'm not a native of Southern California. I, like everybody else, go there occasionally to visit Disneyland or something, but I admit I'm not that familiar with this place. But when I see things like this, I know that CAL FIRE, if it's within CAL FIRE's jurisdiction, usually comes up with a map to tell people remotely whether or not their homes are still standing. Oh. Let's listen. It's just unfortunately so crackly. But we are still listening to incident command down by the Bobcat Fire. It's the number one thing that really has been threatening to get out of control in the West Coast near a population center. So while we do still care about what's going on in Oregon, Oregon is winding down. I'm so happy to say Oregon is winding down. And while this is still heating up, and there's a ticking time bomb kind of situation where with the Santa Ana winds coming back in the fall and then in the spring, it can be very, well, it can be, I'll just say it is unpredictable when the Santa Ana winds will return to Southern California, but they really need to get a handle on this before they do. The Santa Ana winds could just be crazy, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and they usually blow towards Los Angeles. So to have a fire in the hills northeast of Los Angeles and have them blowing to South Angeles, you could see the problem here. So right now, because we are not experiencing the Santa Ana winds currently, although, hang on a second. Oh, let's listen to pilots. Tango, tango. Okay, guys, take a shot. When people say tango, tango, or tango, 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 that's part of our drinking game. Take a shot of milk or coffee, right?
Affirmative, we're relieving at 0600.
Sweet.
Okay, that's all good. Just make sure you check in with division that you're leaving the lounge.
I would like to know what is tango, tango. I think they might be like a ground crew, but if we can look more... If we can look it up, maybe we could find out their incident response map or something. You know, we can look that up on InstaWeb, because sometimes they have available to the public some maps that show, you know, over here is Delta Delta, this is Tango Tango, this is, you know, whatnot. So I need to put that back in the chat.
Tango Tango, this is Wire Tenor 156, we're headed in as well.
Take another shot of coffee. So we developed a fun little drinking game when we hear things on the radio. I should put that back in the comments. Let's see if it is in my comment section. So we get to deal with stress in a good way called humor. So we are still doing open questions and answer sessions. If you just tuned in, good morning, everybody. We continue to monitor the Bobcat Fire. I'm trying to figure out how much of Juniper Hills has been saved and or destroyed. We'll look at that in a second, because this happened within the last 24 hours, I believe. So they're still trying to get a handle on it, but look at the great news. We are looking at a live webcam. Oh, look at the dawn. Okay, right-click save. Right-click save. So, isn't that amazing? The Mount Wilson Observatory still stands, folks. So I'm going to type that as a 6 a.m. screenshot. This is so wonderful, because look at the view the other day. Oh man, that was the other day. They've been working around the clock so hard to save our this wonderful piece of cultural heritage, plus, you know, scientific station. You know, look at how beautiful that is. I mean, there's some horrible smoke in the distance, but that's such a wonderful view. I wonder if I could have that on my computer as some sort of a live updating screenshot. But look, this is in real time, guys. We could see the smoldering fire here, but they are rolling out. You know, dawn is upon us pretty soon, and they were just saying that at 0600 we ride. So wonderful to see this standing after the intense worry that we had the other day. Yeah, good morning, Laura. Good morning. So Oregon is not on fire anymore. Well, fingers crossed, but it's now definitely in the wet season. The fires are still there, but they are in a state of like smoldering. They got rained on hard in the Cascades. In the southwest, we're still eyeing the Slater Fire, the one on the border with California and Oregon. East of the Cascades, we're still trying to monitor the 242 fire, which is really the only Oregon fire of particular concern, as well as the Bratton Fire, and I will go ahead and show you. But those are starting to be, they're starting to get the upper hand on those. I just have to point out to everyone that Eastern Oregon and Western Oregon are completely two different climates. East of Oregon here, let me, because I have to explain Oregon a lot because some of my viewers are international, but this is the line of wetness right here. It's a non-tropical rainforest where it rains most of the days of the year on the west coast here. And by rain, I use that term loosely. Mist, wetness. From Astoria, down here to Gold Beach. This is pretty much non-tropical rainforest. Then you have a nice, very lush green strip of the Willamette Valley here. High mountains here separating Oregon from California. But this is where the wetness ends. These are high mountain peaks here, the Cascade Range. They get snow much of the year, autumn, winter, spring. You get the volcanoes here like Mount Hood and Sisters and such, and Mount Jefferson. And then once you're on the other side, this is a high desert. Most of Oregon here is a high desert, except for the Blue Mountains and the Steens Mountains. So when we look at things like here, the Bratton Fire, this is a very unusual kind of a thing. Down here is the flatlands, really dry flatlands, desert out here by Summer Lake. And then up here, this is like 6,000 and 7,000 foot peaks. So just as a wall, this is like a wall of mountains. Down here it's flat and you just look, boom. Let me get you a quick thing. So as long as they keep the fire up there in the mountains, it's away from the town. The town of Paisley was almost erased. So I'm just going to show you a quick Summer Lake Hot Springs. This is the Hot Springs resort, very historical, and this is the town of Paisley. Look how close the fire got. They did evacuate. I'm not sure if it's still under evacuation. We're going to check. But they were able to fire the mountainsides here, and they did a very good job, a very heroic effort in crazy red flag conditions. For more than 72 hours, they had an entire week of hell. They fought all the fires down here as the fire was trying to go towards Summer Lake and Hot Springs. They pushed it back up here to the rugged mountains, and then they were fighting it on two fronts for the most part, down here and over here. So they're still up here at high elevation, like 6,000 feet. Can you imagine being a dozer operator or a firefighter here with thin air and smoky air? I mean, and the way that it is, the climate down there. See, this is what I'm trying to say. Here's Summer Lake, Hot Springs. See what I mean about the wall of mountains? So this is extremely hard, difficult, rugged terrain. And with all the embers, just picture all of this on fire. With the embers drifting down, they were catching the desert grasses down here. And so they had an extremely difficult time trying to get that under control. But I'm so happy to report, I do believe Summer Lake down here is still standing, and this is where the fire is up there. I had reservations here before COVID, so I'm just hoping that it survives not only the COVID, the hit to the revenue here, but also the fires. So this Bratton Fire, look, this is great news. It looks like they're working very well to contain the last hot spots here. We will give an update, but Laura, I hope this answers your question, that this one is the most one of concern. We are a little bit concerned about the Slater, although they are doing a very good job here of protecting Cave Junction. That looks like a little bit of an encroaching hot spot, which we will... Oh, you know what? I think this is lit on purpose. This might have been where they were actually doing firing on purpose. But we will go and make sure that's not an encroachment. But we have a lot of viewers who are here at Cave Junction and Williams. And so we know that the Medford fire down here is out, the Almeda Drive fire. They continue to look for victims in the remains of the towns of Talent and Phoenix. Rest their souls. The Oba chain, I need to look at again, but cool thing a couple of nights ago was that this crazy series of rolling wet storms, intense thunderstorms, I could tell you a crazy story about it. Either my building or out by my car, just parked out in front, was struck by lightning twice. I was live broadcasting. Excuse me, let me turn down the radio crackle. I was live broadcasting, and they thought it was going to be a dry lightning storm, but it was not. It dumped rain all over the Oregon fires from right around Roseburg up towards Seattle. And this crazy storm goes up, splits in two. Some of the storm just says, hey, I want to rain on the fire. It splits off this way, rains all over the Beachie Creek and the Riverside and the Lion's Head, up and rains out the Big Hollow too. I was cheering him on until I realized that the lightning storm was threatening people. Down here, the other night, Torin, who was first here in chat, Torin, the resident firefighter, said, oh my God, lightning just struck my neighbor's car outside, right across the street from him. And then later, as the storms approached me here in Columbia County, lightning struck my building, or right next to my car, twice. And I screamed on chat, and it was like a 21-gun salute with battleships. And I have the audio. I could play that for you guys later. But that was one heck of a night. Nobody from Roseburg to Seattle slept through that storm. I mean, it was an incredible series of thousands of lightning strikes and dumping nearly torrential rain. And so that was so wonderful. The rain came. And so the Beachie Creek, the Lion's Head, and the Riverside, the White River is out, by the way, are just in a state of smoldering, with most of the active flames like burning in hillsides that were kind of protected from the rain a little bit. Like they're putting out stumps, they're putting out the smoldering fires. And so they've surrounded it on most sides with dozer lines and containment lines. We were watching the presentation that Clackamas County had. And so what they're going to do is this is the only side of the fire here, kind of by 224, the Santiam River Highway. So what they're going to do is they're going to make a containment line that... Excuse me, I'm listening to the pilot. Let's listen 1 second. Yeah, the whole... Okay, I'm going to turn that off because they're just talking about the shift change. They're rolling out now as we speak down by the Bobcat Fire in LA. So fingers crossed, Oregon, I'm going to do a comprehensive update for these fires. But yeah, Laura, this is so wonderful. The holiday did get some of that lightning and such, and so there's a race against time to try to remove vehicles and things. The wet season is upon us. Autumn is here. It's pretty misty and... yeah, we are breathing much fresher air, aren't we? I'm enjoying it up here in Columbia County where I'm at. And I could tell you I was absolutely miserable for 2 weeks because of that smoke. Got a double ear infection and a sinus infection. I went down to Marion County where the sky was orange like a beer bottle and an unnatural shade of pink. Everybody knows that I was sick during this whole broadcast. That's why I sound so weird. And that was hell. And that was just me spending, 1 or 2 days in the thick smoke down by Salem doing the evacuations. Oh, man, that aggravated and made worse, all of my infections up here. My head infection, double ear and sinus infection. I'm just going to call that a head infection. And I'm so relieved now. I'm feeling so much better now that there's clear air. Oh, man. That was bad. We had the worst air quality in the entire world for weeks. So this is week 3 of the western states' hell. And the tide is turning, at least for the northern states, up here at Oregon. And but as I keep saying, there's a ticking time bomb here. That down here and up here, they have to get a handle on these fires before the Santa Ana winds come. Those are seasonal winds that just routinely have 80 to 90 mile an hour wind gusts for 24 hours, 48 hours, maybe even more. They need to put these out before the seasonal winds come. And so they are racing against time. hopefully when Oregon gets a lot better handle on things, we can just shift and just push all of our resources down there to help them before this happens. Because the big area of concern here is, while the normal winds, I'll show you the normal wind pattern. Yeah, and I'll read you what Lauren will say in 1 second. Do tell me which fire you're concerned about, guys, in chat. This is a big, helpful family here. And I will give you all the updates. I'm about to go through my updates one by one of the fires. We are also listening to pilot chatter whenever they get on the radio. They are going to start hitting this fire with aerial attacks and ground crews at the same time, because we have almost lost. Let's look. Here's the new update. We almost lost the Wilson Observatory up here at LA. Look what was happening the other night. They are still struggling to contain the fire. You can still see the little hot spots down here, but they have been working around the clock to save the Wilson Observatory, the Sky Observatory, astrological. This is 116 years old. This is actually just one of the towers. This is taken from the big dome building, but they are absolutely struggling with the Bobcat Fire right now. And they have a race against time to put this out, because right now the winds are coming out from the ocean, and they're pushing really hard. This Bobcat Fire threatened all this valley here, Edwards Air Force Base, Lancaster, Palmdale. It really threatened all these smaller communities here in the mountains. All the ski runs and all the important historical structures here. They stopped it from going into Antelope Valley. But look, I mean, it's a hard struggle. This is difficult terrain. So happy to see this live image versus what I was watching the other night. I mean, I had no hope. I thought this was gone. But the global supertanker, DC-10s, and a fleet of helicopters have been working around the clock, plus the ground crews. So they're just doing an incredible job. That's why I'm monitoring this. So most of the Oregon Cascades fires are pretty much rained out. They're going to do a mop-up, clean-up, and just on the occasion that there's another freak weather event, they're building lines to protect Mount Hood National Forest up there from perhaps any revitalization of the Riverside or Lion's Head fires. But like the White River fire's been out for a long time, it's all very good. So I'm going to go down and look here at the Bobcat. And anybody in chat, what I do is I go through the fires in order, the ones that are most threatening to the least, and then it's open questions and answer time, and hopefully Torin and some of the other original gangsters here on the channel who know a lot about fire behavior, maybe Cogito. Torin and Cogito are the resident firefighters who are retired, who answer a lot of questions for folks, can answer firefighting questions, but I have a pretty good understanding of wildfire behavior, and I can answer questions about that. I'm also writing a sort of a guide so that people can make their own escape plans and shelter-in-place plans. The reason I have done this and made this channel is partly because I lost a family friend and nearly lost both of my brothers in the Paradise fires and different ones. So I've made it my business to become intimately familiar with fire behavior as much as a non-expert can. And so I can answer questions about basics like, where is the fire heading, what will it likely be doing in the next 24 hours, as well as looking at the forecasts that the experts are putting for each one of these fires. Because we go to InsaWeb like this. I'm looking at InsaWeb. And for example, the Slater fire here, if we refreshed it, there's always, for all of these fires, this is available to the public, like down here at Cave Junction. There's always down here the outlook, the significant recent events, the fuels involved, percentage contained. The outlook is what they think the fire will do. And so we could study the weather patterns, plus look here at the outlook for boots on the grounds, and we can see what the fires are up to and what the experts think will happen next and what their plans are. So anybody just joining chat, let me know in chat which fire is of concern to you, and we'll absolutely look at it. So and we can look at the holiday next, because that's what affects you, right, Lauren? The one over by Eugene. So she says, wow, I live in Springfield, just learning to breathe air again. Yep. just, I feel so fresh. I had the door open and just fresh air was coming in. Yeah. So we could see that dawn is about breaking. And yes, every time I refresh that, the fire's a little bit weaker here. Or maybe it's just because it's dawn and it's harder to see, but man, what a difference a couple of days makes with firefighting, eh? So we are going to be watching probably the rollout of some of the airplanes pretty quick down here. And they do have drones up there. Clackamas County requested drones, and they have some unmanned aerial vehicles, and that sounds very military. So, absolutely wonderful. So looking back at the chat, Laura says it was awful, but I did catch some of the ash. Yeah, and it was actually pine needles in it. So the upflow must have been pretty heavy for it to take pine needles and put it in Springfield. Oh man, that's amazing. When I was evacuating my family from Marion County and the Sweet Home type area up here in Oregon, I was desperately trying. I was over here by, Woodburn's the biggest town on the map. I was at the smaller ones, Hubbard here, Jervis. The fire was raining ashes on me the whole time on 99E. And I was trying to go door to door to some of the vulnerable elderly people that live there. This is pretty much a big retirement area right here. Woodburn was, almost the entire town was pretty much a 55 and older community in the past, and so there's just not that many. It's just full of the elderly for the most part. So I went door to door to some of the elderly people I knew, and I was offering them a free ride to the Portland area. Because right here, you see where it says 211 and 214, this was the mandatory evacuation zone, and that's approximately a 5-minute drive to Woodburn. So Woodburn is in Marion County, so Marion County was not as concerned as Clackamas County was, and that's what makes me pull my hair out. You know, each county gets to make its own evacuation zones, even though they're the same area. So right here at the county line, down here was just look out, be ready, on east side of 214. Up here by 211, this was get out now, door-to-door evacuations, and I couldn't believe it. So people in Woodburn and Hubbard, since they're on the east side of 99, never even got a warning, prepare to leave. Even though ash was raining on my head, that was hot ash constantly. It was blowing into my eyes. That was hot embers raining from the fire that was way over here. That's a distance of more than, as the crow flies, like 15, almost 20 miles. And so, over here, they were fighting the hot spots. At Malala, that was a mandatory evacuation. And where they drew those lines just made me so upset, because these people were never even notified, even though the fire emergency evacuation zone was right here. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. But if you were getting ashes in Springfield, yeah. I keep telling people, all of these population centers of Western Oregon, they could have been either taken out or affected severely. There could have been a mass death event, because all of these fires were going towards every population center, unchecked, with even, the firefighters admitting they themselves were just fleeing for their lives ahead of the fires. It just rampaged through all of the towns here that were lost, all the towns. Whoop! This fire is invisible right now. They're redrawing the boundary, but this actually is a giant fire zone. This is the Beachie Creek fire, but we lost all of these towns: Detroit, Niagara, Gates, Mill City, Fox Valley, Lyons, Mahima, Elkhorn, and a bunch of other ones here not labeled. Jawbone Flats, I think. All of these were just gone and erased. And the only thing that saved, Sublimity, Staten, Almsville, Salem, even Salem, the state capital, Portland had evacuation orders, or, get ready orders here to Milwaukee. Everything east of the Willamette River here was absolutely going to be taken out by these fires, except for locally trying to save, some little neighborhoods. The wind changed. That's all that happened, is the wind changed and saved all these spots. So the fact that the news media has just completely ignored the fires for the most part, except occasionally saying there's smoke, occasionally saying, here's an interview with a person who lost their home. I think that's absolutely insane. This was a once-in-a-lifetime mega disaster. In fact, that guaranteed, if the wind didn't change, would have been a mega disaster. Nothing in our lifetimes, and even in the past, nothing like that has ever happened. It was a double whammy of crazy, rare, once-in-a-lifetime wind event. You know, it was kind of like Western Oregon finally got a taste of what the Santa Ana winds are like in California, the seasonal Santa Ana winds. Oregon just doesn't get affected by them. So Washington, Oregon, and California getting that crazy wind event on Labor Day, plus California getting the double bad luck. August 17th, they had a dry lightning storm that started more than 500 fires, more than 8,000 lightning strikes. The disaster here is they were trying to put out all those lightning strike fires. They did a pretty good job for the most part. You see all these little dot, 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 these smaller ones, dot, 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 dot. Two of them were kind of bigger, the hog and the sheep. Those are out. But California had to put out 500 fires. And they did not, of course, put out all of them before the crazy wind event of Labor Day. But that's completely unheard of. Just a freakish perfect storm. Just like the Perfect Storm movie, where they had a freakish once-in-a-lifetime event of a nor'easter here meeting pretty much a tropical storm here, colliding. That's what causes the world's most severe weather, is two monster storms, bam, running into each other. And we had somewhat kind of a similar event happen here. But thank goodness the rains finally came, and most of Western Oregon's fires are just in a smoldering kind of a situation. Thank goodness. Thank goodness that they were able to get a hold of the Bratton fire here. We'll look at the 242 fire again, but thank goodness the rains and wind changes is what saved everybody. So that is the only thing, just Mother Nature switching wind position. That's the only thing that saved the major population centers of the West Coast. Completely nuts. We could see the same thing that happened here. This was a tiny, 50% contained lightning strike fire by Bucks Lake. When that wind event happened on Labor Day, I think it was within less than 24 hours that this fire just raced down here, jumped the gigantic Lake Oroville here, lit this stuff on fire, and so one of the major population centers here, Oroville, was threatened. My uncle evacuates. I was watching live, the hot spots show up in his neighborhood over here. I was absolutely worried for him. But and then in August they had put out this fire. This is another one of the lightning strike fires. So he's evacuated more than 2 or 3 times in the last 2 months. Absolutely just insane. There's been heavy loss of life here. Tragically, these people had no time, no warning. So part of my show here is yeah, exactly, Laura. You know how Oregon has snow blocks, California needs wind blocks? Amen. This is not all nightmarish news. This is the Hope Channel here, because I make common sense observations, and the firefighters have been backing me up here. We can know here from this really interesting puzzle piece. Yeah, all we have to do to save these communities and stop these monster fires from being so devastating is notice patterns like this. So when I'm checking the box here, and I swear this is good news, check this out, is the red here. This is the outline of the horrible Paradise Fire, the campfire that they called it. The gigantic, one of California's largest fires here. See this red? There's different historic fires in other colors. Just ignore those. This is the button for fire history. Whoops. Fire history. There we go. And then here's fire activity that I'm pressing the button for. This is the current fire, the big 5th largest fire in California ever. Gigantic. I can't tell you how gigantic this amount of land is. This is... If you were to drive here into the mountains, it would take you it's more than 4 hours to climb up in here, 5, maybe 6, to get up to the high elevations. This is like, down here, this is 500-foot hills. This is sea level. This is 6,000 feet up here. If that gives you a clue, this is a giant chunk of land. But here is the good news. We can learn so much from this. If we click off fire history, look at the puzzle piece. So the current fire stopped, this yellow, the current fire stopped right along this road. If we zoom in, you can see, whoops, we can see that this is a road, Inicia Grande Road. So what happened is we see the fire history when the Paradise Fire jumped over the lake with the burning embers. They saved the community of Berry Creek back then. Unfortunately, it's gone now, as of 2 weeks ago. Back then, they put a line here, which roads can be natural fire breaks if they're groomed correctly, without vegetation right next to the road. And so they stopped the Paradise Fire here, and this is where it burned off. So this was low vegetation growth. This is very low brush, right? So we can learn this lesson. Boom. The fire here stopped. The fire here moved this way and stopped where this old line was from 2 years ago. And that gives us a clue that if we do preemptively create fire breaks around our vulnerable towns and strategically to contain fires, you know, when they erupt out here, like say they had done this here at Brush Creek, all we have to do is maintain this. This is low cost preventative measures. And just, you can see it here. This is another puzzle piece. This is the old fire lines. Excuse me. These are the old fire lines that they used during the Paradise Fire to protect Big Bend. Look at the current fire. Stopped. Pretty much stopped where those other lines were from the past. All we have to do is a little preventative maintenance here. We can build new lines, and instead of reacting to a fire, it's coming this way, quick, build a line. Sometimes there's no time to do that, but all we have to do is have permanently maintained lines. And it's not going to be expensive at all. Every single water drop of these planes costs more than $50,000. It's anywhere from $30,000 to $60,000. I mean, our economy can't handle that, too much of that in the future, especially these small rural counties. I mean, but the good news is that $2 road flares here, if they build lines and strategically burn off the brush periodically, just doing that routinely can absolutely stop these big fires in their tracks. So there is a big argument to be made here that while that climate change is a big long-term issue, in the short term, we can stop these fires. We can minimize them by strategically placing lines ahead of time. And guess what? These fires produce a lot of CO2 and pollution. So this actually helps the long-term thing with climate change too. So there are good silver linings here that I keep pointing out. These are, as bad as these fires are, and as deadly as they've been, unfortunately, we are learning good lessons here. And this is the wake-up call that we do have to do this in the future, where people kind of be shaken up. You know, no, this is not inevitable. No, we do not have to bury our heads in our hands and say, oh no, this is inevitable. You know, we have 200 years of the future to look at this because of climate change. No, no, no. Wake up. Even though that's a long-term battle, in the short term we can have by even next fire season, we can absolutely change the game and prevent most monster fires. This is absolutely wonderful, and this is why I try to get the word out that these fires are optional. You know, we can't prevent some of them from starting, but having a monster fire is optional. So let's look down at the Bobcat area. I'm going to go and read the latest on this one, and anybody just joining us in chat, go ahead and tell me, and we will look at the different fires that... Oh, sorry, we were going to look at the one by Salem, but then we'll look at the Bobcat. So up here by you, Laura, if you're still with us, I can read you the latest on the... oh, that's Roseburg. Yes, some of the fires are off the map because they're redrawing the lines right now. Well, we can look at the Holiday Farm fire, but as far as yesterday, it was just in a smoldering state of burning itself out. Let's go ahead and make sure. So we know Laura's by Springfield. So if you follow along, this is InstaWeb. This is something that everyone has access to. And so you go up here. We know that one up there is the Holiday farm fire. And it was updated 8 hours ago. Currently, it has burned up to 173,000 acres, 17% contained. Let's go to the incident. And what you do is you scroll down here. There's maps and sort of things. What we want is the bullet points, really. They've got almost 1,000 personnel working the fire. It's a true forest fire, dense understory through heavily timbered forests. That's the fuels involved. So this gives us a clue here, the dense understory, too much brush, and the trees growing too thickly together. That's what's causing the fire to be such a monster. The significance of events right now, which is good, it's just moderate fire activity, but creeping and flanking and backing means that even though there's no wind to speak of for the moment, cool, you're still here, that it's actually still moving. Slowly, but it's moving. And so creeping is like kind of slowly going around up hills and such. And flanking means that if you look at the fire, where's my map again? Here it is. Flanking means that the head and the rear are not having too much activity, but on the sides of the fire that there's a little bit of a widening spread. So, and backing, what we learned from the resident firefighters is that backing is, no, not backing, part of the creeping thing, is that when there's brush, if it's too thick, even though there's no wind, it can be kind of spreading around and creeping up the hills, because if just one bush is on fire, eventually the other bushes touching it get on fire. And so those, it kind of just moves around slowly, even though there's no wind, just because brush is touching each other. So if we have a clue from this in the future, creating big lines like just wider fire break access roads, eventually, if there's no wind, usually a road will stop a fire. And so if we could have more, fire access only roads, that would be pretty good. The planned outlook for that is support the evacuation of community members, point protection on residential, commercial structures throughout the communities. Remarks, they have a unified command here, but the current weather is mostly sunny after fog is lifting. Temperatures mid-60s to 70s, light and variable winds out of the northwest. That means it'll be pushed southeast. That's away from communities in general. And that's pretty wonderful news. I don't know how much, the cause is unknown. I don't know how much water they got from the recent rains, but it's been very, very moist, and winter is coming, and autumn is here pretty much for the Cascades. So it's just not at all like the monster it was before. So even as we look here with the, this is Las Vegas? That's not what we want. If we look here, I'm turning on the different satellites. This one is pretty amazing, the Sentinel Pro. Looks like it mostly has, mostly the latest satellite from Sentinel is clouds. So we don't see any thing there. Let's look at True Color. This will be, yep, more clouds. So it's very difficult to see anything with the satellites. However, through the clouds, this one here, the button for Go 17, whoops, looks like there's an error. Go 17 can tell us with hot spots. Let's go to a different spot here, like back down to the Paisley fire. If we hit the Go 17 satellite, whoops, looks like it's out of order. It'll tell us hot spots in real time, like hot spots that have picked up in the last, say, 10 minutes. What the heck? So the fire activity map looks like maybe CalTopo, let me refresh this, has lost contact with the API that, the software that, I've never seen this before. The fire activity from all satellites has currently just been knocked out. Oh, okay. So that we do have some of the information here, but it looks like they lost contact with one of the satellites, and they're probably going to try and get it back up. I don't mean that human beings and officials lost contact with the satellites. I mean this is an automatic map system that automatically gets data from where the satellite data centers are to the public here. And I mean that this particular map program may have just had a burp and some sort of an interruption in the data. So over here at the Lion's Head, I'm going to read the update here, but this is very good. They built a line of scorched earth right here in front. It was like a 10-mile line here, right as the fire is coming this way. And so they were allowing this pocket to burn here. And this is exactly what we want to see. These red snowflakes are detections of heat within the last 12 hours, and that's absolutely fine as long as it's within the boundary of where the fire has already been. Excellent. The fire has to move to new fuel sources in order to stay alive. And so the new fuel sources are beyond the scorched earth boundary here, and they can't get to it. So, because all this has already been burned off here, see? So that's absolutely cool. This looks like a very good handle on containment. They got really amazing hot shot smoke jumper crews out there. So that is pretty cool to see. I'm going to read now the outlook for the Lion's Head fire, just to make sure that what I'm saying is still relevant. But the Lion's Head is just the eastern side of the Riverside, which is down for maintenance. Sorry, not the Riverside, the Beachie Creek. The Beachie Creek is a huge thing right here, but they have, looks like currently they're redrawing the map, so it looks like the fire is invisible. But oh boy, it is not. It's not out. So, updated 10 hours ago, it's almost 200,000 acres, but they got a 13% containment on the Lion's Head fire. So let's look at the outlook. They've got more than 1,000 people on it. This was caused by a lightning. They call it the Lion's Head because it's the Lion's Head Canyon, where it first started. The primary fuels here are the timber and understory with litter. Much of the area has been heavily, it's pretty deserty out there, east side of the Cascades. This is sage, tumbleweed, scrub kind of stuff. Heavy shrub component concealing the heavy down fuels from the previous fires, meaning the trees that fell over from previous ones. So those are burning. Every tree that's a big tree on the ground can burn for 1,000 hours, and that's why it's so difficult to put these out. When trees are killed, no matter what the reason, beetles, drought, previous fires, we're learning the lesson is so important to remove them by helicopter or whatever, because you just prime the area for a worse forest fire within the next 2 to 3 years if you don't do that real quick. So here it's telling the tale. The heavy downed fuels from previous fires are what's fueling the fire currently. Snags, which are the dead trees that are standing, are collapsed stands are common throughout the area. Dog hair thickets of forest reproduction with low crown base heights are the most present. So unfortunately, the replanted trees and the regrowing trees are now on fire. That's what they call a dog hair thicket, I guess, in slang. It's just another hard lesson to learn, that the environment can't recover, from one fire unless the dead trees from the last one are removed. So that's a preventable kind of a thing here. Significant events are minimal fire activity, creeping and smoldering with limited spread. Potential due to moisture received on the fire, minimal fire spread potential due to the moisture received on the fire a couple days ago. Like I said, that was that crazy bunch of rolling storms that dumped rain, almost torrential rain, on these fires. Oh yeah. Minimum relative humidity will drop substantially though, which is bad. We want to see high humidity, but they used that window of opportunity when the storms came in and rained, and they took preemptive strikes to save Warm Springs, like I was showing. Whoopsie. Like I was showing here. They saved Warm Springs and much of the reservation and habitat by putting more than a 10-mile line here of scorched earth right in front of the fire, and it ran up into it and stopped. This is absolutely wonderful. Same thing here. They put a scorched earth line. The fire ran up to it and stopped. That's what has saved the areas around Black Butte, Sisters, and Bend, and Redmond. So that's pretty amazing. And just nothing but good news here for the Cascades fires and the Coast Fire, the Echo Mountain Complex. They're wrapping that up by Lincoln City. You know, Tillamook has wrapped up their little mini fire they had. So the only things of concern really are the Slater Fire by Cave Junction, where they are making some good progress, and the Bratton Fire by Paisley. So let's look at the Bratton Fire and what's going on here. I keep showing people this is what the situation is. It's kind of a unique fire here, because East Oregon, east of the Cascades, is a high desert. I can't tell you, people get this idea of Oregon being absolutely wet, and it is west of the Cascades by the coast. It's like a wet non-tropical rainforest. That's the way the Oregon is west of the Cascades. But east of those tall mountains, it's just a high desert. The elevation, like the flatlands, are more than 1,000 feet. It's a completely different climate. It's a completely different region. Completely different culture, too, because the people out here are, you know, ranchers and such for the most part. The Indians on their reservations, plus the miners. You know, it's a totally different makeup and a different culture than Western Oregon. So here's the historic Summer Lake Hot Springs, and you can see that there's just a wall of mountains that just almost vertically climbs from the flatlands here. Paisley's not visible because it's behind this direction. So this is northwest of Paisley, and you can see this, you know, the challenge when they had this entire strip of mountains up here go up in flames, that drifting off the mountains over into the grass. And the flatlands were just tons and tons of embers in red flag conditions, and so they had quite a struggle, and we've been monitoring it. But thank goodness they got a hold on it. They used Highway 31 here as their fire break. And just, this is Summer Lake Hot Springs, and so the camera view we were seeing is kind of looking like this, and kind of looking south like this. Thank goodness they saved it. The fire tried to burn it up, but they have kept a fire line, you know, partly by strategically lighting the hillside on fire when the wind was in good directions. They have a dozer crew up here, and just like we could see, it's got to be intense. This is like 6,000 and 7,000 feet up here. So this is a 5,000 foot tall wall of mountains, and it's such rugged, steep terrain. It's been incredibly difficult for them to work and contain it, but they have done it. So we're just applauding them. Summer Lake Hot Springs seems to have been saved. Wonderful. This is an old, you know, historic property and a prehistoric heritage site too, because I believe the natives used this for thousands of years before, you know, Europeans came here. So such a treasure, and such a lot of history here. And the town of Paisley was completely evacuated. Look how close the fire got. This is a rock throw away. We can see here, you know, this tiny town, you know, got very, very close. They have done such a heroic job. So what we're going to read now here is we're going to read the status of this fire, the Bratton Fire. But looking at the satellite data, this looks great. So much better than it has looked. You know, back in the past, we could see fire progression and how it's spread around. You know, these spots here are the oldest parts, and you can see it was like two fronts, and the warmer temperatures and the more recent activity. But they've been making dozer lines up here. Hard work, and they have dropped some water on it too. So what we'll do is go back here, and I'm going to read that. Anybody just tuning in, please let me know which fire is of concern to you. And Laura, if you are satisfied, we'll move on from that holiday fire and read this. Laura says, we helped some people from Rainbow. Oh, good. I don't think they're back yet, and gave them a motel in the end for the fire refugees. They're really helping them. That's good. Yeah, I think one of my brothers is still in a hotel by Salem. He might be able to go back towards, I don't know where it was, Lebanon or Sweet Home that he lives currently. Yeah, he just moved there. He was having a housewarming party, and they said, evacuate. Oh, my poor brother. But the last time I was in contact with them, his mom came to visit too. He's my half-brother. She's a Holocaust survivor, and she's absolutely unflapped by all this, calm as a cucumber. She's like, or cool as a cucumber. She goes, yeah, times have been worse. And because she was actually in one of the camps in near Poland, one of the concentration camps. She goes, guys, times have been worse. Times will get worse in the future, but then they'll get better again. So she's, we take a lesson from the elders here. No matter how bad it looks, things get better. So let's look at the Lion's Head fire. No, sorry, the Bratton fire. I'm just so pleased that they saved so many buildings. It's 50,000 plus some change acre fire, but yay, they got a 52% containment on it now. This is an update as of 10 hours ago. They'll probably give us a new morning update a little bit later. So total personnel in the fire is almost 500 people, and the fuels involved up on those mountains are timber, the litter, and the understory. So not the tops of the trees, for the most part, are not burning. That's what litter and understory means. Brush that's 2 feet tall, timber, the grass, and the understory, so the smaller trees. Fuels are extremely dry, even with the better humidity recoveries. Like I said, Eastern Oregon is a desert. The fire is burning in a variety of fuels, from grass shrub at the lower elevations to the ponderosa pine and mixed conifer stands at higher elevations. Live fuel moistures are critically dry. But the worst of the conditions is over. They had more than 72 hours of hell, red flag conditions, and it's kind of calmed down now. So they used that opportunity, and they have gotten very good containment on it. It's an active fire. It's running, which means moving fast along the ground in the grass. It's backing, and there's isolated torching. So when trees do burn from top to bottom, or bottom to top, that's what torching is, but it's isolated. So not all the trees are going up. That's wonderful. Fire behavior is moderate to active with isolated torching, running, and surface spread. Creeping and smoldering are occurring where control efforts have been successful. Higher overnight humidity reduced the fire behavior to creeping and smoldering overnight. Current weather concerns for the Bratton fire. Lauren's laughing at my earlier I just said my brother was holding a housewarming party, and that's when they told him to get out. Yeah. But I think he's okay. So weather concerns, the upper low. What the heck is an upper low? Okay, the upper low pressure system, I imagine. The upper low that has been off the coast the last several days pushed inland through the afternoon. This pushed a cold front through. Yay! By late afternoon and early evening, bringing the cooler conditions, along with the threat of showers and thunderstorms. Some winting rains are possible Friday through Saturday morning. How old is this? Are they talking about this weekend? They must be. Cool conditions and lighter wind continue into Saturday as the upper low ejects eastwards. Okay, we'll look at the weather. Near normal temperatures are expected for the first part of the week. I guess we'll have to figure out what normal is. But in Eastern Oregon, the weather is always a heck of a lot more severe than in the West. It's mild for us tender little snowflakes out here in the West, us tenderfoots. But as I keep telling people, it takes a tough kind of cowboy to live in the Eastern Oregon. I've experienced it trying to camp, and it humbled me to the core. I thought I was a good camper. But they can have things like it burns, temperatures like it burns, where it snowed that night and then it's 112 to 114 is the high the next day. Like, oh man, Eastern Oregon has got weather extremes, and that's why there's so many ghost towns in Eastern Oregon. There's more ghost towns than real ones. When they gave the free land away, there's a reason they gave it away for free. In the 1848-ish era, they called that the Land Donation Act, trying to get the West settled. They gave this land away for free for a reason. And mostly, in order to keep the land, people came out in the covered wagons, Oregon Trail. People came out in the covered wagons. You were required to improve the land and stay there 6 years, right? And then most people built a little ranch. They built a little fence around the property. They built a little log cabin. They built a well. And they claimed up to 40 acres of land. And as soon as the six years were up, they were tired of living in hell. As far as no air conditioning back then, they were tired of living in hell where it's 114 degrees during the day and you're freezing cold at night. There's all these stories out there that I read about how it was like in the turn of the century. There was a guy who got on a horse and went into town from his ranch to go get Christmas presents that he ordered being shipped from back east. They were like toy horses and stuff. So this guy leaves on a sunny day like this, goes the day-long ride to the town. In the morning, he struck back out with a day-long ride back to the ranch. And even though it was like 100 degrees out, there was a blizzard at night that rolled in, or less than 100 degrees, but like 90 degrees, I think it was. Something crazy like that. Then a blizzard rolls in at night, and he came back empty-handed. They were glad he survived, but he had to build an emergency fire and burn the wooden toys to stay alive. It's a tough kind of place. Can't tell you how tough it is and how unpredictable. These storms that roll in from the Pacific give us gentle rain in the west. Once they cross the mountains, they're intense monsters with insane lightning strikes. This is the way it is out there. And when I was on the ghost town tour, because history and ghost towns are my area of expertise, I'm a writer. I go out there trying to do I try to visit the places I write about, and here I am camping and such. It'll be a nice sunny day like this, and by the evening, all of a sudden black clouds just roll in. And I was shaking in my tent. I was holding down, spread-eagled in my two-man tent. I was holding down the pegs with my arms on one side of the tent, and I spread out my legs into a V, and my feet were holding down the tent pegs. The tent was just wildly whipping and threatened to go airborne. And there's just crazy lightning everywhere. I see it strike all around, lighting a whole bunch of fires. And I'm going, oh my gosh, because here I am out in the flatlands. It could race towards me. I'm a little bit freaked out at this point. The thunder, maybe I'll get struck by lightning. I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I'm stupid. I put my tent underneath some pine trees. I am stupid. And then as the fires were lit by lightning strikes, then torrential downpour came and it rained out the fires. And then the storm moved past. In the morning, I'm shaking like a leaf, and I'm going over to the other campers and such who were smart enough to be in RVs, and they just shook their heads at me, and they're like, nobody tent camps. You poor thing, you're from Portland or Eugene or something, right? Or you from out of town? Nobody tent camps. You would need something serious, honey, like build like a you need a canvas tent or something. These things are not for this area. I'm looking at the tattered remnants of my torn up, $40 nylon tent that I got at the camping store. Eastern Oregon is like that routinely. It didn't faze them, and I said, "Is this normal?" They're like, "Yes, honey." Oh, nobody told you. That's what it's like. That's why I say it's tough. It's a tough breed of people out there. Phew. So I've been constantly talking here. Let me take a drink of my coffee. Hey, Bo. Yeah, Bo says, wow, I wouldn't want to camp out in a tent in a storm like that. Yeah, I learned my lesson. In the future, when I go on history tour and try to make my documentaries and film these places, lesson learned. I'm going to take a little pop-up trailer and tow it behind me, or I'm going to rent cabins. That was... Eastern Oregon is no country for old tents. Oh man. So this is great. They've gotten a handle on things, knock on wood. Paisley is safe. Summer Lake Resort is safe. Of course, they don't want more Fremont National Forest to burn up. That's good habitat. And, a lovely forest up here. Well, as much as there can be a forest in Eastern Oregon. In fact, let's see if we can get a look at the terrain. What I like to do is kind of see what conditions the the firefighters are in, if there's at all any kind of street view. But you know what? Street view car does not make it out to Oregon very much. So, oh, let's look at Paisley. But most of Oregon, the Google car is never visited. So this is October 2009. Yep. Cloud cover. This is not normal. This is a rolling through storm. It's almost always bright and sunny. Almost always a clear sky. I mean, this is a desert. This looks very familiar. If you see bubbling and such on the underside of clouds, that's unstable thunderstorm kind of stuff. So this is kind of like what I saw that June storm. By the way, that was June, and I was nearly freezing to death. You know, at night, my breath was freezing in the air, and I put on every single bit of clothing that I had. That was my funny story I was telling the other day. You can see the sagebrush. And in the morning, it was 100 degrees. In June, 102, 104. Well, I was freezing, and I had people make my coffee for me because my hands were numb in the morning. And I didn't even bring gloves because it was June. But they said, "You didn't bring gloves, honey, or a hat?" No. So they said, "Yeah, it gets very cold at night in summer." What? That's when I realized that's the way deserts are. And this will roll through quickly, but just imagine this is sunny. Let's go back to actual Paisley. And by noon, I was absolutely dying in a tent, just dying. It was just like a little oven. So here, let's look at Paisley. I've never been here. This is a tiny town. Oh, nice. Once again, this is not normal for it to look. The Google car came here in 2009 during a storm. Paisley's tiny. Well, we can look at the actual population perhaps, but this is what the firefighters saved. So let's also look up here. We have the Google car for some reason up in the forest. That's pretty sweet. Let's take a look. Anybody just joining in chat, do let me know which fire is of concern. We are just wrapping up our look at the Bratton fire here, which had threatened to take out Paisley. We do know some of this is burned. So at the higher elevations, this is 5,000 feet higher. This is what it's like. Oh boy, I can see all these standing dead trees. Yep. As we keep learning again and again, this is a national forest road. You can't have this. Every single standing dead tree is what they call an 1,000 hour fuel. And when they go up, the fire creeps up them. Then they fall over onto a tree that could have been fine by its own. Like this tree here could have been fine by its own. There's no real brush underneath it. You know, the fire could have just gone past it. But then these snags fall over on the living trees. And you get, you know, the trees that would otherwise make it are going up in flames. And so that's what they keep talking about, salvage logging. Salvage logging is not about making a buck after a forest fire. Even if there's no profit in it, by removing these by helicopter, you know, to be environmentally sensitive. It's about saving the forest from another one that comes by. Once forest, some trees are killed by one wildfire, oh boy, you got to get rid of those dead trees, because the living trees that made it are going to die next time when you have these going up in flames. So that's kind of the idea of what they're working on up here. Absolutely different. Just like I was showing people, this is different. This is grass fire, sagebrush country, and up there it's more of a traditional forest fire. So with a wall of 5,000 feet, you know, mountains right here around Paisley. So hopefully, and I'm pretty happy to report I haven't heard of this place burning down. They managed to save Paisley, and I believe they've managed to save here the historic Summer Lake Hot Springs resort. So that's a look at the Bratton fire. They're just continuing to mop up patrol lines, evacuate the need to burn interior islands that threaten control lines. So they're probably evaluating the need. Yeah, whoops. So projected activity is in the next 12 hours, it's going to be lows in the 40s. It's almost winter. There's a very, very short autumn, but in eastern Oregon, winter, hot summer just transitions very quickly to extremely cold winter. They don't have much of an autumn or a spring. And then you'll see very cold temperatures throughout most of the winter there. So it's going to get colder. Lows in the 40s. Pretty soon there's going to be lows in the 30s and risk of snow. Like very early October is when these snows begin out there. Cooler temperatures, but higher humidity, yes, will likely put a pause on the fire growth in the next 12 hours. Since this was an update of 8 hours ago, they're talking about right now. The next 48 hours dry, with normal near temperatures for today, becoming breezy, with southwest winds up to 25 miles per hour. Humidity values once again drop into the teens, which sucks. So a return to windy conditions will test the fire control lines. Fires remain critically dry with creeping and smoldering of the interior fuels. So they're not quite out of the woods yet. But when they had that period of coldness, they utilized it and they made a bunch of good containment lines. So 72 hours, their outlook. A frontal storm will lift northward through the day, bringing mostly cloudy skies to the fire region. No rainfall, though, is expected. Southwest winds are expected to increase throughout the afternoon on Tuesday, with ridgeline winds around 20-25 miles per hour. Afternoon relative humidity values will remain in the mid to upper teens. Yuck. Yuck. A warming and drying trend will allow fuels to remain critically dry, and the active fire behavior will become likely. So that's what their short-term outlook is. So, while it looks pretty good right now, they are getting kind of uncooperative weather. But it's forecast. Which direction was the wind forecast to blow? Southwest winds. That means the wind is blowing to the northeast and towards Paisley. But in a way, that's good. Because you can see here that the fire, for most part, this is the active edge of the fire, was the west. Northwest winds blowing active bits of the fire northeast. The fire will blow back onto itself where it's already exhausted most of its fuel, and that will tone it down. The only thing of concern for that, I would imagine, is the embers, though, can drift all the way over here and back into the dry grass down by Paisley, as we see this kind of like year-round sagebrushy kind of stuff. So, fingers crossed that they can get a handle on that. So, but they've made great progress. That's a 56% containment. That's wonderful. If you have just joined us, tell me which fire is of concern to you. We will zoom into it and we'll read what the fire outlook is for those particular spots. I have been flummoxed, baffled as to why the satellites are not giving us any sort of new data for the 242 fire. Have they just not wanted the satellites to go over here? Are they just too busy covering California and the Cascades? The satellite data is fresh for Bratton Fire. Why not right here? This one is of great concern because Fort Klamath is in the path of it. It keeps moving to the northwest. To the south, Chiloquin is in the path of it, and it keeps moving closer there. So, by the way, almost every community in the eastern Oregon is a tiny town. So where it says, this or that, if you keep zooming in, like the little gold man kept showing us, there's barely anything. These are like one church, one post office, one store, those sorts of things. In fact, this I think is mostly Indians, Klamath Tribal Administration and Wellness Center. So the Klamath Reservation, I believe. Is it truly a reservation? I'm not sure. There's a casino. This is small population centers out here. So when a big fire comes towards them, it's a big deal. It's a really big deal. There's also an Amtrak line that comes through here, and it might have interrupted Oregon to California Amtrak. I'm not really sure. That's where I'm most familiar with this area. I've just been there a few times, and sometimes I came in through and looked out the window on Amtrak. It's beautiful. You can see Crater Lake, the big extinct volcano here. This is one of the best train rides that you can take, the Coast Starlight. That's a really cool one. And north, if you ride the train, go north from San Francisco to Portland. If you go from Portland to San Francisco, or Seattle to San Francisco, this is dark by the time you get here, but it's dawn. it's dawn at K Falls sometimes when you arrive on the train, and when you go north, it's usually like a afternoon. So let's see here. Just had to throw that out. One of the coolest train rides in the world. I'm going to look at the 242 fire, even though we're kind of blind here. They just kind of penciled the outline of it. That's all we are seeing. They do have, they do have their write-ups here in InstaWeb. So let me know in the comments which fire is concerning you, and we'll look at the InstaWeb for that one. So this one's called 242 fire. I don't know why. Yay! A surprising 64% containment. Unfortunately, the last time they updated this was like 20 hours ago. So we're a day behind. Everything I'm reading here is going to be a day behind. So let's go to the incident. We were very concerned because it just looked bleak with the crazy red flag and dry conditions that they were dealing with recently. So the cause is unknown, this wildfire. It's almost 15,000 acres in size. 411 personnel are working on it. 64% contained. I wonder if that's because of airdrops. After the red flag incident of hell, the 72 hours of hell was over with, they did get some decent clear weather, and I know the airplanes dropped water on the Bratton fire nearby. Perhaps they dropped some on here too. So the fuels involved are the grass and the timber, like the understory. Brush about 2 feet tall, grass about 2.5 feet tall, and, excuse me, oh, I can't sneeze. Excuse me. Also, structures, propane tanks, and fuel tanks, and power lines are the fuels involved. So they probably mean that the grass burned over to the power lines and started creeping up those wooden power poles, is what I imagine. Could have been power lines down too, because they had some pretty serious winds a while ago. And these are old communities, so you have the more traditional, power pole out in front, and then to your old, maybe 100-year-old home, the power line goes over to the side of your house, underneath the roof eaves. And so as a lot of the winds here were knocking over the trees in people's front or backyards, or knocking branches off of them, we saw a lot of that in Oregon, the smaller, especially structure fires and grass fires near homes, were because the backyard trees would fall on those power lines going directly to the home from the street, from the pole in the street, and that would pin arcing power lines, to the roof of some of that. And so that's a bit of what they mean by power lines being a fuel and part of the narrative here. Okay, this is not good. Significant events, extreme. So, mind you, this is a day old, almost 24 hours old here. They had extreme events, long-range spotting, group torching. That means lots of trees going up from the trunk to the top. Crowning fires, which is when the wind picks up the fire on the top of a tree, moves it to the tops of other trees. That moves really fast, and that's a firefighting nightmare. And the narrative here is more backing and flanking. What that means is that even though the front of the fire is here, backing and flanking means, the flanking means it expands out of the sides. And backing is, let's see here, wasn't that movement of fire just from bush to bush on the ground, because bushes are close together and touching each other. So going back to this old information, this is a 20-hour old update. Any moment now I expect to refresh and there's a new update. They said back in the day that they expected for around today the extremely high potential for extremely, the potential is extremely high for spread. Continued evacuations and loss of structures expected. Expect fire to continue to grow to the northwest and southwest. That's why we're watching this so carefully. And they said in the next 24 hours, which mean right now, sorry, that's what I just said, in the next 48 hours, which they mean in 1 day into the future, the potential is still extremely high for spread, continued evacuations and loss of structures, continued growth to the northwest and southwest. The shift in the weather pattern expected should help with slowing the rate of spread in the next 24 hours from right now. And then after that, the potential should be moderately high for spread. Continued evacuations, loss of structures, expect fire to continue to grow to the northwest and southwest. Anticipated after 48 hours into the future, actively engaged decreasing fire behavior predicted. So they got another 48 hours of hell ahead of them. We should check the weather and see what today's weather is like, because they were predicting high temperatures, low humidity, red flag warnings, drought conditions. So let's go and look at the weather. I like to go to the National Weather Service, so weather.gov. That's what the firefighters themselves use. So that was called, let's just look up the Klamath Falls weather. Let's go. It's currently only 34 degrees. What was I saying about the crazy temperature fluctuations of eastern Oregon, where it's almost snowing at night and it's extremely hot during the day? It's 34 degrees there right now, with a high of 80. With a high of 80. Last week there was highs of 95 and such, and 90, and lows of 40. So that's, eastern Oregon is a high desert with extremes. Currently the humidity is 85%. That's really good. The wind is really still right now, east-northeast at 3 miles per hour. So that means it's blowing south-southwest. But as we looked here, there's Lake Klamath, or Agency Lake, part of Lake Klamath, really. Right here, it's just kind of going to blow towards the lake. Unfortunately, we do see some residences here, so unfortunately, these people are they've got to be evacuated. Hopefully, these will be spared, but they expect loss of structures, and that's got to be what they are expecting right here, unfortunately, with the southwest spread. So, the 7-day forecast, as we're looking at it, is the only chance of rain, really, is Wednesday night and Thursday, with a chance of showers, 60%, meaning showers likely. But in the next foreseeable future, highs in the 80s, pretty low humidity, and unfortunately winds picking up. Right now it's a calm 3-mile-an-hour wind and high humidity of 85%. Excuse me. I gotta clear my throat. I'm gonna mute myself just 1 second. Alright, time to take a drink of water. I now gotten a bit better idea of how hard it is to be like a disc jockey or radio personality. Talking for hours on end is actually pretty difficult. Alright. Widespread haze before 2 p.m. today here at Klamath Falls. For the 242 fire, patchy smoke after 2, sunny with a high of 80, light and variable wind becoming southwest to 6 to 11 miles in the afternoon. Tonight, still a bunch of haze, a low of 47, west wind, means it's going to be blowing to the east, 6 to 11 miles, becoming light southwest in the evening. Next day, patchy smoke before 11, sunny with a high of 77, light south wind becoming west-southwest, 8 to 14 miles an hour in the afternoon. Winds could gust as high as 21 miles per hour. And that's pretty awful. So that's what they're talking about. But after Wednesday, 30% chance of rain after 11 p.m. So Wednesday night, they'll get another good dose of moisture, we hope. Thursday, showers likely, mainly before 11. And a high of 68. So fingers crossed for the 242 fire. We'll have to check back because that was 24 hours old information. They haven't updated that in a long time. And unfortunately, when we were looking here, they weren't talking about, doing anything but pretty much saving structures. We're trying to. Because they'll have to wait for at least Wednesday night to have good conditions to try to get a handle on things. I don't see any prediction for flights, although what we should do here is take Flight Radar 24 right now and go see. It's now after dawn, and we can go see if airplanes are aloft and doing any sort of scouting or water dumping over there. So let's go look. Let's go look. Alright, here's airplanes in the area. Oh, there's a little thing over here in the mountains. That's FedEx. Never mind. Okay, south of Eugene we got little airplanes. Cessna Skyhawk, some of those do some scouting. That's probably commuter plane. Ben's got some planes. I don't see anything over by Cave Falls or Paisley at the moment. Oh, here's something. It's Piper PA-32, but that could just be somebody like a doctor on vacation, you know, with his private plane. So let's go and look here. We can look back down at California as well. Anybody in chat has any area of concern, go ahead and put it in the chat, and I will go ahead and look at the fire that you want me to look at next. I'm going to check on the Bobcat too. Currently looking at my other monitor, I don't see any rollout of any planes yet to fight the Bobcat Fire. But usually they do begin stuff around 6, 7, or 8 in the morning. At 6 we did hear a bunch of ground crews rolling out to the Bobcat Fire by LA. That is of critical concern. The northern fires, north of San Francisco, most of those look to be in much better shape in general. And it looks like the fires in the Cascades of Oregon are in wonderful shape. Almost mop-up duty kind of time. Although we will continue to monitor that. In fact, let's look for the latest tweets for Clackamas County. They might be hitting it with aircraft today. Clackamas County Fire Twitter. Here. Clackamas County up by Portland and Gresham. We don't see a new video, but we can also look at this is the Riverside Fire Updates channel for YouTube. Yeah, we did watch this fire meeting, didn't we? Yeah, the cowboy hat guy. He's my favorite. Cowboy hat guy. Yeah, we were all saying, we were making fun of this meeting. It was pretty funny last night, Bo. I don't know if you were there. Cowboy hat guy was explaining the fire, and it was really cool. So let's talk about mop-up. I think we should watch this 1-minute video. This is back to the Riverside Fire. Excuse me, this is the Riverside Fire that's up there by Portland and Gresham and Clackamas County. So it's one of those we've been following the most. They just gave us a little 1-minute video. This is what they're currently kind of doing over there. So let's listen.
Let's talk about mop-up. What is it anyway? Do firefighters own a bunch of mops? If you're scratching your head trying to imagine firefighters working with mops and water buckets out there in the countryside, please be assured we are not fighting this fire with those. For our wildland firefighters, mopping up describes the hard physical labor of extinguishing or removing burning material near control lines, right down to the mineral soil.
Wow, and we can see this guy has a bare hand. He is checking for heat with his bare hand. Whew. Man, that is intense. That is intense. Imagine if you do touch a hot coal.
That includes felling fire-damaged trees and cooling ash pits to make a fire line less likely to escape or to reduce residual smoke. On a typical fire, crews mop up to minimize the likelihood of the fire moving outside the edge of the fire line. That's right, no burning stumps, no smoldering ash pits, no heat for a safe distance into the black area of the fire perimeter. It's hard, dirty work. We appreciate your understanding as we continue to limit new fire growth, protect communities, and safely engage the fire with our partners.
Okay, that was a little enlightening to me. I had no idea that that is primitive. You know, I thought maybe they had some thermal imaging cameras to look down there. Whoa, that's a cool volcano video. But I thought they had probably thermal imaging cameras and handheld thermometers, you know, that like, you know, the thermometer guns with the laser. The fact that they actually stick their hands in the hot ashes testing for heat, man, that is the creek fire. Hello, Dave, welcome. Yeah, the creek fire has been worrying me. That's the one in California. But that goes to show how much we have to appreciate, you know, the hard, brutal work that our firefighters are doing out there. So welcome, everybody, welcome. If people are just tuning in, put in chat the fire that concerns you the most, and we're going to go jump to it and read the latest. Creek fire has been nothing but depressing to me. So that is the one where I will read it to you. The fuels are the standing dead trees that the beetles have killed. 80 to 90% of the forest was killed by the invasive beetles. You know, they warned people that would cause megafires, and you know, we didn't have the technology or didn't put forth the effort to contain those invasive species beetles. But what they do is they just chew through trees and kill them. And so that is a massive, massive fuel load out there. The creek fire is going to be extremely difficult to try to contain. So bear in mind, the last update we got on it was 12 hours ago. So last night in the evening around 7-ish. It's huge. 278,000 acres and some change. Only a 27% containment as of last evening. So you can see here that it's going up towards Yosemite National Park and Mammoth Lakes, and that's absolutely brutal. It's chewing through the old sequoias there, some of which are older than they were growing before Jesus. No exaggeration. So, incident overview. The fire began probably earlier, but was reported on September 4th. It burned in the Big Creek drainage between Shaver Lake and Big Creek and Huntington Lake. It quickly spread Saturday, September 5th, crossing over the San Joaquin River and began a run towards Mammoth Pools. The cause is under investigation. The creek continues burning on both the ranger districts of the Sierra National Forest, and Unified Incident Command is working. The goal is 100% containment and suppression. So, bear in mind, as some of the firefighters who were in our chat were saying, that there is that crazy lightning storm, more than 8,000 strikes of dry lightning on August 17th last month in California. That caused the vast majority of the current California fires burning. Some of them were immediately reported, and they immediately worked to get them out. But in these old forests, I was told by the ex-wildfire fighters, the old forests are the most difficult to detect a fire, because even if you flew over it, the fact that there's not many roads and not many people on the ground noticing them, the old trees that are so tall, you know, many hundreds of feet tall with a very dense canopy. We're talking about, you know, sequoias are some of the largest trees on the face of the planet in height and in width. And at the base of the fires, you know, there's usually no branches on these trees anywhere near the trunks, but they're only hundreds of feet tall up in the air. With a dense canopy like that, there can be a lightning-caused smoldering fire just kind of moving around in the bushes down there and underneath the pine needles. Because if there's no wind, a lightning strike just causes a very local little fire, like a little meadow fire. That's pretty natural, and that's, you know, can cause, that can be good if it stays small, makes a little meadow, and then deer and such eat there. But unfortunately, with these old forests, there's the fire can be a sleeper fire, something that hides. It may not even have flames. It's just the lightning could have caused some bushes and some pine needles to be kind of smoldering, where it's a little too wet, not wet enough for it to kind of go out, and it's not hot and not dry enough, not windy enough for it to be a flame. So those can sit there for up to a month, people were telling me in the chat. So that's why they'll have to investigate this. This actually could have been a lightning strike fire that just was a sleeper, and then the winds kind of picked up towards Labor Day, so that would explain something. That's a possible explanation. So they'll have to figure it out, though, when they can go in there and make an investigation. The good news is they've got more than 3,000 personnel on it. That's kind of the only good news, because we've been looking at it and it's been absolutely horrific. Here, what I keep saying, this is how we learned. The fuels in the area consist of large expanses of beetle-killed timber, 80 to 90% of the stand. The fuel loading in the timber, because of this, is estimated to be 2,000 tons of fuel per acre. Imagine you have, for the winter you're getting your firewood. You order, you got your one little cabin out there and you order your wood. That would not even be 1 ton of wood to get you all the way through the winter. That would just be, maybe a couple 100 pounds of firewood, that you could burn throughout the winter. 2,000 tons of wood, dead standing trees and dead down trees per acre is absolutely insane. That's like, in this entire region, imagine the world's largest lumber mill fire. Have you ever seen a lumber mill fire? Those things just go out of control and stay there until they burn. So if you look down here at the creek fire, one lumber mill could be tiny, okay? One lumber mill could be like this big. And that would be a 5-alarm fire that they would sit there and watch burn for days, right? And just make sure it didn't spread. I mean, that's how lumber mill fires work. Can you imagine this entire area is like a series of many, 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 many thousands of lumber mill fires? Because even though the trees are standing and dead, if they were laying on their sides, 2,000, I can't even believe what that is saying, 2,000 tons of fuel in every single acre of land there. That is not 2,000 pounds, 2,000 tons. The brush in the area is at critically dry levels and critically dense levels. Because those trees died off, in a normal forest, when you have the ancient forest like this, you have very little brush at the base because there's not much light making it down to the forest floor. That's a wonderful kind of a situation, and it prevents fires, right? Since the beetles ate most of the trees and killed them, the branches are dead, there's more light getting down underneath. So we've had more than a decade of brush growing up, bushes and mini trees and such, getting so dense for more than a decade, pretty much since the 90s, the early 90s. So it's at a critical density and a critical dryness. 60% in here is, I can't say that word, it's manzanita, little manzanita bushes. And I looked up this plant, and it's California lilac. California lilac is fire resistant, but manzanita goes up like a torch. So 1,000-hour fuels are at a 6% moisture level. So it's just kind of the worst kind of nightmare, where you have an entire huge dead standing forest with tons of brush that has grown up thickly underneath it, and then a fire started. So that is worst case scenario that we have seen occur. Alright, significant current events with the creek fire, which is in the Sequoia National Park, I believe, headed towards Yosemite. This makes me cry. I've been there as a kid. It was one of the most amazing things I've ever seen in my life, the tall ancient trees. The fact that it's pretty much being killed off by beetles and now it's on fire is just, this is a unreported, underreported or non-reported kind of serious loss. This is every bit as serious and heartbreaking as like the Amazon burning. Active fire resumed with warming and drying. Smoke and higher relative humidity limited the fire behavior in the north zone. Okay, but at least the humidity mitigated it. But what happens if the humidity drops? In the south zone, the fire activity was moderate in the south zone with good overnight humidity recovery. The fire continues to back and smolder in the heavier fuels. There is some activity in the light fuels in the wind-prone areas. In the understory, in the lightly burned areas, you're starting to drop eaves and needles, creating a new surface fuel. So as the trees kind of die and get pushed around by the wind, because fires can make their own wind kind of locally, that means that the dead pine needles that are up there, they're always constantly dropping off of these trees, unfortunately, are starting to drop their leaves and their needles, and that's contributing. It's also the deciduous trees, the ones with leaves instead of needles. I mean, it's just the time of year where they just begin to drop their leaves. So, at least the only thing here, we can look at the elevation. I don't know if we've got it here. At least it's higher elevation than Sierras. Winter comes soon. Now, this explains the containment date. October is winter in those mountains. So you can have snowfall eventually and just by late October, and very, very wet weather by early October. That's why I think they estimate the containment date to be around October 15th. That's because of the weather, not because of what they're doing. So the planned outlook here is conduct, strengthen, and improve the control lines. Maybe we got a map here we can look at. Mop up around the structures in the burn. Hopefully they're able to save some of the historic ones. Implement progressive hose laying as needed. Prepare for firing operations, which means prepare to make strategically fight the fire with fire by making backfires. That means to burn the area of land in front of the fire to make it stop when it reaches it. They're going to fall the hazard trees and trees that threaten the control lines. Like we were just watching in the video here, even though it's a different county, it's a very good example here. Where is the picture of the dead tree on the ground? This is what mopping up is like. They stick their hands in the ash to see if it's still warm. Crazy. We got to appreciate what our firefighters do for us. This is such intense work. Where's that tree? Yeah, this is what mopping up is. There's dead trees and such and burning logs. Excuse me, right here. This is what they'll be doing for the foreseeable future when they talk about that. So many dead trees. Every tree that lights on fire, for the most part, will fall over eventually, or they have to fell it manually. This is such dangerous work. Can you imagine this tree that's on fire and it's huge above you? They can't hear anything, like if it's cracking and starting to break at the top. This is extremely dangerous work. Really, really dangerous work. Here, you're down there and you've got this brrrr of your chainsaw. People trying to shout, look out at you, but you can't hear it. And above, the fire is weakened the top of the tree and it starts snapping off and will crush you as it falls down. I mean, that's a lot of the hazard here, but that's what we mean. That's what we're talking about this. So they will be felling the hazard trees that threaten the control lines. That is some serious, long-term, horrible work. Then they'll mop up in front of the control lines, locate and construct secondary control lines. So projected activity. Mind you, this is 20 hours old. Fire activity will be low overnight, so that was last night. This is what they predicted. Areas will show heat. Areas that will show heat are Whiskey Flats, Chiquito Creek, Norris Trailhead, Bug Creek Meadow, and Junction Butte. I have no idea what those places are. Locals might. In the south zone, the fire intensity will continue to increase as the weather continues to be dry throughout the day. So that would be like today. So we can check the forecast to see if that's true. The heavy rain will retain heat. The heavy fuel. I wish it was heavy rain. The heavy fuel will retain heat for long periods of time. Like they're calling it, like they keep saying, every single downed tree is like a 1,000 hour fuel. They'll retain periods of heat for a long time, and that will spread to the lighter fuels in the afternoon, like the bushes. Spotting can become an issue today, as the sun will heat fuels in the morning before smoke covers the fire. limited progression is expected in most areas of the fire today. So, current weather concerns. Smoke continues over the fire area in the north zone and will continue for the next 72 hours. That means very minimal use of airplanes, and they'll be kind of blind. The ridges and upper slopes will be drier today and will continue to be quite dry for the next 72 hours, with higher humidity on the lower slopes, at least. That the relative overall humidity will drop into the teens for the ridges and into the 20s for lower elevations, while overnight recovery is going to be just moderate, like, 50% humidity, or 30 to 35% for the thermal belts at night. Overall winds will be terrain driven, with southwest winds on the ridges during the day, gusting to 20-25 miles an hour, and light down canyon winds at night. I'm going to put this also in chat if you want to read all of the details. I hope you're still with us, Dave. South zone, warmer and drier conditions impacted the creek fire this afternoon. This 20 hours ago, under mostly sunny skies. Lingering smoke throughout reduced the visibilities at times throughout the day. So I don't think they'll put water on this until they can clear out. Tonight will be mostly clear, with smoke settling down in drainages. So let's go ahead and check the actual weather and see what the current conditions are. So let's see what the nearest community might be. Shaver Lake. Alright, so let's see what the current conditions are for that horrible creek fire. Shaver Lake, California. Fresno County. Currently, the humidity is 61%, which is unsurprising, being that in the hills and mountains up there, there's morning mist. That's pretty typical for autumn. The elevation is about 542 feet. Currently, it's 45 degrees. And so, the outlook for today, widespread haze in the afternoon, areas of smoke before noon, sunny with a high of 72, southeast winds, 5 to 10 miles per hour becoming west in the afternoon, which means in the afternoon the winds will blow to the east. A west wind means blowing to the east. Tonight they'll have haze, mostly clear though, with a low around 55. Light and variable wind becoming east-southeast, 5 to 10 miles per hour in the evening. And on Tuesday, widespread haze, sunny with a high near 70. Calm wind becoming west-northwest, around 5 miles an hour in the afternoon. But that's good, knock on wood, that it might be calm wind. And in the foreseeable future, I don't see any rain. Look at that. So that's what's, about this fire right now. They're not getting any help from Mother Nature. As long as the winds are calm, that's, I guess, in a way, that's its own kind of help. But during the days, having humidity in the teens is pretty terrible. So they continue to see some growth, but at least, knock on wood, right now it's been sluggish. But in the center of this fire zone, they're talking about it just burning for many, many, many hours into the future, for days, because that's one of the most insane things I've ever read as far as fire behavior goes. The fact that the fuel loading in the timber is 2,000 tons per acre, not pounds. 2,000 tons of fuel per acre. That is like a lumber mill. 2,000 tons of trees, Maybe we can just Google how much does the typical sequoia tree weigh? Because, whoops, stupid, but my keyboard's a little springy. Not the biggest ones. I mean, the biggest ones can weigh 2.7 million pounds. But I mean, the average redwoods and sequoias are in that area. The average one, let's just look at facts on these trees. They're going to be saying the biggest ones, but that the medium-sized ones, some of them can weigh 2,000 tons by themselves. But that's the old ones. But 2,000 tons per acre of the smaller trees. So that's just absolutely crazy. Let's just see how much does the typical middle-aged pine tree weigh. We'll just say pine tree. 5,000 pounds. So 2,000 tons. We could do a little bit of math here. A ton is how much weight again? Let's see. So typical pine tree being 5,000 pounds of fuel. That would be one neighborhood's, winter fuel. Many different people. That would fuel the entire neighborhood for their winter, all winter for their cabins. So, let's see, how much is a ton? I'm just going to refresh my memory. 2,000 pounds. I've been doing a lot of conversion lately to kilograms and such, and 2,000 pounds, so 2,000 tons. So with 2,000 by 2,000, we got crazy amounts of fuel there. So the 1, 2, 3 times 2, 1, 2, 3. Wow, just insane. Insane when we do the math. So unfortunately, this does give us another history lesson that we should have listened to what the people were saying. As much as we don't want to have roads in the wilderness or log too much in the general areas, once beetles have killed the trees, you've got to remove the standing dead trees, or it just primes the area for another ripping fire. The fuels are the trees trying to grow back. The trees trying to grow back, and because of this insane fire load, that means there would be thousands and thousands of fire drops trying to put it out. They're just going to have to contain it and let it burn on the inside, because there's no amount of water and retardant that you can do that. In fact, retardant can just do a lot of polluting. We're finding out that almost all breast milk from the mothers of California contains flame retardant. We can't keep this going. It's better to use the non-chemical things before a fire, reduce its fire potential for a region, so that we don't have to do reactive last resort stuff like dumping flame retardant all over the landscape. So that's pretty grim for the creek fire. It's going towards Yosemite. Yosemite is so amazing. It's just heartbreaking. So there's something called a blue jay fire in Yosemite, which I want to look at. But first, I'm going to rest my voice here for just a minute. I'm going to turn up the Fire Act chatter down by the Bobcat Fire. Then I'm going to read this. But I got to rest my voice for a second. So I'm going to switch views. Blue Jay Fire in Yosemite is next. Oops, next. Let's see if they say anything about the Bobcat. And I'll switch our view. I'm waiting for them here to start dropping water on the Bobcat Fire again. I imagine they'd start any time unless the winds are crazy. But what we're listening here to at the moment is the wildfire chatter for the Bobcat Fire, which is raging in the hills over here. So, excuse me, here. So let me rest my voice for just a minute and take a couple of bites of my untouched breakfast, which actually I started eating about 2 hours ago, and it's still in front of me. So if you just have tuned in, please tell me which fire you want to look at. We'll look at that next. But I'm going to take a 5-minute break, rest my voice, eat this donut, and come back to us. I hope you're satisfied, Dave, with the report. And anybody with us, just tell me which fire you want to look at, and we'll definitely go ahead and look at that. But I'm live here. We're taking questions and answers. We got some cool people in the house like Bo, and we continue to monitor things with our early morning update. So stay tuned. Oh, thank you so much, and I'm glad to see you again, Gumdrop. You know, Gumdrop Lou. You've been amazing here and supportive. And yeah, I'm going to enjoy this donut. I'm savoring this thing. You know, I'm savoring the fresh air. So it's looking so good for Oregon right now. I'm glad to have you back. Have you been listening a little bit, or have you just tuned in? I was so sad to see that my feed went down while I was sleeping last night in the early hours of the morning. But as soon as I woke up this morning around 4:30, I tried to get us back online by 5. But thank you. That makes me feel good. I'm glad to have you here. It's a fun, supportive community. Hey, Jimp, welcome back. Juniper Hills. Cool, cool. And you know, for more of this in the future, I'm going to get an email so that people can... Hang on. Trying to listen to what they're about to attack on the Bobcat Fire. I swear I'll eat my breakfast in a second. But it's been mostly silent. They did roll out crews to, I believe, ground crews in 6 in the morning. They've been mostly silent, and I don't... Alright, I'm going to tone that down because they are talking about some work in a canyon, but I can barely make this out. Sometimes, you know, unfortunately, wherever this every time I start talking, it never fails. What? Dang it. Alright. I don't know what that Morse code is, but I know a little bit of Morse code, but not anything good enough. For crying out loud, every time I talk. Okay, so unfortunately that's very crackle. I'm gonna, there's a lot of crackle there. I'm gonna tone that down. But I keep, dang it. Alright, that's it. I'm turning that off for a second. Unfortunately, what we keep seeing here is that let me turn that off, go back to CalTopo. I want to, nope, this is entirely the wrong screen. Okay, let's go back here. Hang on. I'm going to show people what the issue is with the Bobcat Fire. Let's go down to it. They still are struggling to get it under control. And let me go back and push this. This is our live webcam view of exactly where they're fighting the fire. This is so beautiful. Maybe this is, to me, they could go take to the air anytime they like. But maybe there's something I don't understand. This is the observatory they're struggling. They've been struggling the last couple of days to save. The historic Mount Wilson Observatory. It's 116 years old. Look what it was like days ago on the 18th. I saw this and said, oh man, it's toast. Oh man, it's toast. But now this is current. This is current. So we see the fire back here. And earlier this morning you could see the actual flames, but they're creeping up towards this radio tower. But I think there's a road here. I do believe they're manning this road. as a fire break. This live view will refresh itself like every 15 minutes or 10 minutes. You see some fire activity down here and some smoke, but a lot of it is kind of, they've been doing lots of water. Oop, it just refreshed. They've been doing lots of retardant water drops and lots of just slamming it, even with the global super tanker recently. So I'm just hoping they can get a handle on it. If we look at our current hotspots, I was looking, the observatory is, let's see, where's Mount Wilson? I think it's like right here. In fact, let's just look at it. Mount Wilson, LA County. Did I get that correct? Right here. So you could see that that's where the fire has crept right up to it within the last 36 and 24 hours, and it is creeping towards it. Maybe we can get a different webcam view looking this way, because that would be amazing. Sometimes we've been able to see the fire retardant just, we've seen the actual planes. That's been amazing. So there are several webcams up here. That'll be the thing I look at next. But I'm going to rest my voice for the next 10 minutes. Go AFK immediately to go and get more of my breakfast and refresh myself. We are continuing to listen to the firefighter chatter. Sometimes it's crackly, because I do believe down here is where the ham radio operator giving us the feed is from. Bless him or bless her. But when firefighters are talking about this side up here, or it could be the opposite of what I just said. On the other side of the hills, we get the crackly, and then we get perfectly clear feed from some incident commands down here. So it really varies. I'm going to turn it on so we can hear it, and I'm going to mute myself. Take 5. I'll be right back, and we'll see what's going on with this crazy Bobcat Fire. But I'm so happy that this is the view today. This is so much better than the 18th. Wow. Wow. So I'm gonna leave it looking right here. Actually, you guys can see this refresh every 5 minutes is what it's looking like. So I'm gonna go AFK now and be right back.
Vision 3 handle.
Full power now.
Division 3 handles. Activation XLC access unit identified.
That was engine 72 accidental.
Engine 72.
for Bobcat communication.
Up directly down 24.
Alpha trainee, that's affirmative. Get down for mechanical.
10 admin.
Angeles, tone 12.
Rec 210, Rec 210 and Rec 211 in service. Canyon. Alpha 1582, Alpha on command. Parking lot now. Plan to meet day shift. Negative, we're night shift.
Hey, officer, I got you. I just want to let you know the helicopter is going to come up after they do their elevate briefing, and they'll be at drop point 78.
Victor, Victor on TAC. Bravo 7 Alpha, Victor, Victor, you up on TAC? Wilson back to the west along the highway there. From Mount Emma back to the north, all the way towards Little Rock. So 1119 Alpha, Victor, Victor on TAC. Okay, I'm looking for this. Okay, Z4, Z6 line back to the north. That will be the control group. Okay, I copy.
Sorry folks, if you're waiting, I will be right back. I'm trying to open the windows and ventilate. We had some amazing, nice, cool, kind of a fog kind of weather. So I'm going to put up a fan, ventilate my house here with some good fresh air. Then I'll sit right back down and we'll take a look at the fires. Right now we are listening, we're listening to pilot chatter as they're going to try to fight this Bobcat Fire up here. They're still trying to save this Mount Wilson Observatory. And I can see that's lovely down here and over here. that the fires, we can't even see flames right now, but it is down here under this little valley area. So I'll be right back.
Okay, I copy. And deputy off. On scene, Mount Wilson. And again, so first thing this morning we want to see if we can start putting in some retard line along Highway 2 up there by just north of Chileo, is that correct? Copy that, branch 1, south side of Chileo. Okay, yeah, I copy. I'll put in a couple of copters in there again this morning and start working that stuff there in Harvard again. Angeles Air Tech 1-2 on National. Angeles, go ahead. That's correct. Branch 1 Air Tech, go ahead. Mount Wilson at this time. Morning. Copy. Copy, and they're going to be working there with you guys. And Branch 1 Air Tech, I copy. And you're down there right where the 3 sets of wires are. Branch 1 Air Tech, Air Defense Command. Yeah, I copy. Branch 1 Air Tech, Air Defense Command. I'm looking at a firing operation up here on let me see here. It's just right alongside the power line, right up on top of the 2. Is that what you want, support? Mount Wilson and Red Box.
Ops this morning. Are you coming back tonight or are you back tomorrow?
I have it now.
Yeah, I think we'll pull 1104 over. You back tomorrow? From Quebec. Yes, sir, go ahead. Come up on Blue 10 for me. Copy, Blue 10. Are you up?
Okay, folks, I'm back with you. I'm sorry about that delay. I got to rest my voice a little bit, but not much because I got a phone call. But every once in a while, I do have to.
Division came back to that. 1104 Alpha leader on Blue 10. Hey, Teddy, that snap tank that I want to take apart and move to Largo Vista is full of water. It's on Big Pines, right as you come to the straightaway before you get to Largo Vista. Just leave it in place until we use up that water and we'll break it down. I don't want to waste the water.
Ah, while I was gone, looks like.
Yes, sir, I copy. We'll leave in place and use the water.
While I was absent, looks like they began their drops. Cool. So it looks like we got helicopter, a lead plane, and a tanker here working the fire. Cool. So I'll set it up so we can see the fire underneath this map in a minute. Excuse me. One moment. Let me blow my nose. Alright. So that's nice to see. I was kind of wondering, because it's such a nice clear day, if they were going to start their drop soon. So I'm going to switch back and forth between the webcams, where we might actually see the planes dropping, and here, which is the tracking the planes from the air, and then we can hear the pilots. So that's going to be a cool thing to witness. So to get everybody up to speed, the thing that we are looking at with the fire is, let me switch back here. So I'll switch windows. The Bobcat, they are right here doing the drops.
Dalton, air attack, clear to ground command.
So you can see here, same little area.
Air attack what location of Dalton?
And I'm going to line them up now so we can see both things. So bear with me, this will take a little bit of adjustment.
Dalton hot shot.
You just say hot shot?
Your location. I see you. I got a little something for you.
I love that accent. I got a little something.
2 Alpha on command.
I got a little something for you. Alright. Okay, so I believe... Alright, we got it lined up. I'm sorry, there's some construction work outside. I may have to go close that window. So, looks like I do have it lined up. They are working on that hotspot that's over here. And if I was to look back at the current, let's see here, what we were looking at with the webcam, where's Mount Wilson again? Let me check it out. I keep forgetting. Yeah, so that is the Mount Wilson area. So we can keep looking at the webcam. Bear with me.
Gen Alpha 1582 on command.
Bear with me. Yeah, what is so paramount now is that was what it looked like just on the 18th at night. So in the morning of the 19th too. Thank goodness this is current.
Bracket Hellbase, Bobcat Air Tech, I copy that recon mission. Where are they picking up the packs from?
Go firefighters. So let's... I wish it would show us which direction the webcams face. Because as...
Air Tech, here to ground command. Air Tech got notified by Bracket Hellbase that you folks are asking for a recon flight.
Sometimes we can see the water drops live. Well, sort of. With these cameras. Oh, yeah.
If you want the recon flight, I can get you a copter out here. I just need to know how many passengers, how many flight helmets are required.
Let me look back at chat. If anybody has a good resource right now for the webcams, let me know, because we're clearly seeing that this is the let's see. Yeah, over here, this is where the fire was. This is the webcam was looking at the top of this thing down to that thing. So that's the viewpoint, and the fire was creeping up right here.
Alpha training, Air Tech. If you don't need that recon flight, I can
Trying to work on a recon flight they're talking
En
about.
route to area 38.
Cool. So somewhere a plane has turned around. This has auto-updated itself. But I do believe they're going to try to work on the fire right here in the Mount Wilson area. Let me check back with my other map here. The Mount Wilson area is actually not where they're exactly dropping. It looks like they're dropping beyond the ridge over there. I can't make that out. But if we could find a different webcam, then that would be really cool. They dot the landscape here. So I'm so happy that this down here is just, it's not out. This is what is threatening the Mount Wilson Observatory. This is 116 years old. You know, it's not out, but it looks like a different hot spot has moved over the ridge, and that's where they're currently looking at it.
Air tech on air ground command. Go ahead.
Down there. So the observatory, hang on a second, is located over here, and they're working across the ravine over here.
I'm looking at my map right now.
Yeah, the recon pilot is trying to get to where they want reconnaissance. So right over here is the observatory, and they're working beyond there down the ridge. So I'm going to try to figure out if we can get a location of a webcam. We're watching the Bobcat Fire being fought live. It's still ferocious, really ferocious. They're trying to save the Los Angeles hills up here, where there's lots of historical structures, observatories, small mountain communities, ski resorts. I had no idea there was skiing by LA, but apparently there's the community of Juniper Hills, which may have been devastated.
I'm looking right now. Let me get the other map.
I think that in the future, if there was one map, you know what could have happened here. You know, what we're seeing occur. I'm going to mute that a second. What we're seeing occur is what I see time and time again. That one fire department or one group is looking at their own maps, and then they're telling other groups, hey, go here, or look here, or drop water here. And they're looking at their own map, and it's not synced together.
Man, I got the Rincon Red Box Road.
If there was one system, you know, they could just, you know, Air Command could put his finger here, make a dot, and say, go right here. And instantaneously, this pilot would be just headed on his way. But right now, we can see the problems with communication, that we do have the technology. We just have to implement it, because these delays, when there's new hot spots and new fires, you know, the fire grows minute by minute and hit high wind conditions. So many more of these could be put out so much more quickly if we didn't have these unnecessary delays by looking at map problems. So I'm going to go look for the webcams, and right now we're watching them circle. Let's listen to them while I dig up some webcams. Oh my goodness, and as I started looking, I just found something amazing, so I'm going to show this to you. Holy mackerel. One moment. Let me switch views here. This is going to give you a bit more, much more of an idea of what's happening here. So hang on. 1 second.
I haven't heard them out here.
Hang on. This is pretty incredible. This is a time lapse of the same web view of the area. In fact, hang on a second.
I do see you down there on Highway 2 with your firing operation. And the two cranes are just there supporting your firing operation.
Okay, so watch this. This is from the webcams up there. I'm going to try to look at them again. This is the fire progression in a time-lapse video. Just all the webcams, they update every 5 minutes, I believe. So just watch this. This is what happened on the 7th, actually. So after Labor Day, when they had those crazy wind gusts, this is what occurred.
Yeah, I don't see any way to get tankers in there to put recon line at this time. Due to the smoke. But the copters can definitely go in there direct and hammer it out for you.
This is the start of the Bobcat Fire. What a monster. This incredible video here. It continues to rage. This is how it began around the 7th.
Don't Meritech, I copy. Will do.
Now down here, these are the lights of the firefighters, not the actual fire yet. So that shows you, what the difficulty is here. See, let's go back to my map here.
Bracket Helibase, Bobcat Air Defense Command.
So that observatory is approximately, Mount Wilson is actually right here. Wait, let me make sure. Mount Wilson.
That recon mission for 530.
Here. So what we just... Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't switch the view. My bad.
Bracket Helibase, Bobcat Airtech. Also, I'd like to get two Type 2 helicopters working up in Mount Wilson, Division Alpha.
Yeah.
South side.
Okay, we might see those helicopters in the webcam any moment. So, it's actually, I was wrong, location of Mount Wilson.
Have contact Airtech on TFR.
Is over here. I'm so sorry. I was over here. It's over here. Let me double check this. But, right where they're flying. Yep, sorry. I apologize. It's right here. This is Mount Wilson. So let's switch back to its webcam and look at its current updated, I think, every 5 minutes situation.
Angeles Airtech 1-2 on National.
Okay, bear with me.
Bobcat Airtech as of 30 minutes ago.
Cool. So they're getting more helicopters, just like we heard them request. Maybe this is one of them. That's police. I don't know if that's it. Let me check it out. This one could be. Yeah, sorry about that. That's going to happen sometimes. I'm looking. These are police helicopters here and here. But they're talking about getting more recon over here. So that's pretty cool. And, so I can't move that map. But anytime we want to look around and look closer, then I can switch windows and we can look at it on a different map here. So let me put flight radar on a different. If anybody's just tuning in, please let me know which fire you have questions about. Where we are currently looking at live helicopter and air tanker drops on the Bobcat Fire. We just saw some incredible video. If anybody missed it, I'll show it again. How the Bobcat Fire started. It's still kind of raging right now. They're still trying to get a handle on it. It's a tense situation over there in LA. I have to research now how much of Juniper Hills is still standing. In the last 48 hours, a fire crept all the way up here and went and tried to attack Antelope Valley here. This is all Antelope Valley. And so people were getting very antsy around Little Rock, Palmdale, Llano, and then it spread down here towards Big Pines. They walled it off here with massive air attacks yesterday. They saved Wrightwood, but I think Juniper Hills got walloped. So I'm going to try to find the current status of Juniper Hills and maybe get some live webcam action so we can see what's going on here. So let me get to it. And continue to listen to the firefighter pilots in command telling the pilots what to do. So let's take a look here. Sorry, can't help stuff like that. But yep, go ahead and tell me in the chat, hey, what about this fire? What about that? We already did an overview this morning of the conditions in Oregon, and the only one of concern in Oregon left is 242, and perhaps they're still a little antsy about the Bratton Fire by Paisley, tiny community east of Klamath Falls. So we just have to wait for them to update before we can read anything new about that situation. But for the most part, it looks like the town of Paisley has been saved. And the Summer Lake, Hot Springs, that area has been saved. Pretty much the rain has mostly rained out the Riverside, Clackamas County fires, and the Holiday Fire, and the Lion's Head Fire got a dumping of rain 2 days ago. And so that's a smoldering mop-up right now. They don't have high containment numbers because they won't say that until they finish making lines, but it's not moving. However, the Bobcat definitely is. This is a fluid, scary... It's a fluid and scary situation. So, let's see. Where... So I'm sorry that's unintelligible. I was hoping they would talk about something, but you can see right here is where the fire is, and here's the hot spots. So the Mount Wilson Observatory is right here. This is where we're getting our webcam images, but it's facing the wrong direction, this one. We don't see the planes, unfortunately, so it looks like it's facing this way. I need a webcam facing that way, so I'm going to try and find it right now. We can see that's where the tanker and this tanker, or this helicopter, have been working on it. So the other tankers are going to go get water or retardant right now. But that's of great concern. That whole ravine is a big giant flare-up. And I will show once again this incredible video. This is how the Bobcat Fire started. This is Mount Wilson. This is where they're at. So this is how it started on the 4th. Just look at that. This is a time-lapse video of those same webcams. Now this video was posted on the 7th. So this is not current conditions, but it shows you how it started, and it's still raging and rampaging throughout the area. They were able to rescue this historic observatory. We are looking at the webcams from it, but it's not out of danger yet. So what they were talking about is getting a scout plane over to Mount Wilson. Right now they're fighting fire right north of it. This gives you an idea just how massive this is. And they need to put this out. Because if they don't, this is a ticking time bomb to an explosion. If the Santa Ana winds come, the seasonal Santa Ana winds, which are like 80, 90 mile an hour wind gusts sometimes, that this natural thing occurs. You know, that is just a seasonal wind. Usually happens in the late fall or early winter or in springtime. So here's Mount Wilson, and they continue to fight it up here. So I'm going to look at more webcams. Let's see what's going on. One moment. If anybody has a question, who's just tuned in. Emergency medical. Put your questions in chat. I'll be happy to answer.
Westbound 210 west of Irwindale. Can you start appropriate response, please?
Oh dear.
Black copy 2 vehicle TC west of Irwindale on the 210. What side?
That would be westbound 210. Lane number 3 and 4.
Near the observatory down at drop point 61, we have 1582 Alpha, 1501 Alpha, and it appears day shift 801 Alpha is heading up right now. Some of their engines are already at drop point 61.
So, yeah, some engines are going up towards the observatory, which is great, but the hot spots are to the north. I'm trying to find a webcam.
The last one's going to be 1501, 1501 Alpha, and that's a perimeter 1582, 1501. We're both standing by down at drop point 61. 0801 Alpha is today's 24-hour shift. Group.
Sorry if that hurt anybody's ears. But yeah, there's a pretty desperate fight right now trying to save not only the Mount Wilson Observatory, but the area north. Let me check chat once again. Alright, see if anybody... Hey, Hey, Honey Thunder. Good morning. He's saying good morning. Hope everyone here is having a good day. Yes. Good morning to you, too. I've been here since 5. Saw my channel went offline for no reason hours ago before 5. But we are back in action. There's a lot of stuff going on with the Mount Wilson Observatory. So I'm going to show the time lapse again. And they've been working so hard to save this. It's absolutely insane. Watch this video. So watch this video. This is how the Bobcat Fire started and threatened the observatory. And they're still out there trying to protect it now. So this video was uploaded on the 7th. This is how the fire started. Check this out. I'm trying to get a webcam looking the other direction.
Bobcat Communications, copy.
Look at that. So you can see how difficult it is for them to get a handle on that situation. So let's see here.
Alpha Outgoal, 77,
Okay, I got back to the webcam. Oh.
Dozer Tender 12.
Dozer Tender 12, go for Bobcat Communications, ANS.
Yes, sir. Confirming our staging location one more time. Teddy, I need you guys to come north on Largo Vista from Big Pine. We're waiting on you to start our briefing. Copy, we're coming.
Did you copy Dozer Tender 12 message? That's affirmative.
Okay, what I'm trying to do is get us some live images north of Mount Wilson on the webcam so that we can see the planes actually drop in the water. We can hear them, and we can track them. We can't see them on the webcam. Occasionally we can, though. So Sierra Madre, bear with me. Still checking webcams to see if we can see the fire as it progresses. A lot of them seem like they swivel around. Alright, Mount Wilson West. Okay. But I would like Mount Wilson North. And it just doesn't look like they are actually, doesn't look like they're actually pointing in the correct direction right now. Bear with me. We're listening to them. They are getting a scout plane going over to Mount Wilson right now. And thank goodness, so far, they've been able to save the 116-year-old observatory there. But that's been a very hard battle. Extremely hard battle. I can show you some scary images of how they almost lost it. Show you that now. So, let's see. Here it is right here. And, here it was. Excuse me. Now, a couple days ago. Now, a couple days ago. You know, it's still a huge active situation. So this is just facing the wrong direction right now. So I'm just trying to figure out which ones will pan to the north. So Mount Wilson, 360 degrees. Alright, since that's so weird and crackly. Oh! Look guys, you can see the fire retardant line. That red is the fire retardant. Alright. they're talking about deploying the strike teams, but it's so crackly I just can't hear it. But in fact, let me go back to that one. I'm gonna right-click save it. So you can see, well, Mount Wilson fire retardant line. And I'm going to put that as 8:55 a.m. 8:55 a.m. That's a good one for the historical record. Okay. So we'll continue to watch that one. What was that one? Yikes, sorry, there's construction outside. This is the camera 1, Mount Wilson West. Let me check it out one moment. They are continuing to do a lot of water drops over there. I want to A, track it from the air, hear them in the chatter, and see them. That would be the trifecta of interesting television here. So I'm going to show you where Mount Wilson is. It is right here. And they were dropping water to the north. And so far the webcams have been facing the wrong direction here. Looks like there's a helicopter we could look at. Okay. That chatter was better. Let's tune into it. Hopefully it won't be all crackle. If this refreshes, we might see a helicopter because it seems to be looking at a helicopter. So if this image refreshes, that helicopter could come into view. So that's what's pretty magical here.
Division Alpha trainee from 06 Alpha Command.
Trainee, you have to check the radio. Trainee, Division Alpha is trying to talk to you. Okay, so Honey Sender says, "Oh my God, that fire spread shockingly fast. God, didn't it? We don't have such fires in New England. I've learned so much about fire and surviving it. Yeah, I'm so glad. We've been so blessed to have firefighters in the channel. Cogito was there last night. I'm hoping that they show up again. I mean, they do have lives, but Cogito and Torin have been so informative about how fires are fought. I've learned."
Victor, 1139, Lieutenant.
Yeah, it's been a struggle to contain this, and if the Santa Ana wins...
Last unit for Victor, Blue 10.
Victor, 1139, Blue 10. Do we have signage for drop point 99?
No, I don't have anything, so it'll be right there at the 2 you're talking about, right?
Okay, I'll use 2 as drop point.
So we've got a Mount Wilson 360 degree view, but I don't think it can actually see the current fire because the uphill and over a ravine is the current fire. So I continue to search for some actual new cameras. I just don't know the topography or where I'm clicking. Like, what is Santa Barbara Mesa? What is, you know, this or that? So bear with me. But we know there's a tough battle going on in the ground and in the air. So I went by Mount Wilson and just north of it.
Communications, go to Center 12. Center 12, go for Bobcat Communications. 5141 on scene, show Dozer Center 12, release from the scene. Dozer Center 12, Bobcat Communications copies, 5141 on scene, Dozer Center 12, release from scene.
Off screen, I continue to click through a series of webcams, but there's just dozens and dozens. Some of them which are offline, they may have burned up.
So, city's on the office. Dozer 10 to 12, copy.
Whoa. I'm going to show you this one. This webcam is nuts. That's the area. Maybe that's why we can't see the airplanes making the drop. That's the area, I think. This is Black Mountain East. The sun is a black dot. That's because of limitations on camera technology. The brightest point of the sun in a camera is going to be black because the sensor can't handle it. That's too much light. But isn't that spooky? It's almost like an eclipse. But no, it's not an alien or craft or anything. That's just the way cameras work. So I'm going to save that image as kind of something nuts. This is 0921 Black Sun Cam Smoke 9 a.m. What do they call this? Black Mountain. Saving that. Okay. Some of this, you can see here I'm struggling to find a good webcam. Like this one's offline. This is the view to the west. Oh, it's not offline. I just don't know where Black Mountain actually is, but boy, are they getting some serious smoke. And I was hoping to see some water drops from these planes, but wow. This is live too. These are like 5-minute duration images. Wow, the sun is all fuzzy now. I'm gonna save that one too. But yikes. Alright, so I'm gonna look back at chat. If anybody has any special requests, go ahead and let me know. I continue to look at these things, and we know that they're making water drops. We can see where they're making water drops. These are live camera views, but this is looking to the south at LA. The fire's to the north. So, this is a fire retardant line in Mount Wilson. So, Mount Wilson is here. Excuse me. Here. You can see that the action, the hot spots in the action up here. Let me, in fact, I'm sorry, this is the better map. This, the action, the hot spots are here in red and yellow. Down here's Mount Wilson. They're sending a scout plane to Mount Wilson. It may eventually show up on our webcams. But that's where they're doing these are 2 air tankers, I believe. No, that's a helicopter too. I can't highlight too many because we'll not see the area, but you can see how they've been trying to get a handle on that situation. So I'm going to highlight the other tanker. Whoops, that one and that one. Whoops. Well, anyway, you can see what we're doing with. So I continue to try to look for some webcams that'll show the fire live as they're fighting it. Because we can hear them, but not see the actual drops, and that can be very fascinating. This is, as close to live video as we're ever going to see. So, trying to look around on maps and see, if anybody's familiar with the area, please tell me what these different mountain peaks are. That would be so much easier. I just need to know. I just need to know what it's called, and I'll look at the area. Maybe I should just Google a map. Map of the, what is it? It's just the San Juan Hills? Map of the Mount Wilson area. Yeah, I'm just going to Google that. Map of peaks in Mount Wilson area. Yeah.
Alpha training from 06 Alpha, just confirming what tax is 41 Alpha on.
If you just tuned in, we're monitoring the Bobcat Fire and the airdrops. They're trying to get a handle on it. There were major flares in the last 72 hours that nearly took out the 116-year-old Mount Wilson Observatory. So I can't tell you enough how scary this is. Like, this is the current, updating every 5 minutes view. There's an active fire here. There's an active fire over here. But I'll show you what it looked like before. It looked like that on the night of the 17th. So right now, you know, this is a different view to the other side. You see these red lines where these global super tanker and others, DC-10 after DC-10, have been here trying to protect it with fire retardant drops, and they finally did get a handle on things. There's dozer crews down here you can't see either, but boy, is the situation still really bad. I mean, here it just refreshed. Here it is. Here it was. You know, back and forth. So this is a fluid dynamic situation, and it's worsening in some spots, especially north of here. This is looking south. I'm trying to find a webcam that'll be north of here. So I'll just continue to try to figure this out, or we can open that in a new tab. This is, maybe this is to the north. I can't get a solid answer in. Okay, so we should be able to see if this refreshes a bunch. Perhaps some water drops and retardant drops over here. I do believe that this lines up with what we're seeing. So here, this is Mount Wilson, and here's where they're doing a lot of work here with the hot spot to the north. So and we can hear the plane chatter. Every once in a while we hear the pilots talk about it. So as I can show you here, that's Mount Wilson. And let's show a bit of the terrain. You can see the terrain really is a mountain. And if we see the fire activity, you can see how, wow, in 2017 that's fire history, I'm sorry. Current fire activity, how they had to save it, because wherever you see a yellow spot is a hot spot from 72 hours ago, 48 hours ago, and you can see the massive hot spot up here where they're fighting it in this other canyon. So what I'm trying to figure out is, what is this called? Is there a webcam higher up here that we can see? Because the closest we've been able to get is this is, I think, looking towards that direction. I'm not sure about that. This is the north cam, but this could be facing east or something. This is facing south in current conditions. So that's what I'm trying to do, is figure out what is this called up here. This is the San Gabriel Mountains. What is it called? Shortcut Canyon. So that's where it's blazing, right here. And if I can get a peek, like, is there a webcam up here? Crest what? Angela's Crest. So that's what I would Google now, Angela's Crest. Angela's Crest webcam. Here's the highway live cams. But is it on Angela's Crest? Yeah, it snows up there. There's actual ski resorts that are at risk. This is new to me too. I was like, what do you mean there's skiing by LA? So you can see that this is quite high elevation, and that's why they're having such an issue. Dang it. Alright, is there other mountain cams? Nope, that's it. Alright, so I continue to try to find an Angela's Crest webcam, if there is one. Oh, wait a sec. Displays a map containing Caltrans locations. Yes. Okay, Caltrans, California Transport, which is the highway system. Oh boy. Has a lot of webcams. Let's go down to this Bobcat Fire. Oh boy. Unless they're offline at San Bernardino. Oh dear. Ah. There's nothing in the mountains. No. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Okay. Well, it was worth a shot. They have highways up there. I don't see why they wouldn't have webcams. Also trying to check here. While I do that, I'm going to put it so you guys can see the current firefighting activity. And I continue to check chat every few minutes. Let me know. Hey, good morning, Judy. Yeah. Now the big hollow fire in Washington by Mount St. Helens is getting under control. Yes, we can clap too. That rain really just pummeled it. A couple days ago, Western Oregon was just drenched by rain. And hours and hours of lovely rain. That almost rained out the fires that are in Western Oregon, the Riverside and the Holiday Farm, the Lion's Head. And so we're just so super stoked. They're kind of almost mopping it up. Unless some sort of a strange surprise weather, freak weather comes. I mean, we have entered solidly autumn. The leaves are changing. The leaves are yellow and starting to be red and falling down. The wet season is upon Western Oregon, so all those fires are really just on mop-up. Except the two we are concerned about are by Klamath Falls. But we already checked on them this morning. Fingers crossed they were holding steady. They'll have dry conditions in the next foreseeable future, the next 2 days. But so far, they've been doing well. Yeah, so good morning, Judy. Anybody want me to look at a fire specifically? Let me know, and I will go ahead and check it. Right now, I'm becoming cold. I've had the window open. I have to go shut it. Over in Columbia County here. It's northwest of Portland. It's actually kind of chilly today. Oh yeah, chilly and misty and foggy. That's what we want. So I will be right back and shut the window. And I'm trying to find a webcam live of these fires being fought. Like specifically right now, I'm trying to find the, we could see that the observatory is okay right now. But I'm going to mute myself, go close the windows, and I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Dalton, Bobcat Air Tech, Air to Ground Command. Dalton, Bobcat Air Tech, Air to Ground Command. think I got some good spots over here from the drainage back to the south towards Mount Wilson, but on your end from the drainage back up to Highway 2, again, I think that's that F28, F29 will work out road split starting there on Highway 2 back to the south. So how much longer do you need those Type 1 helicopters in there? So I can get a Bravo up here, and he can coordinate. He can control the copters, and the pilot can control the tanker. So we should be able to make that work for you. Put retardant down there, and you guys put that dozer in there on the F28, F29, as far as you can go, and then you can fire out that one chunk there from the F28, F29 back to the east and clean that up. I think we can secure this.
Oh boy, I just sat back down. They said, I think we could secure this. That sounds great. I just missed where that...
a request right now, Branch 1. And then from Mount Wilson, I'm looking, we could probably pick one of the ridges on the north side and then just bring it straight down towards the drainage.
Oh man. I'm sorry, I had to mute that for you guys.
Fire.
Dang it, just when I was trying to listen to, well, where on Mount Wilson? So they're finding a hot spot just north of it. Hey Matt, welcome back. Yeah, no links are allowed for some reason in the chat. It's YouTube's thing. Well, post a link without the stuff in the front of it, like no www, no https, and I can click on that link. But Mount Wilson right here, as I've been showing people, and if you just tuned in, boy, is there a developing situation. North of Mount Wilson is a big, giant red hot spot, and you can see all of this, the tanker action. But at Mount Wilson, bensweather.com, okay. Yeah, what would you like me to look? I'll show you a different viewpoint right here. The Mount Wilson Observatory, whoops, was almost taken out. So I continue to listen to the pilot chatter, but the Mount Wilson Observatory was almost lost within the last few days. They are struggling to contain it. Right here, and there's some incredible video we found. This is current conditions. You see the fire retardant line here where they dropped it, possibly the global supertanker. Here's right now, but look what was happening the night at 8 o'clock on the 17th. You know, here's the current view, previous view. So we do still have some fire over here and over here. However, this is looking south, and we could see that the fire is actually to the north. The active hot spots are right in this ravine. I can't find a webcam. Let's listen to the pilot for 1 second. I need to find a webcam here. So, if anybody knows of a webcam, hey Matt, do you happen to know of a webcam there? Was a cam on?
Oh,
point.
82 Alpha on command.
Oh, okay. Well, try to post a link. Just erase in front of it the www dot, or the https dot. So, good. Okay, let's see if we can switch to that. Ben's weather. Oh, yeah, it's got Big Bear. That's the other one.
82 Alpha on command.
Oh, you did? Okay. Dang it. I can't make out what half the crews are saying because this is such a big area. It's such rugged terrain. Just some of the, they can hear it better than we can because we're just listening to one ham radio operator. Okay, here's people talking clearly. All right, I'm just, we did know that they're getting observatory planes and choppers over by Mount Wilson. And so if you could walk me through this, where should I be? That's Eldorado Fire, but is there any Bobcat Fire stuff over by Mount Wilson or something? Ben's webcams? Yeah, San Bernardino is the Eldorado Fire. Yuck. But let's see. Yeah, do you know? Am I looking at the right thing? That isn't it. So okay, click on the map. Oh, if there's a map, then that would help. I just clicked on the thing called the webcams. Is there a map? Just go search for the word map. I don't see a map. I may be in the wrong spot from what you're talking about. But that's good information on the Eldorado Fire. You can still see it smoldering out there. But the one that's really, really intense right now is the adjacent Bobcat Fire. That's over, let me just show you. This is the Bobcat Fire where they're dropping water intensively, trying to save that historic observatory. And the Eldorado is over here. So that's Big Bear. They've gotten much more control over here. In fact, I don't think I see any helicopters over it right now. Let me take a look. So that's over here at Mount Wilson here in the north. And I'm struggling to get a webcam there. Yeah, we don't see any active... Oh, we do. I'm a liar. There's a helicopter over by Big Bear. There's another scout plane. And then a fleet of, I think, maybe smaller tankers. The little itty-bitty crop dusters. Yeah, these are the crop duster aero sprayers. They're doing smaller drops over on the Eldorado. So yeah, so they've got a handle on it over there, it looks like. So that's pretty cool. But I'm still trying to get more. Yeah, if you have any links, let me look back at chat. The wrong fire? Oh, no worries. We are monitoring all of those. Yeah, hello, Gaming Time, welcome. Welcome everybody here. Good to see Matt and everybody with us. Torin hasn't made an appearance yet. I've been streaming since approximately 5 in the morning. I woke up to find out my my stream had died because of some sort of random, I think it's been YouTube causing those disconnections. So let me mute myself. I gotta blow my nose. Sorry, but I'm going to show you some incredible stuff. This is why we're so intent here. So let me switch to my other channel again, so you can see all the tanker action currently going on. They're circling in real time. This is what we're watching, the planes. And I'll tell you why. It got really intense in the last couple of days. They're desperately trying to save not only the Mount Wilson Observatory, but other stuff up here. Juniper Hills may have been wiped out, or either affected badly. I still need to find out. But it's been a horrible rapidly moving fire situation. So here is current conditions. Whoops, here's current conditions, same camera. Here's the same camera on the night of the 17th at 8 p.m. I mean, the fire almost took out this observatory. You can see that here. Oh, I'm so sorry, I was on the wrong image. Alright, let me restart. So, this is current today. You can see this is the observatory, 116 years old, that they're trying to save above LA. This is current, so this fire here smoke is current. Now this is it on the night of the 17th at 8 p.m. Same camera. Yikes. It almost burned up. There was a fire crew on the ground there saving it. The dozers, of course, you can't see. They're currently there right now down here that you can't see. But this is the same. So this is the tower looking north. So I believe this one has a webcam looking north. North is this way. And this is the dome looking at the tower. For this view, the dome looking that way. This is looking south. So as far as I can gather, this is the flame retardant. This is maybe the global supertanker did this. In fact, I wonder if there would be a time-lapse video. But the global supertanker and fleets of DC-10s and smaller crop dusters and smaller aircraft that just refreshed itself. Uh-oh. What's that? Well, it's smoke, you know. But as you can see, let's go back. Yeah, so there are helicopters that might come into view with these webcams because you can see them over here. These planes are now looking at Mount Wilson. So I have an incredible time-lapse video too to show you about how messed up the situation was. I'll put a link in chat, but this is how it started. So it was just one tiny thing, and this is where we have to learn the lesson. The tiny fires need to put out while it's easy. They have to be identified soon, and they have to immediately just go get it with the aircraft. This is going to be the key to future wildfire fighting. Maybe just drones being dispatched the moment there's a hotspot detection. See how small it was? That's this video was made on the 7th. So it was probably around this is probably around Labor Day. Or maybe the 4th when it started. Look at this crazy. This is a time lapse. This is the same webcam. You can see the observatory. And how this just absolutely goes out of control. So this is the tough, tall terrain. It snows up here. This is near ski resorts by LA. That's blown my mind. But because it wasn't extinguished immediately, this is what happened to it. So it just becomes this monster. And just totally crazy. This is nighttime. And the flashes by the observatory, those are headlights of the fire crew, so that's not fire. You look, the moon. You can see the moon rising. Absolutely nuts. So you can see how it's been an absolute nightmare trying to get a hold of this fire, trying to get it under control. And in the last 72 hours, it's become much more of a huge monster. Those are the dozer crews and their lights, you know. And it came right up to the edge. You know, that was a brief time-lapse video of only the first week. We know that the other night, here it is currently, but the other night, it just came all the way up here. So that is this is why I'm so intensely monitoring that situation. So, looking down, if anybody has any sort of fire that they want to know about right now, I can go ahead and I can give you a readout, but Oregon looks pretty dang good. I'll switch us back to the view of the firefighting, current firefighting efforts by the air. Every once in a while we hear pilot chatter. Here we go. Let's tune back in. I'm looking for a webcam.
trying to get an idea of what you're thinking of maybe having as a box on the east side of your division, from Highway 2 back to the south.
Branch 5.
Yeah, just keeping you in the loop. After doing an assessment of the area on Largo Vista, we're going to cancel that burn project and we're going to go direct.
Patrol 35, turn 7.
Yeah.
36.
Hey, Chewie, are you guys still near or close by Mill Creek there?
Just left about a mile out.
Okay, can you confirm is the utility 31 still at Mill Creek?
Bringing it back to Chilel with us.
Okay, hey, Chewie, I need yourself and the utilities go back to Mill Creek and then get the station here at Chilel Hall. And gonna help them out.
36 up.
Okay, so I believe still that. Ah! Sorry, every once in a while it gets loud like that and I can't control it. I'll go and hit the volume, but I
Yeah, I
have
was
to.
looking at going towards the east, towards drop point 78.
Correct, 14, correct.
Yeah, if anybody's just tuned in, if you want any fire information,
Yeah, I'll take a look and see if there's something that we can do. I'll get back to you.
if you want any information on any western fire, I'll be happy to provide it. Oregon's looking pretty dang good right now, except near Clam Falls. That's a little sketchy, but the rain kind of rained out the Oregon fires. So, hang on a second, we'll listen to the chatter.
Vision Delta AirTag, go ahead. Affirmative.
Affirmative what? Okay, I'll continue to monitor the channel. They're talking about getting crews over towards.
They're doing a recon of that. A couple of them plan on.
Now, all I could make out of that was one Sierra Golf was doing a recon. So they're going to go to direct fire attack instead of preventative firing. So that may be because the fire is spreading quicker than they thought. But I don't know exactly where. It's got to be right north of the Mount Wilson Observatory. And I keep looking at the webcams. I believe this is looking north. Trying to find the fire, or at least see the plane. Sometimes we could see the airdrops.
Bobcat Communications, Foxtrot Medic, radio check command 32.
Bobcat Medic, Bobcat Communications, copy you loud and clear on command 32. How do you copy Bobcat Communications?
Foxtrot
Yeah, that's too poor to listen to. I won't torture you guys any longer. I continue to monitor that in my headphones, though. But, yeah, it just looks like the actual observatory cams are the best that we've got right now. I can't find a webcam higher. So I'm going to show you the pilot activity again. Try to find a webcam and also try to find... oh, hey, Cognito. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Every once in a while I can't see chat because I'm clicking through windows. We are intensely watching the Bobcat Fire, and I'm trying to find a way to change my title of my stream. And the button's not there, so... I think what happened yesterday was when I lost the channel. I think it was YouTube's problem. So I woke up around 4:30 this morning, saw that the feed was offline, and I got it going at 5. So, yeah, let's see what Cognito has to say. We are so pleased to have you with us. This is another one of the ex-firefighters here who can give us special insights. Cognito says, tankers were hitting that canyon hard at sundown. I called it the Star Wars Canyon. Choppers were all in there and scattered like frightened mice, then returned after the run from Azusa North. Yikes, I can tell it worsened. You know, I can tell that it worsened. I've been sitting here trying to monitor it live and have not eaten my donut that I've had here since 5 in the morning. Oh my gosh, it's almost 10. Yeah, it's 9:38, so I do have to eat my donut. I keep forgetting to eat every time I'm looking at this. But Azusa North, Cognito, do you know what this area might be called so that I could Google a webcam up there? No? Oh no, I zoomed out. Okay, phew. Every time I mess with that one. I've got 2 layers here. You can see that the fire layer here, so it's just 2 different websites overlaid on top of each other. So every time I move or zoom out on that view, I have to rearrange the fire. So I hate touching that on accident, but that's the best job I can do of showing people exactly where the hot spots are, and then it makes sense that the planes are circling them. But it looks like I missed the action. So it was pretty intense yesterday. Yikes. So I need to change my actual title, and the button is missing, to monitoring the critical situation of the Bobcat Fire, because that's it's looking great in Oregon. You know, except for Klamath Falls area, it's looking great. The rain pretty much rained out the fires of Oregon. That was a blessing. So, but Southern California and some parts of the north are just kind of struggling because it's not their autumn yet. You know, not down at the valley. There's not much of an autumn in California. It's just kind of like hot summers, 90 degrees, boom, winter. You know, especially in the mountains. So, I'm going to go and try and figure out if there is a webcam. The best one I've been able to find is that, looking from the observatory. But let me show you this crazy video, Cognito. I found this time lapse. So this is not any time near. This is when the fire started. And this shows you how quickly it got out of control. Just absolutely out of control. And first, I want to show you that this is the current situation. And this was it the night of the 17th at 8. There. So, as the fire nears the observatory in this time lapse, don't worry for it, but they're still desperately trying to defend it. So this was posted on September 7th, so this is when it began.
22, operator +1.
Let's listen to the fire pilots live. But look at this incredible video here. That is the moon. That is the moon rising into the sky. That's nighttime. And don't worry, that's not fire down by the observatory. These little headlights of the fire crews. Unreal. Unreal. So we're going to look at chat again here. Looks like the opening to Dante's Inferno at the Wilson Observatory. Yeah. So what we're looking at is, these are pretty much as live as anything can be. The satellite hotspots detected. This is the observatory here. Hotspots right here. I believe this is a live view. It's updating every 5 minutes. So while this is looking south, that looks north. And this, you can see the global supertanker. This is a retardant line. So they struggled hard to get a handle on it, but they really have. So they're sending recon planes here to kind of look at, there's still a hot spot here. Before dawn, I could see active fire here. It was bright orange flames, and I believe there's some stuff still going on over here. So they keep reconning that little thing right there. I'm going to look at chat. Yeah, go ahead and make any comments. You can ask me what's going on with the other fires, but I need to change the title. That we are really antsy about this Bobcat situation. It's kind of exploded out of control. And do tell me about it, Cogito, what you guys witnessed yesterday.
336, engineer +4. Patrol 35, on.
Engine 31's committed. Patrol 35.
This morning, I'm just coming over the top, getting my folks to work up top here. Did Breckenridge and Bear Divide, get inserted with your folks. That's the plan.
I just can't find a webcam north of the observatory, like at the seat of the action. Maybe it's because they're burned up. But I don't know the terrain or the what these different peaks are called. And when I look at the webcams, I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed with a variety of those.
Copy. Yep. I'm going to try to figure out. So I'm taking from Pinion Ridge back. So I'll try to get that piece figured out.
They rolled out at 6 in the morning. There was a shift change. So I think they're fighting on the ground 24/7. So what we have seen, though, is, yeah, 6 in the morning, they were like, let's roll out. And they were going up to that area. And unfortunately, the air command might be looking at different maps than the ground, because I saw a 30-minute delay at least, where they kept telling somebody to go somewhere. And they said, I'm trying to look at my map and figure that out. I think that was a scout plane. They requested scout plane. Oh, you gotta go, Cogito? Okay, yeah, if you can come back later, that'd be cool. Thanks for checking in. And this goes to show, folks, that if we utilize technology we already have, if they all had one map they were looking at, they wouldn't get lost. You know, the incident command can be like, go here, press the map, mark it, and it would refresh on everybody's, you know, everybody would be synced to it on their own device, even their cell phone. There wouldn't be these delays, these critically bad delays in getting to the fires. Because as we just saw in the video, the crazy video, at one point, this fire was tiny. You have to get to it fast. So I'm going to put firefighting chat back on. Continue to listen to it.
Angeles, loud and clear, Zone 7.
Angeles, Monte Cristo Station will be stopping engine 32.
I'm 48.
Okay, they're just not talking right now, so I continue to look for some webcams. I was hoping that we could get some live webcam action and see the drops that they're doing. Sometimes we see that. We've been fortunate enough to see that. So that would be cool. So I have to refresh my studio page because the button is missing to change the title of my own video. What? I've not been very happy with YouTube and their errors. In fact, oh god. Turn that down. Yeah, hopefully Cogito will come back. He's a resident firefighter as well as Torin, and they've been so wonderful just telling us the way things are going. So let me refresh my studio page. I've never really done this before. I've only gone live a couple of times. And where's the button to change the title and description? It's missing. What? What? It, what is going on here? I can't even...
Area 19, automatic aid zone, location, Highway 14, Agua Dulce Canyon Road.
That may be a medical call. All right.
Engine 12, engine 310, engine 532, engine 521, engine 333, engine 336, crew 4, water tender 10, water tender 212, patrol 15, patrol 12, battalion 22, division 3. Respond to reported brush fire location area 19 automatic aid zone. Time out 9:51.
Oh dear, a new brush fire. Yeah, this is why we're covering this one live, because it's such a dynamic situation with so many structures, so much history, and so many people, in the way of the fire. This has been pretty awful. They were starting to gain control, like 5 days ago, and then this high gusty winds from the Pacific blew it all the way to the north, and so as we've been monitoring this for the past couple of days, they stopped it from invading this valley up here. But it's just gone and ripped up through the hills. They worked very hard to drop at Big Pines, maybe to save that little community and save Wrightwood, but the fire just spread out like this, spread out like that. Even Palmdale was getting nervous. So while they did prevent it from going up here, it's now spreading out.
Into brush fire, area 19, acknowledge, engine 19.
Engine 521, copy, response.
Okay.
Engine 19 will be engine 521, and copies response.
All right. Every time I start talking, they're going to talk over me, though. If you've just tuned in, let me know which fire you want to have me analyze. I'll tell you about the current statuses.
Engine 310.
Yeah. Hey, Andy. Andy, watch this. I'm going to mute the, they just found a new brush fire, so they're rolling out a huge crew. That's what they just said. But Andy, I got some stuff to show you. This is crazy. And I did find the lightning strike. Were you able to hear the lightning strike video of mine? So, yeah, they're talking about LA County firefighters being on scene, so I'm going to mute that for a second. But Andy, check this out. Yeah, they're doing a crazy amount of drops by the Mount Wilson Observatory, like in the ravine north. And I'll show you what's going on. We're monitoring almost exclusively live the Bobcat Fire. Here's where they're flying. Here's where the observatory is. But watch this, like... Yeah, I'm listening to the chatter. This is the current conditions. This is currently Mount Wilson Observatory looking south. And here is what was happening the other night. Here. Here. So they're trying to save a hotel. They just requested ground support.
To Bobcat Communications on V4.
Copy that, thank you. Break. Bobcat Communications, thing from 1130 Alpha V4.
1130 Alpha, Bobcat Communications. We are aware, we just spoke with the engineer off of engine 532. We have a mechanic en route to Hilton Garden Inn, unknown ETA at this time.
Copy that, thank you.
If I can interpret that, there was an engine or some other firefighting equipment that just broke down. They're desperately out there trying to send a mechanic, and they're calling for help. So that just is what we just heard. Part of it you couldn't hear because I didn't unmute it fast enough. But I'm going to show you, Andy and others watching, the crazy time-lapse video of how this kind of started. Hang on, let's listen.
Moly County is on scene. It's a 20 by 5 spot, and they can handle.
This is the same webcams we're looking at, but a time lapse. So this is, every frame is 5 minutes. So this was uploaded September 7th. This is the start of the fire.
Copy is 956.
Angeles time 33.
Look at the moon rising.
933. I'm on scene with LA County engine 132. They can handle 100% SRA, no threat to the FRA, 20 by 5 spot, cancel our response.
Till I get him, so I either need to come back or get a hold of him.
Just absolutely nuts. So this stops. This stops.
33, that's a negative. Correct location is northbound 14, just north of Soledad Canyon.
So after that video has played, take a look. This is another webcam screenshot from that night. Or it's not that night. This is the 18th, the other night. So, wait, 8 p.m. on the 17th. But then later, they had a desperate struggle. The fire got this close to the observatory. This is current conditions. So this morning when I woke up around 5, I could still see flame here. You can't now because it's daytime. But there's flame here. And some down here, I believe.
This is Pioneer Brush Fire Area 19 automatic gate zone. Per battalion 33, LA County's on scene and can't handle. Cancel response.
Phew. So that newly discovered brush fire, looks like they actually got a handle on it. You said no? I'm looking at chat. I'm not sure what you said no to because I wasn't looking at chat. So, isn't that incredible, though? You know what happened, Andy? Has this ever happened to you? I don't know if you streamed on YouTube. It kind of sounds like it because Andy.tv is your name, but I cannot find anymore the button to change my stream title. It's missing. I keep refreshing it. But to change my description, the button is gone. I don't understand. You know, I don't understand. So, this is a current view of, I believe, to the north of the observatory. They're trying desperately to put out the fire. That's a gigantic hot spot. You can see.
Engine 310 and water tender 10 copies cancel.
That's where they're flying. They're desperately trying to get a handle on it. But Andy, yeah, I am baffled. I've been trying to change my stream title. The button to edit is no longer there. I don't understand YouTube. I refreshed the page, I turned off the ad blocker, I did everything, and edit. My current broadcast is not there. Anyway, we are covering, because I can't change the title, folks, because I can't change the title, I keep telling people we are actively monitoring the crazy situation of the Bobcat Fire by LA. I can still tell you what's going on in other fires because I continue to monitor them, and I went over them earlier this morning. If you want to know about the other fires, let me know. But the rain pretty much rained out the fires. They're almost out. I mean, they're just really, just, I don't want to say completely almost out, but the like stumps are pretty much burning at the Riverside in Clackamas County, the Echo Fire by, the Oregon coast, the Beachie Fire, the Lion's Head Fire. Those have all been rained on hard. It's mostly mop up and just do their due diligence. Just in case a freak weather occurrence whipped them back up, they're still making containment lines, but they'll probably be for no reason, at least this active fire season. So that's what's going on in Oregon. The only areas of concern are Klamath Falls 242 fire. California is the one that's just really starting to struggle because they've got hotter weather, because it's much more southern in latitude. So whereas Oregon is kind of like the same latitude as France, you can imagine that on the south side of the Alps, the Italy and Greece being so much of a different climate. That's the best way to put it. Yikes, I'm going to turn that down because, well, sometimes it's perfectly clear, sometimes it's really not. So, if I can change my title of my video, I will. The button is just not right. It's not there. I would change it to monitoring the Bobcat and updates on Oregon fires. What's going on? Okay. Trying to figure this out, guys. So where is my actual, man, where is my control panel? Where's my control panel? So we can see that there's a flurry of activity right now from them just constantly. Looks like there's a super 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All of these are tankers. There's a tanker. Tanker 15's on the scene. Lead plane here, 49 is there. There's just dozens of little planes here. Some of them are the small ones that are like, if we clicked on that. Oh, that's actually a huge one. That's a Douglas MD-87 come to drop water. Okay, that's a pretty large passenger aircraft converted into a tanker. But you can, here's a C-130. That's a big one. Wow. Not too many of those still flying. But that's like, they used to transport tanks in the older wars. So a C-130 is coming by. We've got various helicopters. So they are trying to save the Mount Wilson Observatory, and the ravine north of it is absolutely ablaze right now. So there's a flurry of activity coming. We're listening to the firefighter. Let's listen right now.
Tango Branch 5, go. Been here with BD and Breckenridge trying to figure out a plan for today, and the shots are still talking. At least BD is some firing stuff. Wondering what your availability is to come out here to the Mile High Lookout.
Heading that way right now. Drive time.
I'm just Googling that. Where's the Mile High Lookout? Big Pines. So they continue to also be observing fire. The previous day's activity was at Big Pines, and they dumped tons of retardant and water on this here to save Wrightwood. So it looks like they're trying to reestablish control here too. Excuse me, I got a cough. Excuse me. But this is an active situation that's kind of barely under control, and they're trying to regain control like they had days ago. So we continue to listen to the pilot chatter, but we can see that they're all converging there at once, and I'm trying to get us some webcams so that we can see live, perhaps, some of the drops. But I have not been able to find a live webcam north of Mount Wilson that would look down upon this area. Either they're burned up offline or non-existent. So I continue to go on that search. But if you have any questions, just put it in the chat. I'm having a technical problem. I think, well, YouTube is having a technical problem affecting me. Sorry, I'll turn that down. YouTube's button to change my own channel description is missing. Just missing. Yeah. So I don't know what to say there. YouTube has been working against me here for the last couple of days. I in fact lost my trophy video. 170 hours of covering these fires. That's like 7 days straight. I was streaming without interruption. And then YouTube, oh, let's listen. YouTube deleted it.
LA City Metro, copy you loud and clear.
Copies loud and clear.
Fire 26, give me a quick car.
It's a rapidly evolving dynamic situation. They are really trying to get a hold on the big ravine fire by Mount Wilson. This is down by LA. But if you want to put in chat any questions, I'll be happy to give you the updates on all the other fires of the West Coast. So I am monitoring that. I look back at chat every couple of minutes as I click through these millions of webcams I'm trying to look at. So if anybody's just tuned in, I'm going to show you what's going on right now. Look down here. This is the other night at the observatory. We almost lost it just days ago. This is the current conditions. That's to the south of Mount Wilson. Insane. Insane. The observatory is 116 years old. It's a very desperate fight to save it. And looking to the north right now, this is, I think, a live view pretty much of the current fires. But I don't see any of the... I'm not sure if this is really looking north like where they're doing the drops, because I don't see planes in view. This is updated like every 5 minutes, but that smoke column is getting larger. So the whole general area, they're just trying to regain control, and it's been a desperate struggle. So I'm going to go back to the view of the airplanes. But this also gives you a clue here. They see the observatory and what they're battling. This is when the fire began. This is the moon rising into the sky, but this is something assembled on the 7th, you know, when the fire broke out. So this is what it looks like at night. We just can't really see it. But man, oh man. they got their work cut out for them. This elevation is so high that it snows. Even though this is LA, they have ski resorts they're trying to save right now and hotels. So holy mackerel! You know, I keep monitoring the webcams.
You can tell me clear of the incident northbound 14, north of Old Adam, available in area 33.
I search for webcams still.
Los Angeles copies at 10:09.
Division Alpha 3 here, Golden shots Bravo 49, air to gun, come in.
Current conditions in Yosemite, the creek.
Overhead, you probably saw us. We're looking at the priority here and where you guys want the retardant. And from where you guys are burning right now, we're unable to get in there and put retardant above Highway 2. So that ridge that's just a little bit further to the north that you guys have dozer line on, we can support that. And then as we wrap around further to the west, I think we can pick it back up more direct for you guys and then support that on up, if you know what I'm talking about.
Okay, maybe
We're going to be able to start east of that, east of where you guys are burning now, pretty much where we left off last night, and carry it up the ridge, up the dozer line, indirect from where you guys are burning. It'd be kind of a secondary priority that's a little bit further to the north and carry it west.
Every time I start talking, they talk over me, but we can see here, this is Yosemite, and the creek fire is getting close to it. There's a small fire within Yosemite, I believe, and it's just, California is hurting. California is hurting. Creek fire is still getting towards it, and we just have a bad weather forecast. So this is just absolutely messed up. So this is why I'm focusing on the California fires. The ones in Oregon are, except for Cave Falls, are doing great.
Go to work on this, and then do you have us in sight right now? Okay, I copy. Yeah, we're on the west side of that. So as we make our way up and we get on the other side of the column to the west, I'll let you know when we can start going more direct to help support that burn, green side. Rotary work in Division Alpha is just on the south side of the Wilson Observatory over here, you know, supporting that. So you might get with Division, find out where the priority really is, and if we need to, we can bring the copters over to help support.
Aha! I think I got the button back. I might be able to actually change the title of the video now. Yay. Gosh, what a confusing. I'm going to turn on pilot chatter while I change it. I'm going to change the title to pretty much monitoring the Bobcat Fire.
advise there's no phone here at Rincon. It'll be 30 to 40 minutes before we can make that call.
Angela, that's fine. Just wanted to confirm you're aware that you're being moved to the Bobcat today at 1100.
Aware of our transfer to the Bobcat at 11. We'll proceed down the hill and make a phone call.
Angela's copies at 1014.
Mike Branch Fork.
Okay, we continue to listen to the pilots while I try to fix my my issue with YouTube, and they're desperately trying to get a hold of the situation north of the Wilson Observatory. You can see the conversions of so many different craft there that are dumping retardant, and then they're lighting fires up hillsides to try to make a scorched earth line right in front of where the other fire will meet it. There's a lot of crews on the ground, many crews in the air, and I'm trying to find a webcam so that we can actually see them doing the drops. But it's a really nasty situation at the Bobcat Fire by LA. So this is what we're listening to, the pilots. I'm going to turn that back on while I try to fix the title of my video.
That's Bravo 49, underground. Working direct with you guys, and he's inbound now. Don't have a second ship for you. I'll let you know once I got one.
Angela, C-36, we'll give you a landline here in 10 minutes. Go ahead. Copy. Stand by.
French 1 air tag, go ahead.
They're just not talking right now, but they are still desperately dropping water near the the ravine north of the Mount Wilson Observatory by LA. So every once in a while they talk about it. I continue to try to find a live webcam view, but it's a pretty desperate struggle right now. The northern fires are looking much better. The one here by LA has kind of exploded in the last few days. They struggle to protect structures, the ski resorts, the hotels, and the communities. I still got to find out. I still have to find out about Juniper Hills. So ask any questions in chat. I'm just quiet right now, trying to do a little bit more research.
Show me a place request for replacement from.
I continue to research what may have been left standing.
Tanker 914, one of the VLAPs.
Never fails. They don't talk until I do. But I continue to research what kind of damage was done to Juniper Hills. And let me see. The Juniper Hills here, you can see that within about 48 hours ago, you know, part of this was taken down by fire. So I'm trying to figure out what buildings exactly were burned up here. We can see here, one second, we can see there were a lot of structures. We know some homes have been lost. Here, sorry. Well, wrong map. Let me switch to the correct view here. There. So we see that some structures were lost in Juniper Hills. This is north of where the fire is currently. They beat it back from the north, but we do see that some. I'm trying to figure out what they were able to save, what was lost, and I don't have any current information. It's all 2 days ago when the media was up there, and I don't see a current status update. So if anybody does have one for me, let me know. We just know that some homes were lost. So right now, where the planes are circling is right here, this major hot spot. Down here, there's still some smoldering fires by the actual observatory, but they saved that the other night. Oh, after a massive struggle. So right now in this ravine north of the Wilson Observatory, Mount Wilson, there is a massive kind of a flare-up, and they just continuously dump water on it with all manner of aircraft. So yeah, you can see it going on there. Since there's a lot of crackly, loud stuff going on, I've muted the radio for it again, and I continue to look for some webcams and some new information about what's standing or not. And if anybody in chat has any questions, go ahead and just throw it in chat. I'll tell you about any of the fires. Oh wow, we do have, nope, I'm sorry, I thought that was a new image, but it's an old one. I'm still trying to figure out if there's a webcam in this area, so we might be able to see some of the firefighting in action. We should be able to see some planes go by from some of the webcam views. I just haven't seen any yet. So if anybody is a local and knows about what's north of Mount Wilson up here, are there any webcams to see? Let me know in the chat and I'll switch to it. That's what I keep looking for. Also, if you want to know anything about the other fires now, just let me know, and I will get you information about those. Oregon, except for Klamath Falls, is looking great. Pretty much rain and moist conditions out there. There's pretty much rained out all the ones in the Cascades. They're kind of mopping it up right now, but as we can see down here in LA, and especially, and then some parts of the north of California, it's conditions are much worse, just because it's a different latitude. It's still very warm down there this time of year, naturally. But in Oregon, it's fully autumn, and the wet season. So that the rains finally arrived of the wet season in Oregon. So this is why we continue to look at the Bobcat Fire. There's a lot of property, a lot of wilderness, national forest here on fire, and then so many historical buildings like the observatory. So I'm going to show you again. This is the current conditions by the observatory. This might be looking north. I can't figure that out. But you can see the red. Oh, it just refreshed. This is the red fire retardant right here, where they were helping to save the observatory. It was a very scary image. This is the observatory just 2 nights ago, and this is the current conditions. So they did hammer the fire here, ground crews and aerial. We do see there's still a hot spot here with some smoke, which was plainly visible to me as open flames this morning. But that's a far cry from this the other night. So this is looking the opposite direction, I believe, looking towards the north. I believe that's what they're hammering now with the planes, although I don't see any planes. When we switch back to this view, we can see the planes all around dropping the water constantly. So I'm kind of confused. I don't think we're actually looking exactly in the right spot. This might be, this is, the observatory is here, and the planes are in the ravine north, so they could just be looking the wrong direction. So if anybody does know of any active webcams right there that will actually look north from the observatory or look south from this peak up here, please do let me know in the chat. And if you want to know any specific fire, the information about it, I can give it to you. But Oregon's looking good, so we're looking here at the worsening and / trying to get a handle situation by LA. I'm going to turn on the pilot chatter here while I continue to do some research.
Shots, Bravo 49, you're going to come in. Mike on air ground tactical. Copy, headed your way. Four hands up. That's for water container 34. Can you place a phone call to this office?
Hello, friends. Good to see you here. The First Lady. I'm an American, though. Yeah, if anybody has any questions about the current fires, it's a escalating kind of desperate situation down at the Bobcat Fire in LA. That's why we're looking at it. Thank you. Good to see you again. Anybody ever wants to introduce themselves, we're a big supportive family. Ask any fire questions you want. Right now, the resident firefighters who come in chat are kind of on lunch break and taking a break. They may come back a little bit later, but that's what it's about. Question and answer time is open. Bobcat Fire is one of concern right now on the West Coast. The biggest concern. And so we are seeing tons and tons of water drops from some major aircraft, including a Lockheed EC-130Q. You don't see many of those in the skies anymore. Tons and tons of scout planes, lead planes, DC-10s, McDonnell Douglas, DC-87, I believe. Some big, ex-passenger jets and ex-military cargo planes are just dropping water north of the Wilson Observatory. So I'm going to show you the video again of, whoops, whoopsie here. Let me show you the video and change that, swap that out. Okay, there's a video of how the Bobcat Fire started. So back now to the correct screen. This is what the horrible sight was the other night. That's the observatory. And it got really close, as you can see. They put dozer crews on it and tons of airdrops, including the global supertanker with airdrops. This is the current scene. A couple days ago, now. So while they did beat back the flames, this is looking south. This is where LA is, out here. While they did beat back the flames, there's a small fire here I saw. That's why there's a little smoke. They are now struggling to the north of the observatory, trying to get a handle on things. So I think this is to the north. I just Either it's due east, I can't figure it out. So, to the north of the observatory, there's a massive fire in a ravine, and they're trying to get a handle on it. They're trying to save hotels and ski resorts and the national forest here. Yeah, ski resorts, LA. Go figure. But that lets you know that this is 5,000 and 6,000 feet up here, I believe, where LA is sea level. So that's pretty nuts. Before, after, they're doing a spectacular job. It's still just a crazy dynamic situation, and we continue to monitor it. While I do some research, I'm going to put on the pilot chatter again, and you can see what they're doing in the air. But if anybody has questions, ask it in chat about specific fires. Oregon's sitting pretty, except for Klamath Falls. The rain pretty much rained out the Western Oregon and Washington fires. They're just kind of on a cleanup, kind of an operation. That's pretty awesome.
Angela, on Forest Net.
Metro Fire's responding units reported brush fire area at the intersection of Jonefield and Osborne Street. LA County confirming LA County V3 is available. Oh yeah, that's safer. Give that address. Plan for the footage response will utilize LA County V3, B-Fire 22, B-Fire 23, LFD air to ground of the Victors 119.975. Response to acknowledgement, LA County Fire. Any fire copies, we are sending a first alarm rush with copters, and be advised copter 11 is on scene overhead, advising it's a 5x5 spot. Air Defense Command.
Just trying to find out if it's possible to have a face-to-face. I called your cell, got your contact, just trying to get in touch so we can on the same page. Negative, I'm on the east side.
Repeat your message. I want to put a hold on him right now. Have him hold.
Jack Handler.
Metro Fire to all agencies in Foothill Plant area. LFD's on scene, reporting a 10 by 10 fire. LFD resources will handle, and we're releasing the comp plan.
Aircraft is stating there's drones flying above the fire.
Yeah, put the map with the
That doesn't sound good. If there's a personal drone above the fire, then they will ground the aircraft. Ugh, that's frustrating. It's so crackly.
Do we have wishes, or what their wishes are for that? Do we have approval? You're a week and broken, that. Copy, read, scan the ball. Dozer 12, what tack are you on? Your tack, G-Fire 23. I'm at the Monte Cristo station. You're off the Forest Highway. We'll be there shortly at 6:60. That's Monte Cristo or Mill Creek, your place? Last night we dealt with a strong southeast wind with fairly pushing as of the highway, and we have a spot above the road that the cruiser and is trying to stop or slow down. Last night's fire operation is holding, but the main fire itself is making a strong run, interior sending the smoke column up and over the highway towards Farley. Okay.
So we got one Hotel Tango. He's back inbound, and he was talking with you guys earlier, correct?
12, center out area 14.
Just coming up below Wilson now. I'll send him your way.
Mike, branch 4. Go for Mike, Mike.
Where you at? Yeah, Zulu 3, Monrovia, Battalion 10, V4.
About to Mount Emma, about to make a left on Andros and then up Santiago Truck Trail. I'll tie in with you, Mount Emma and Angeles Forest. 5 minutes.
Zulu 3, Monrovia, Battalion 10, V4. Monrovia, Battalion 10, V4.
Mike.
5 Mike, Airtech. I got you loud and clear on air-to-ground command.
Okay, air-to-ground command. Is that what Dalton should be on?
Yeah, you should be able to hail them on that and then switch over to air-to-ground TAC. And let me get that frequency for you.
Yeah, nothing's matching what we had on the comm sheet here.
That's our air-to-ground command. And again, Dalton is monitoring that. Your air-to-ground tactical is 156330. You can try without a tone. They should be able to hear you.
Angeles Dispatch, Lead 49 ASM National.
The ground command is working because we can talk. Bracken Hell Base, Bobcat Airtech. Go ahead.
I got Tinker 163 and 137. Load return out of Mojave. I understand that drone's down there by Mount Wilson, so we're going to move our area of operation up to the second area, the northwest corner. It's in the area of Mount Wilson, and it's all silver on the drone color.
What? There's a...
Only yet, and requesting the tankers that came out of San Bernardino to load and return, and I got some routing for you when you're ready to.
What?
Okay, it's going to be Crystal Airport, that Crystal IP, and then tell them to go to the Lake Palmdale, 7,500. Crystal Lake Palmdale.
Wow. So there's a drone by the Mount Wilson Observatory. Probably a personal...
Anything else you need from me right now?
I actually don't know if that's a personal, like, interfering with fire operations, or if it's actually an approved drone part of the fire operations, but there is one by the Mount Wilson Observatory, so they're moving aircraft away from it. Now, mind you, they did not say that this was a problem. I mean, drones are used in the firefighting. They've been used up by Portland. So it could be their own drone, or they have maybe requested a military drone. But they are moving aircraft away from Mount Wilson, which is okay. It doesn't exactly have a fire on it right now. But I thought that was very interesting, and I continued to listen to figure out, is that like a regular person screwing off and interfering, or is it their own drone that they have to fight the fire? Because those usually do aerial reconnaissance. During the Paradise Fire, for example, I was watching live as a military drone flew over me, and that was doing infrared measurements, 2 years ago. But that's a very interesting comment that they just made. We'll continue to listen. We're monitoring the intense situation at the Bobcat Fire. It's really, really bad just north of Mount Wilson, where you can see they are continuing to circle there in that big teal. That's the path and trail of the actual airplanes, mostly the water tankers and the recon. Now, every red little spot on the map is where the fire is pretty active and hot. And it's been very, very difficult struggle for them to get a hold of things. So if you have any questions about any Western fire, hey, good morning, Martin. Hey, I'm so glad you're here. Good later morning and Monday to everyone. Hey, Martin's a local. Maybe you can help me. So they're fighting in a ravine just north of Mount Wilson. Do you know of any webcams we might be able to switch to? Because for the moment, we've got this one, which is looking south, I believe. I mean, this shows you the desperate fight. Whoops. This is how it was the other night, with fire licking up next to the observatory. It's the current conditions, thank goodness. Before, after. So they did get a hold on things, but to the north now, I believe this might be looking north. I can't tell. You can see flame retardant lines here where they were protecting the observatory, but there's a desperate fight north and around the observatory, just not to the south right now. I just can't tell which way this is looking, and I can't find... I can't find a web camera up there. I'm just not familiar with the area, so I just don't know which directions we're looking. So yeah, Martin, if you know, please let us know. This is Mount Wilson here, and the fight's in this canyon. It's real intense right now. That's where they're flying the planes. So I just don't know what these peaks are called, or if there might be other webcams. I mean, that says Twin Peaks East, which we might be able to see looking down this way. But, yeah, this is a pretty messed up situation. I'm going to go back to looking at we're listening to the pilots. Well, and horrible noises occasionally, but we're listening to the pilots attacking the area. That is northeast. Sorry. Let me verify. Cool, I wasn't seeing chat. So that looks like it's south. Is this
bracket elevates Bobcat air attack. So I copied 13, branch 13 and 10, 165.4625. And what was the other branches?
Is this northeast? The last camera with the heavy smoke facing is northeast. Thank you so much. This one, okay. But it's due north that we want to look. So this is not where they're dropping the water. I wish I could pivot the camera north, but let's look at the available. Let's look at available cameras. So this is like south, northeast. What's this one? This is probably west.
Just call me, I'll get back to you.
Look back at chat. These are on two different screens. Yeah, thank you for being here again. You're such an asset.
Angeles. I just need a little information
Yeah.
about the drone. Can you tell me what altitude the drone was flying?
Yeah, there's a drone by Mount Wilson. It sounds like somebody's screwing around. This is west, okay. Heavy FOSS check there.
I was told by the lead plane that it was a silver drone flying over the Mount Wilson area. Do you know if any of your aircraft were able to see it?
Okay, let's see if we see something to the north. Like, I just don't know what these are.
Angeles, lead 49 ASM direct.
49 Angeles, just trying to get some more information. Do you know what altitude the drone was flying?
6,300, and it's all silver, real bright and shiny. 6,300 Mount Wilson area.
What?
And I copy 6,300 feet, shiny silver Mount Wilson area.
Affirm. And Angeles, you got me on AFF?
I have 47 Zulu on AFF firm.
We're in this division Mike area. This is our new area of operation. We'll be working all our tankers.
Wow, okay, so they are having trouble identifying it, but you know, usually drones are such a small thing. They're smaller than a toaster.
1841 on D4.
Okay, I'm gonna...
Tanker 163, they're the ones that had the visual on it. Stand by.
Crazy. So this might be north, right here. But yeah, at 6,000 feet though, I can tell you right now, civilian drones, like I'm a, you know, hobbyist, have done some flights with my drone. They're limited to 350 feet. Like if you have the DJI Phantom app on your phone, that's how you control it. Like you can't go above 350 feet. You have to get FAA a different license for your drone to even be possible to go that high. That's an incredible height.
Do you know approximate size of this drone?
Then again, this may be 5,000 feet elevation, or...
So 49, do you have the approximate size of the drone?
This is updating rapidly. When it flashes like that, the webcam is updating rapidly. Looks like there's 2 insects on it too. Right here, and here. These look like insects on the webcam. Or just little spots of dirt. But considering that these...
7, 8.
Considering these mountains are at least 5,000 feet tall, it could be that somebody's just on top of the mountain and then launched their drone, and they may be under the drone. The drone may be only 350 feet up in the air. That would explain its elevation of 6,000, or they would have to be up on top of a peak. Let's go look at the elevation, because pretty much even software won't allow you to fly a drone thousands of feet in the air from the ground. Now, a drone is some hobbyist. There's two types of drone. There's the military ones, unmanned aircraft, and they monitor fires. However, I do believe that they are trying to move the. This looks like it's unofficial, like some, like a kid or something, or like just a civilian not involved in fire operations is flying a drone over a fire operation, which is meaning that they're all clearing out because they could accidentally hit it. If a plane hits a drone, it will crash. I mean, it's...
Everybody go for Gulf on V4.
They're moving planes away because somebody has a drone here. They're trying to figure out what it is, where it came from, but from what I can tell, it's just some idiot out there flying it near fire.
Fleet 49 intel.
Now, personal drones are the size of a toaster, but the military ones can be the size of a plane.
Everybody go ahead for Gulf on V4.
And so it's two each, one inbound to the fire, silver chrome in color, 4 feet diameter, something hanging down below, I'm not sure what that would be, near the Mount Wilson. And the other one, here's the coordinates for the other one inbound to the fire from the tanker, 3418.5 by 118.15.29, two each.
Letting you know, we tied in with Tango and some of their resources, and us and Breckenridge are going to plug in with some of the Tango folks on the stuff we were talking about yesterday.
You have everything in place for Compassat?
Plan is all good. We just got to go up, do a little bit more prep, get some of the new crews kind of oriented with what we had going and what it's going to look like, and then we'll give everybody a yell before anything's implemented.
Alright, copy it. Yeah, and earlier, I'm still going to be torn between top and bottom. I still have responsibility for up in Crystal Lake, but I'll be here in the middle. I got eyes on you guys, and try to get some air resources in here.
Okay, copy. And once we're on top of the hill there, I'm pretty sure we'll have line of sight TAC channel traffic with you.
Alright, if they're done talking, I can get you the information on the current evacuation status of the Bobcat Fire. Let me take a look. I'm just going to Google search Acton. So, excuse me, in the InstaWeb, I just did Control F and searched. I don't hear about Acton, but then again,
Angela, Fleet 49 Stimler.
that would be LA County Sheriff's Department. I'm going to look at that website because they're not showing all evacuation warnings. But Pasadena, the whole Pasadena was on alert for a while. So let me find LA County Sheriff's Twitter.
I never was able to tie in with driver 14, so I'm on my way up. Working our way up. We're just on that first part.
to San Bernardino. And Helco and the helicopters, we're working all this out right now to get them down.
Wow.
Angeles copies. We have notified the FAA. A break. Bobcat air type handle.
Wow. They're grounding all the tankers. I think...
Mill Creek.
Code 51 Angeles copies.
I think that's because of the drone. Really?
Angeles on command.
Wow.
Unit for Quebec, go ahead on V4.
Hey Division, this is Reef Sandwall. Just going to come out here and look at a couple of sites, specifically some of the possible BLM encroachment sites. So I'm going to be working in the area, specifically right now the Puzzle Canyon area.
Copy.
Yeah, he's on a bunch of other frequencies. I'll get with you.
I copy it. I don't need to talk to him. Just want to make sure he's able to copy everything that we're shutting everything down and working with the FAA and the multiple drones.
Wow.
Yeah, give me a second to pull that up.
Wow. Okay, so this is another criticism I have. I'm going to turn air. I think they're just canceling the drops. Wow, because of a drone in the area, like a civilian, everyday, could be even a kid, you know, could be a dumb adult flying an unauthorized drone. So this is another criticism I have. I mean, here's the LA County Sheriff's Department. And instead of giving us copy and paste evacuation information, this is like a JPEG. So when you click on the JPEG, I can't click on this to copy and paste it in my channel. And I can't read it much well either. So I've been doing the Control+++, trying to enlarge this. And guess what happens? The buttons enlarge. And the picture stays tiny. I just hate this. Okay, there's construction going on outside. One second, let's listen to the pilots.
Good. Looks like it's over by section 24. I think on the map it might have a big boneyard canyon in that area.
Okay.
Puzzle Canyon is written at the right-hand side of section 14 as well.
Let me look back at the chat.
Copy that.
Trying to get evacuation info for the Bobcat Fire, but look, it just won't get any bigger. Anyway, I can't believe a drone just grounded all the tankers. At least in that area. I'm just... horrible. Alright, so this is also equally horrible that I can't even make this readable.
Bracket elevate. Bobcat air tech.
I just gotta turn that off. It's too unintelligible. Alright, so it says an evacuation warning has been issued for the residents of the following areas. North of the upper Big Tuyunga Canyon Road, south of Mount Emma Road, east of Angeles Forest Highway, west of Pacifico Mountain. Blah blah blah, everybody's gotta go, blah blah blah. Do not wait, it's too late, blah blah blah. Accommodation for 300 large animals, horses and cattle will be available at the Antelope Valley Fairgrounds. So this is terrible. They need to fix this. If I wanted to quickly copy and paste that into my channel and give people the information they need for evacuation, I cannot. I'd have to retype that because that is a JPEG image and not actual words on their Twitter. So I'm absolutely just flabbergasted there. Unfortunately, this is part of what I was trying to research earlier. What
tankers working on that slope over to the north, running up to Barley Flat.
Okay.
Use 1110.
So what they just said, part of it was muted.
Trainee air tech, did you copy that traffic?
Yeah, okay, just gonna mute that again. What they just said, because I muted the beginning, was they're going to take all the tankers and make them land at San Bernardino Airport.
Tech, I copy all. I currently have 3 heli-tankers working, trying to slow it down. Again, it's smoking Barley Flat at this time.
Well, yeah, they're grounding the tankers. They have some helicopters.
Copy.
They're going to try to keep a handle on the situation with the tankers. I just got to turn that down. They're grounding the tankers because some Yahoo civilian is in the fire zone area, which is, for one, not allowed, and two, flying a drone by Mount Wilson. So they just have called off the massive airstrike, except for some helicopters. Helicopters can crash too when they hit a drone. But holy mackerel. So we can see here that some idiot has been interfering with the firefighting. They probably don't even know it. They're probably like, oh, I'm at Mount Wilson and they put the fire out. I'm going to just, see what I can see now. Maybe it's even it could possibly be the media. We don't know. But do not fly drones over active wildfires. That is absolutely illegal for anyone to do that unless they're fighting the fire. So, absolutely horrible. Unfortunately, what I just saw here, this is part of the... I was trying to find out if the Juniper Hills, how many structures were lost. So this is LA County Sheriff's. Among the people I met today, I had the pleasure of meeting a military veteran who lives in Juniper Hills. He showed me his property was unfortunately lost to this wildfire, and shared some wonderful memories with me. Although his home was gone, his spirits were high. Poor guy. So he's an older gentleman. He could be a World War II or a Korean War vet, and just lost his home. This is the real human, cost here. But other than having a stupid JPEG about the evacuations, this is some of the worst. I can't copy and paste this. It was very difficult. If I go back to 100% zoom here, I have this zoomed in just using my keyboard. So if I go back to 100% zoom, I couldn't read stuff very well. When I clicked on it, it gets even worse that it's tiny, and I can't actually copy and paste anything because this is a JPEG image rather than text.
Aviation operations. Did you still want the air check to continue in though?
Oh my God. She just said, affirmative, at this time we have shut down all aircraft operations. It's because an idiot's flying a drone and they have to go and contact the FAA.
Bobcat Air Attack, Air to Ground Command, go ahead.
Unbelievable. FAA has to figure out who's flying the drone and go arrest them.
Bracket Hellbase, Bobcat Air Attack, I copy. No aircraft being
So, we'll be seeing all the craft leaving the area, which they were desperately trying to get a handle on. This is the evacuation map, and here's you can see they really do need to drop on this area, and they've all been grounded because some idiot is flying a drone right around here, here at the Mount Wilson Observatory. But they're grounding the aircraft even in the general area because they can hit a drone and crash. This is the sort of thing, guys, do not abuse anything. This is illegal. Every drone pilot knows that. You have to get certified and pass a test. Do not abuse power or we will lose it. In the future, they will probably just use this specific example and say, hey, the homes today were lost because of this today. And then they'll crack down on laws and make it so much harder to do our work. The vast majority of drone pilots are absolutely wonderful people who can document history and document, the fun moments of their lives. And even if requested by law enforcement, sometimes drone operators do help search and rescue, do help situations like that as when they volunteer their drone for use by local law enforcement, even during manhunts and the like. But this is awful. Do not fly the drone anywhere near an active fire situation. The person who is doing this knows that it's illegal too, because it'll say right there on your software, this is a no-fly zone. And usually the software, like DJI or whatever it happens to be, will absolutely make the drone not able to even take off. So I'm not sure how it's even able to be in the air here. But they are calling off the air attack that we've been monitoring for this fire. Absolutely nuts, because there's an unauthorized drone in the area. And the FAA is going to go try to probably have these idiots arrested, whoever's responsible for this. At first I thought maybe it was a military drone helping with the situation and they just weren't aware about it. The size of the drone will tell you, because the military drones can be the size of an airplane or a life raft. And civilian drones are the size of a toaster, but even at that size, I've seen images of a drone hitting the leading edge of an airplane in a wind tunnel test, and it destroyed the aircraft's wing. That definitely would cause a crash. So they are not taking any chances here, and they are all returning to San Bernardino Airport, all of the tankers. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm so disappointed. As a drone operator myself, I'm so disappointed.
Air operation. Bobcat Air Tech, Air to Ground Command.
Branch 5, Branch 4.
Branch 4, Branch 5, go.
This
Welcome.
morning's IR product is being texted to you right now.
Ooh. IR means infrared. Looks like they're getting new infrared cameras, but as I was just saying, Sherlock, I can't believe this. All of the air tankers have been called off the attack here by Mount Wilson. There's a raging fire in the area north of Mount Wilson. They've saved the observatory, but right here is a really big fire in the canyon, which I believe, when I switch back, we can see part of it at least. And they've just grounded all of the tankers, and it was a massive slam of many different tankers, like 10 of them, and like at least 5 helicopters. They were doing a great job. And an idiot with a drone is at Mount Wilson somewhere, flying a civilian drone. They just grounded everyone. So Martin says the Bobcat Fire is at 103,000 acres and burnt 15% contained. Yeah. It's the lowest contained fire in California right now, because the SQF complex was at 18%. Yeah. So these are the worst fires, definitely in California. They kind of got rained out in Oregon, except for K Falls. So that's why we're focusing on the Bobcat Fire. But it exploded. They had better containment a while ago. Yeah, this was live just as of, 10, 15 minutes ago. Go ahead and rewind. And you can hear them live on the radio saying, well, we found a drone. So they first spotted it like 30 minutes ago. They said it was silver in color. The C-130, I believe, is the one, the plane highlighted here was the plane that reported it. Then they were trying to figure out if it was authorized and helping in the situation. And they decided to contact the FAA, and the FAA said no. And so they're probably going to do a manhunt to arrest these idiots. But they've just called off the massive air attack for the fire that they were doing, trying to get a handle on it. Homes have been lost. We were just looking at an old veteran's home that was lost. An old man lost his home over by Juniper Hills. It got out of control last night. For the last, 3 to 4 days, they've been absolutely struggling because, well, they didn't put it out and didn't contain it until, and then high winds came in from the Pacific. The high winds went this way. Excuse me, I'm just reading a map here. The high winds went this way, and they were able to contain it, at least keep it out of Willamette Valley. And they were making big drops at Big Pine to save Wrightwood. And so right now there's dozer crews and stuff at Big Pine, and they have it's called the Mile High Lookout Tower. But up there is not the big area of concern. It is down here by the Mount Wilson Observatory. So all the tankers are returning to San Bernardino Airport. They have contacted the FAA. They'll probably try to go and arrest the idiot with the drone. It may even be down by now. Most drone batteries last a maximum of 30 minutes. Who knows if the person has more batteries? He's probably unaware of all this chaos he just caused. He may have thought, oh, well, over down here, I'm so happy that they saved Mount Wilson. I'm so happy, and he's probably flying it like right down here or something. But when they see a drone in the sky, they land for their safety because it'll take down an airplane. A drone the size of a toaster definitely can. It's like a bird strike. We know that the bird strike took down that, Captain Sully thing, and it took down a passenger jet in New York. Thank goodness everybody survived. It was a miracle. But it's just like hitting a big goose or something. Maybe even a little bit more intense. So, yeah, who makes that call? The guy, back to 20 minutes ago, it was that guy. But it's just the law that you cannot fly drones near active wildfires. In fact, usually the software, like the DJI software, whatever drone you have, will say this is restricted airspace, there's an active wildfire, so somebody just probably overrode it. But you can see all...
Just trying to find your location.
Sorry, I'm going to turn that off. Angeles Highway and Lisa...
As far as the mission goes, are those dozer transports that they brought up? What's the status?
Liso Canyon Road. Yeah, Sherlock says, I have a drone. Sherlock Jones, I have a drone. You need to know if you're allowed to fly and should know.
And here in an hour or two, we're going to be punching that line down from the top to Angeles Highway.
A line from Liso Canyon to Angeles Highway. I'm not familiar with the area, but so the dozers are still active, but you'll see here one by one the planes are leaving. The planes are leaving. There was a huge lineup. It was really cool. The Lockheed C-130 was in here. That's a big cargo plane. Lots and lots of copters, Sikorskys, a couple of lead jets, and they had a fleet of DC-10s, plus a McDonnell Douglas DC-87. I mean, super passenger jet action. It was like think of all the tankers as like a series of a train going by, and like the cargo, each individual train car behind the engine, just boom, 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 boom. They were smacking the fire, and now they're all just called off. This might be what they were looking at.
Angeles, Charles 1.
Angeles, tone 12, you're unreadable.
Car.
Just unbelievable. Alright, so I'm going to tone that down until they talk again. There's probably going to be a long bit of silence as these planes are kind of called off. But if they talk about they are waiting for the FAA to get to the bottom of this and maybe to make an arrest or verify the drones down. And they said until further notice that the tankers are going to go to San Bernardino Airport. That's why here on the map you could see that this is their trail, and they're all going back down to the airport. Absolutely nuts. Okay, Martin says, never mind, station fire was 2009. I didn't read your comment. The Bobcat Fire is the third largest in LA County, yeah. Second is the Big Fire of 1919. Yeah, that was incredibly deadly. That, I believe, was the mass death event of the volunteer firefighters. Their big mistake was they were working on a hill. Don't quote me on which fire this was, but in history, yeah, they were working on a hill, so they weren't very fire educated. And then the fire started beneath them, and they tried to run uphill away from it, and it just caught them. Yeah, this is seriously bad historical fire. Let me go and let's listen to chatter. One moment.
I'm headed out on the desert floor for a little bit, and then if you want to meet at Largo Vista and Big Pine in about 30. Sounds good.
So Big Pine right now has a lookout, and so that's kind of a staging area rather than active fire. So that's good. They were doing a lot of drops to save.
Actual branch 4.
Every time I start talking, they do. So hang on a second. Man, oh man. I would have changed my title of my view to like covering the Bobcat Fire because so many people are worried about it.
Bracken Hell Base, Bobcat Air Attack. Air to Ground Command, go ahead.
But YouTube's messing with me.
The last site northwest end of the fire.
I'm not really convinced we're looking at exactly the fire that they're talking about because this updates pretty frequently, and yet we see no aircraft, and yet when we look back here, there's tons of aircraft. So that just may be looking in the wrong direction. I'm still trying to find a good webcam that would actually be north of Mount Wilson So I can read you maybe... Oh, never mind that. I'm turning that off. If you would help me, Martin, I'm trying to find a webcam near Mount Wilson, north of it. So, let me switch views. So, I am looking around at the different sites, different websites that have different webcams and such. The Sierra Club had one in Yosemite, and that's looking real smoky because of the creek fire. But, let's see, like here, we can go back, where was the, yeah, so, what I was looking at is like, what is this terrain? What's it called? Because here's the observatory.
To that one that's out to the east and finish that one.
Cool. They said Mount Emmeline was...
Northeast break. 3341 east G5 G4.
They just said that the, well, it was still muted, that they have completed the line that's up at the top of Mount Emma. So that's a dozer crew. That's pretty good. But what is going on here is this is exactly where the fire hotspots are, where they were fighting. Here's Mount Wilson. Here, the observatory. But up here, this is what I want to know about it. Maybe in this canyon right here, that they can't see, so I'm looking to see what these mountain peaks might be called, and then we can maybe find a webcam. And so, Martin, if you're familiar with it, it says San Gabriel Wilderness, Mount Sally, Bobcat Canyon, Shortcut Station, but that's down in canyon, but it just says crest. There's one of those survey markers. Valley Forge Canyon.
Leo's on duty on the anywhere between Little T and 39.
That's a negative.
I copy, thank you.
Mount Sally. Maybe we can just Google Mount Sally webcam. I'm going to go back and look at chat now. All news in LA today are headlining this fire as being one of the biggest in history. Maybe they're warning the people of the situation. Yeah, and so I'm so intensely angry about a couple of things. One of which is when I was trying to show people evacuation alerts, the thing...
Victor, branch 5, V4.
I'll show you in a second. Not this. Bobcat. It's once again a wild goose chase to try to find active, up-to-date evacuation information. This is making me pull my hair out. So here's InstaWeb. There has to be, guys, one source, one quick source. This is what I keep saying, and they don't exist. We have been forced to take...
Victor, branch 5 on V4.
We've been forced to look at Twitter feed and Facebook information and stuff like that, and I've been monitoring like 37 tabs of that for the various different fires that are going on. I can't tell you how mad I am, but when we go over here, it's like, here's InstaWeb. This should be the one-stop shopping. Evacuation orders, it says, and warnings. But down here, if you want ongoing alerts, visit this Twitter. What? Visit LA County Sheriff's Twitter? So they're not even making an attempt to keep this.
Victor, branch 5 on V4.
I'm just muting that. Sorry, it doesn't sound important. They're making you go visit LA County Sheriff's Department Twitter, so I can't just copy and paste this into my channel and let people know. So I did find the LA County Sheriff's Twitter, And this is an image. This is a JPEG image. I can't copy and paste this. And it's the 20th at 2 p.m. as this is an evolving situation. So they're not even bothering to say. If they're talking about equipment changes and stuff, I gotta mute that. It's still in my ear. I can't believe that I would have to hand type this if I wanted to put this in my channel and help anybody. And you can't enlarge this, so I'm having trouble reading it. And I keep trying to enlarge it, and what Twitter does is enlarges the buttons when I enlarge the website. This is unacceptable. You can't have a JPEG for your evacuation. Love of cars here. So here's LA County Sheriff's. It's talking about other stuff. Thanks for security officers, and that's cute and everything. And this whatever is cute and everything. And this missing person's cute and everything. But you have to scroll down past a whole bunch of stuff. And the latest info is 20 hours old. I can't tell you, this is why my channel exists. I can't believe it. I have been searching for hours for more information. And then here's a different page. So apparently there's page 2. I can't read any of that. This is why I'm so critical. There should be for every single state one page that is the up-to-date, manned by a little team of people who would put up-to-date info for evacuation information. It doesn't exist. We do have the technology. I'm so frustrated. I had a little bit of a major in web design, and I can't. All of this is absolutely BS. I have put up emergency websites in 4 hours before, and I cannot believe this is what passes. It took me more than 3 hours to gather only 50% of the fires in Oregon evacuation information to put on my channel. So we definitely have to just completely change everything. Why does the sheriff have to do the job of the wildfire experts with telling people evacuations, Their job is to go get the criminals and for the most part. Absolutely horrendous, this state of discombobulation. I've also listened to earlier today, why don't all the officials have one app on their phone or their iPads here with one map where they push a button and say, hey, this is insane. Hey, I've seen a hot spot here, or I want the scout plane to go here. They could press a button like in the Waze app and say, go scout this, Instead, what we were hearing about today is each little different department and each different pilot has a different map, and they seem to be paper maps. So the incident commander was telling a scout plane to go to a specific spot, and for 30 minutes he goes, I'm sorry, I'm checking my maps. Which maps should I be looking at? Which map should I be looking at? This lack of coordination is unacceptable, but at least the bright silver lining here is we can fix it. But holy mackerel, this explains why some of the critical delays of fighting these fires is why they get so big. It's not because fires are bigger because of atmospheric gases and stuff. It's just hideously old technology and outdated methods. I've seen time and time again in these fires, as I've monitored them for more than 2 weeks now, every single waking hour, listening to live chatter, that same thing happened in Oregon in the Clackamas County. There was fire crew that immediately went to a burning structure. Then they couldn't enter it because the natural gas line was not turned off. They called the natural gas company to come and turn off the line. And they got lost because a bunch of the roads were closed and blockaded. They didn't have the up-to-date information on the blockaded roads that the firemen had. So it was a 48-minute delay for their arrival. It was a 48-minute estimated time of arrival, but by just how far away they were. And they actually showed up more than an hour later with the firefighters sitting there the whole time. I never heard of them actually entering the structure. I think by that time it was kind of a loss. But if they have the same maps, you know, a lot of these situations wouldn't be so bad. And this is absolutely making me pull my hair out. This is good. You know, we can write all this down. And if we just change these things, we're going to have way better fire seasons in the future. As we tradition out of the dark ages, you know, of the paper maps, and people getting out magnifying glasses to read the fine print and stuff. So Martin says Mount Emma is northwest of the boundaries of the Bobcat Fire, and Mount Sally's is north. You're right. Right. So, yep, Highway 2. Yeah, I did find Mount Sally, but I was hoping we could find a Mount Sally webcam or maybe a Mount Emma one. So the good news there is, even though they had to ground the tankers because there's an idiot flying a drone at Mount Wilson, or at least half the tankers, and the others have been moved away, at least they finished a dozer line at Mount Emma. So I can't believe that. This is a bunch of unbelievable stuff here, guys. Unbelievable. So let's see here. Maybe we can Google up a Mount Emma webcam. Mount Emma, LA.
Don't quote me. Drop point 75. But I would go in the general direction of Angeles Crest Highway and Big Tahunga, Upper Big Tahunga.
Victor, copy. I'll relay the information, get them head that way. And then you got 1104 from this division was given to Rash, along with the water tender, so we have nothing over here.
Copy. You'll be working for Division Delta, which is Halverson.
I'm sorry, there's apparently some road construction outside, so I gotta mute myself.
Yeah, just remember, he's not working on V4, he's working on NISI command.
Victor, copy.
I'm still looking for a Mount Emma webcam or a Mount Sally. If anybody has one and has found one, please let me know. And I'm checking the link out, Sherlock, that you shared. Let me see. Sweet, thank you very much for looking for me.
Ryan?
What the heck?
Victor, Branch 5, I got some more information about reporting location.
I have to go see what the heck kind of massive vehicle is out there. Be right back.
Branch 5 from Victor, you're broken.
Yeah, from Branch 5, additional on reporting location. Break. Hidden Springs off Angeles Forest Highway, section Paul Bravo 50.
Copy is Hidden Springs.
Okay, firm.
Hey, 5 Golf, Mike, on command, you got me? Yeah, can you hear me? Other side. I'm seeing some smoke production to the south west of you. Can you see those couple little columns? Can you got any eyes on it from where you're at?
Air tech copy.
Hey, 5 Golf on command. You're broken there.
On a certain IP and elevation, or just on Division Delta?
You got a couple small columns coming up, nothing substantial, and smoke's going pretty much straight up. Just wanted to let you know there's some activity behind you. Yeah, copy that. I'm going to be checking out this side for a little bit longer, then I'll get to a better vantage point. Houston, Mike, hey, up on V4.
Air attack 5-2 on National. Attack 5-2, like to initiate flight following inbound to the Bobcat Fire or relieve 2 on board, 4.5 hours of fuel, 90 minutes time en route to confirm AFF. Angeles, Los Padres there, attack 5-2, cancel flight following, we have Angeles. Quebec, branch 5. Go. Are you in cell service?
Yeah, I believe so. I'm down here on the desert floor of Port Zone.
I'm off of Largo Vista. You're that far out?
Turned on to Fort Tahoe off of Box Gap. I'm going to chime in, tie it with the dozers.
Alright, where do you want to meet? Actually, I'm going to send you something so you can see some IR little isolated pockets of heat close to the line.
Copy that. If you're going to come down Largo or go north on Largo, you'll get cell reception as soon as you get out of the mouth of that canyon there.
Yeah, I picked that up.
Okay, I've muted that for a second. I am back. I'm sorry about that brief absence there, but I had to figure out what the heck was going on outside. That beeping truck was some part of a road work out there. So I haven't listened to that situation, but what was just mentioned, and that's another thing, is these fire crews can't talk to each other sometimes. Sometimes the radio is unintelligible because they're in remote wilderness. And they just said, we'll go to a different canyon, like drive to a different canyon, so you can get some cell phone service. And that's another clue that we actually need to have cell phone service in the wilderness if firefighting is going to be coordinated and thorough and with quick response. You need to have some sort of data so you can have a phone or an iPad, and so that they can all have the same maps and look at the same maps at once, and be able to communicate quickly between each other. If one of them gets in trouble and they can't get the radio reception, they need it. So just it's another lesson to learn here, that we need to actually care about people that live rurally enough to give them decent cell phone service and internet, because when the firefighters go out to the rural areas, that's exactly what they need too. And so they are dependent on extremely expensive satellite phones sometimes, and so just many departments just don't have them. So it's a sad day. How long has cell phone service been around? For more than 20 years, affordable cell phone service, and yet the companies have been allowed to only put it in the high population regions. Telephone service only came out to rural regions when Congress mandated it, because that's the way they like to operate. It costs them a lot of money to put rural service out there when there's fewer clientele than just sticking them in the middle of LA. So that's another thing, another silver light here at the around this horrible dark cloud of disaster. So with a couple of strokes of a pen, we can have a whole different situation, and we can have revitalize the economy if people that live rurally can have access to what we take for granted in cities, fast internet and the online classes and the like, So, ouch, right in my ear there was a really loud, I gotta crank that down, radio crackle. So, yeah, and like Sherlock Jones is saying in the chat, I wonder if the smoke can take out GPS. And yeah, and a lot of these cameras right now that they could use to monitor the situation, like I've been using. I've been using a bunch of cameras to monitor the smoke and where the fire's at. And let's go back here to that. We've been, like here, I can just click on this. But you know what? If they don't have cell phone service or data plan out there, they could be on the other side of this hill and not see this at all. They can be completely unaware of this. So I can have better eyes on a fire from my armchair a different state away, thousands of miles away, or anybody else thousands of miles away, can have better eye on the fire and a better idea of what's going on than the actual firefighters on the ground, and that's completely unacceptable. So, but we can fix the problem. Couple strokes of a pen, we can change laws. And I think this is very good. I'm impressed with how much this whole mountain chain here is full of webcams. And if we just do this in other places, we can have some great monitoring. How they used to have those lookout towers before that were manned with people with binoculars, at the turn of the century. Well, we could just rebuild some of those towers and have 360-degree views of not only just webcams, but FLIR webcams, the infrared webcams that can see heat, just like a reptile can see the rat, and in an orange see the heat of the rat. Those pit vipers, that's what they are. So lesson learned here. It's another part of my notes. 5G technology will be critical to this because it can transport a lot of data really quickly, and for the love of cars, people stop being afraid of 5G. People are terrified of 5G, and my friend in Australia, I lost contact with him for a bit last month. We were talking about very serious stuff, and he was one of my clients. I was teaching him computers online, and he just goes offline for a week, and I hadn't heard from him. He said some idiot took some sort of a vehicle like a truck and rammed down a fence and rammed into the 5G tower and tried to light it on fire because people think it has something to do with COVID-19. I just can't imagine the stupidity of that entire BS system. A very smart person I knew got fearful of it and said, well, maybe it's just weakening our immune systems with this high radioactivity. I'm like, radioactivity? What? I'm listening to the radio. I hope they got that drone under control because some idiot grounded the airplanes because they was flying a personal drone. Hang on a second.
Little Rock Reservoir, that piece that we were talking about going direct. I'm going to try to get a better spot, but I might want to get copter support, rotor support to knock those down a little bit, depending how close they are to the edge. Okay, yeah, I got eyes on them right now. They're just sitting in that spot, and with the other priorities, we'll just hold on that for now unless you see a threat. Yeah, copy that. Where's your location? You have a good sight on that. 87th and Mount Emma at the hell spot. Copy that.
Okay, I copied that too. 87th and Mount Emma at the helicopter pad. That's where they're currently at, looking at the fire, and saw a new flare-up up by, let's see, I'll show you. They saw a new flare-up at the Little Rock Reservoir, which is right here. So they were putting out that hot spot yesterday, this whole red line here. And it looks like they're going to go monitor the situation. But yeah, I can't believe it. Actually, the people who are trying to take down the 5G towers think that the radiation is a big concern because it's a higher frequency than regular other frequencies. You know what, guys? Your TV remote control is a higher frequency than 5G. It does not affect your health. There was a very smart person otherwise. You know, there's an old saying, and I keep repeating, fear makes smart people dumb. And it's just an instinct, you know, if you let it, if you say some fearfulness, I mean, it's in psychology, it's human instinct to believe something scary before you believe something hopeful, because the scary thing is actually perhaps a threat to you. So, but that's the base, dumb kind of way to think about things. And whenever you get scared, just pause and say, hey, I'm not scared of that, let's research it. And then only be scared of it if you can verify it's something that's actually going to threaten you. Yeah, Sherlock Jones is 5G is just more bandwidth and a slightly higher frequency than our current like 4G on the phone. I pointed it out. This lady was saying, I don't like the radiation. Maybe that's why we all have COVID. No, we all have COVID because they didn't do effective quarantine measures like they did for SARS and MERS. And then it was a complete option for governments to ignore it until it got out of control. New viruses and such come out of the wilderness all the time. You know, the animal-based viruses, and they've been doing it for a long time. You know, a lot of them are like tularemia. You know, tularemia was discovered like in the 70s. You know, like HIV came out, you know, early, actually it was undiscovered. It came out in the 20s, you know, then MERS and SARS, you know, they wiped out the face of the planet because they just decided to find everybody who's infected and isolate them. And this time we just completely screwed that up. Has nothing to do with cell phone towers, but there was a crazy conspiracy theorist organization. They all attacked cell phone towers at once and rammed them with trucks and absolutely knocked a big chunk of Australia off of the internet last month because they're just being idiots. You know, but 5G is going to help us all here with keeping track of these fires. It is absolutely nothing to be afraid of. It's going to give firefighters real time the ability to have communications with each other in the wilderness and high-speed communication. They could download maps like, you know, that they need. Really detailed, you know, huge maps that may be a gigabyte or more in size, so they can zoom in and zoom in and zoom in to really, you know, little areas. You know, zoom into a tiny little fire access road and put their finger on it. Oh, there is a log over the access road right here. And instantly, somebody can come there and clear it, you know. And then they can coordinate. Like, they were stuck for more than 48 minutes here on the Bobcat Fire, where there was arcing power lines that were down over the road. And just like in Oregon, it was a repeat. The maps that they were looking at were better than, you know, the power company's maps, who were trying to make their way up there and figure it out. And so there was a huge delay between just getting the power company up there, turn off the lines. And so, you know, good morning. Yeah, good morning, Morris. Hey, I'm feeling a little better today, got good rest. But once again, I'm just frustrated by the very preventable, you know, we have the technology, we're just not utilizing it stuff. So I don't know the status of the drone, if they've actually arrested the idiot up there with it, but we just saw all the tankers pulled off the firefight near, at least for a while. I don't know if they're back because I had to go, but by the Mount Wilson Observatory, because an idiot was flying a drone and they were worried about the tankers crashing. So a lot of them returned to San Bernardino, but before then, they had an amazing response on the fire where tanker after tanker were seeing DC-10s, a Lockheed EC-130. I mean, wow, you don't see a lot of those big, older cargo planes anymore, military planes. They have a lot of Sikorskys out there. They had a fleet of like more than 10 copters and like 8 tankers, a lot of DC-10s, and even a McDonnell Douglas. DC-87, I've never even heard of that plane, but a lot of the big passenger planes in the past that were rolling up and doing drops, and then they all got torn off of it. They said, everybody land, everybody go back to San Bernardino, because one idiot goes up to the Mount Wilson area with a drone. He's flying up there. He must have been on a ridge top, because the drone's altitude was 6,000 feet. Ah, insane. So for their safety, they had to land, and I'm looking back at the situation. I still don't see the tanker response earlier, so I think most of them are still grounded. In fact, this plane that's going past, I think, is at a very high altitude. It has nothing to do with the firefight. I don't think so. I'm not really sure. But you're just seeing a couple. There's one lead plane just scouting, and just a couple of helicopters there anymore. So I was crushed by that. Like, we also need technology to put transponders in all drones so that all planes can see the drones around them. And then the FAA is now currently looking, like, with binoculars. Like, with binoculars for the idiot with the drone up there. With more technology, you know, they would be able to find who that is, what craft that is, call them and say, land now. You know, this stuff makes me tear my hair out, because these issues are all optional. We just don't have our stuff together. So a silver lining about all this is that, you know, we can fix all these things, but we have to make an effort to do that. Oh, Sherlock says they're going to confiscate the drone. Yeah, it was at 6,000 feet, so I don't believe that they were on the valley floor. I believe somebody went up to the... In fact, that's what I was going to look up. What's the Mount Wilson elevation? It's around 5,000. Mount Wilson elevation. Yeah, it's 5,712 feet. So, you know, regular drones for people, when they launch their drone, the limit that the software will let you go is 350 feet up, and so that is about right. So the guy is at the top of Mount Wilson, just flying around going, and he may even have innocent, you know, dumb innocent things like, oh boy, I'm documenting how they saved the observatory. But you know what, guys? No, it's illegal. No, don't do it. Don't fly near active fires. Everybody who gets a drone license knows that. The person here doing it is either unlicensed, complete idiot, or something in between. So they're working on the north side of the fire, yeah. So they were so confused. The C-130 plane first reported the drone, and just for more than 25 minutes they were making phone calls, because the bigger drones are military and they help the fire. They can be the size of an airplane or the size of a life raft, but if anything the size of a toaster, that's usually a civilian, you know, hobbyist. And so I'm so frustrated. You know, I'm a drone pilot myself, by the bad behavior of some people. This will get our sport banned, guys. Stop it. Stop it. Be smart. So anyway, sorry. Now I'm still trying to find some webcams. So I'm going to go back up and read chat. If anybody wants to know about any fire status, let me know. And Sherlock or anybody, does anybody know why the heck, you know, YouTube continues to vex me? It threw my channel offline in the middle of the night. I got it back up and running at 5 in the morning. And so I've been streaming for about 7 hours straight now. And when I woke up, that, you know, YouTube decided to disconnect. I don't think I had any problem with the internet that I can tell. But what I am vexed by is I've been trying to change the title of the stream to the Bobcat Fire. It's one of the biggest LA county's ever had. Everybody's concerned. I mean, the entire town of Pasadena is on alert, or at least was. You know, Palmdale is a bit nervous about this. There's a lot of people who just lost their homes at Juniper Hills. And I can't even change the title to monitoring the Bobcat Fire because that button is missing from YouTube Studio. Yeah, YouTube just hates streamers. I continue to pull my hair out. They deleted my 170-hour video. In fact, they just never decided to save it. And then when I wondered why it wasn't visible, because I had 24,000 views, or 11,000 independent people, so people kept coming back to watch. Everybody's commenting, where's the video, because it says not found. Anybody who bookmarked it. I read in the fine print as I was like, where is this? They've had 48 hours to upload it. And YouTube no longer saves videos longer than 12 hours. Are you kidding me? I put 170 hours of work into it. I had lightning strike my house or my yard while I was streaming with that amazing... That's never going to happen to me again. That would be one of the most viral clips ever. YouTube streamer gets struck, building gets struck by lightning. It's gone forever. They freaking deleted it. Yeah. Oh, this is just insane, unacceptable. I was, and it's going to be on their servers for a bit, so I desperately tried to contact them and say, where's my video, guys? Can you please have an exception here and post my video? I stopped recording it as I was streaming because I was starting to run out of hard drive space. And I think the vast majority of it is gone. I was just in tears over that. The most audience I've ever had ever. I mean, it's not like I'm pretty new to this, but that's incredible that somebody starts streaming and gets 24,000 views. That made my channel extremely popular, and I am so floored and humbled by that. But people want to watch it. This is for the historical record that I constantly made comments and was play-by-play monitoring all the western fires, because this is going to be a fire thing that's going to be, people are going to study this strange weather phenomenon, this freak thing, just like the perfect storm. Meteorologists will be looking at this, and firefighter crews will be studying this all the way into the future. 300 years into the future, they're going to be talking about this, just like they talk about the Tillamook burn now from 1933. And they just deleted it. So even though that broke me, that broke my heart, and I just wanted to wash my hands and just go cry, I came back. But yeah, I concur. Sherlock, YouTube just hates streamers, confirmed. Guys, YouTube makes its money by putting ads on these popular videos. It was going to be popular for the next 200 years, you idiots. Sorry, I'm very critical about this. Wow. But yeah, I was, there was a feedback button. You can bet I utilized that for some very intense feedback. Not abusive language, but very intense feedback about how much I hated this. Yeah, the moment I came back, I felt better because people said, welcome back, and I'm providing important information and stuff, and I that's why I'm here. I'm still helping people, but my enthusiasm is gone. I'm in a state of shock. My enthusiasm for the future is not, and for new technology and learning and training people is not gone, but for covering this live, I have to do stupid things now. Like, I have to end my stream every 12 hours to make sure that YouTube will save it and people can watch it again. So I'm on a countdown right now. And every time I do that, I'm starting a new stream and I get less and less prioritized. That's the way it works. So right now I'm suggested to the people who might be affected by this, by the series of tragedies. And that, the more viewers you have, the more suggestions it is on people's feed. And it shows up and people can click. And the more audience I reach. And so now that I have to end the stream every 12 hours, I'm starting over from scratch. It would be like having to promote my video on Reddit and all the other places every single time. And this is wrecking it. A lot fewer and fewer people are going to be seeing the videos. I am upset. I think in the future, other platforms are what I'm going to explore. That's for sure. Or concurrently streaming to different platforms at the same time. If anybody knows more about that, get in touch with me personally. I gotta go back to monitoring the fires now, but I absolutely am broken by that. The footage of lightning striking my building or right next to it twice in an hour, YouTube decided to delete. All the firefighter commentary, all of the live covering, that was a staggering amount of data. The live desperate struggles to save properties. We were listening live to the firefighters on the radio, night after night, day after day. 170 hours of that I captured live. YouTube deleted it. Anyway, so that's the current state. That worked me up into an absolute state of emotional exhaustion and physical exhaustion yesterday. Glad to report I got some sleep. But holy mackerel. Anybody who's just tuning in, go ahead and tell me in the chat, and I will go ahead and look at any different fire you want me to look at. We are continuing to monitor this critically bad situation with one of LA's most dangerous fires ever. It's already taken the life of a firefighter. And so it's a very, very dangerous work here. So we continue to monitor the other western fires, that's for sure. If you want me to tell you about their updates, just let me know. If you have any questions about fire behavior, just let me know. But, I continue to mostly monitor by air the air attacks, which I hope will resume as soon as they find the dang drone operator and just put cuffs on him. So they said they were going to confiscate the drone. I hope so. I hope that's a warning to others. This lives could be lost, property could be lost. Historic buildings and people's animals can be lost. So, sorry, let's go back to the task at hand. So, I'm looking back up at chat.
I'm seeing a Bobcat switching over, 1217.
Alright, dozer crews continue to arrive on the scenes. They're kind of converging on Big Pines right now. They have a lookout tower up there. So, I'm going to check out the weather bug link to see if there's some webcams. That would be cool. So let me check that out. So the South Pasadena Middle School. Oh yeah, we can see a time lapse there. I'll show it to you if this is good. Yeah, this is good. So yeah, this is what we're seeing. South Pasadena. Go back. Stop. Go back. Here's a time lapse from Pasadena Middle School. Thank you so much for getting us this view. That must be nighttime. But scary for everybody in this area to see this out the window from your school. Imagine the kids' anxiety. Oh, and then here's the smoke cover the next day. So unhealthy. Yeah, absolutely unreal. So Pasadena was on level 1 evacuation preparedness notice, and we could see why. So, yeah, thank you for that information. Let's go. Let's continue the hunt for some webcam videos. So this is lower elevation, looking at the current seat of the fire. We can see the red retardant here from some of the drops. Wow, we can see it spreading. That was a different view. There's a little bit of a hot spot right here on the hill. So yeah, I'm enthusiastic about the future. If we can get FLIR cameras up here on these towers, that's what we're looking at, is like tower cams. But like you were saying in chat, it's true. They've been dealing with these fires. They had a bad one in 1919 that was deadly. One of the worst losses of firefighters, I believe, was that incident. Wow, that lens is dirty. I thought that was an airplane. It's not. It's a dirty lens. But like I was saying, if they put some FLIR cameras up here that could sense temperature and heat, just like snakes can see rats in the dark, Mount Wilson West. This is Mount Wilson West. Yikes.
Drones, they're still observing the activity.
Drone activity? Hang on. They're talking about busting the drone dude. Yikes.
Charles 1, that's affirmative. Air attack did not make any visible contact. It was the tankers, and they're currently not flying.
Dang. Yeah, tankers are not flying because the idiot with the drone is by Mount Wilson.
Copy. We'll be working our way through the neighborhoods.
Well, so driving around looking for this idiot, and maybe the scout planes or the choppers, but they're taking extreme risks, the scout planes and choppers, as we can see here with the this view here. This is where the tankers were. They're grounded, and so the little copters are away from the drone activity, which is up here, but I think the scout plane is still trying to see if the idiot is still up there. And so he just asked a dispatch, did anybody see the drone recently? And they said, no, that was the tankers who reported that, and they're grounded over at San Bernardino Airport. You could see their trail as they went over here and landed. He said, no, the dozer crew saw it recently. So they're up there looking for it, and I can't wait for them to put handcuffs on that person. I hope they get caught. This is just so sad to see this. They need to get a handle on this, because if they don't, this is kind of a ticking time bomb situation. Later...
Angeles Air Tech 1-2 on National.
Hopefully an update.
Operations Air Tech, Air Ground Command. Been relieved by Air Tech 5-2, returning back to San Bernardino, 10 minutes en route. Operations, Bobcat Air Attack, Air to Ground Command.
Wow. Air Attack Command. I believe the highlighted plane in orange is returning to San Bernardino because it's too dangerous to fly there with the dang drone. Unbelievable. As we just heard. Okay, so I continue to monitor this. Now that the air attacks have dropped, this is expanding. Wow. So you can see the fire line here, the retardant, this orange and red, this is retardant. But they kept dropping some to try to save this observatory, Mount Wilson Observatory. The fire's to the north of it. It's going to come closer to it again.
704.
Look, it just changed.
Kentucky, go ahead for 704.
This is a very fast updating webcam. This is a great one. Thank you for sharing. I do believe this is this is Mount Wilson looking west, but the fire...
Go back, branch 5, B4.
Go ahead.
Location.
185th, Fort Dog.
Yeah.
Fort Dahone.
Hey, Mike, you're going to have to repeat your message. I just turned the rig back on and the radios went dead.
QQ, branch 5, repeat.
You're going to have to repeat your message if you had one for me.
Ugh. Yeah, that cloud's getting bigger. The fire is picking up today. And to hear that they just stopped air attacks because of an idiot with a drone. Yeah, reading chat, Sherlock said somebody should shoot it down. I would be satisfied with that. I think they should dispatch, Edwards military bases up there. Let's have an exercise. This is actually very rational. I'm not saying this from an emotional point of view. My emotional side would love to see that thing spin out of the sky. But in reality, it would be a good military exercise because in the Middle East, like in the Syria fight, there were a lot of terrorists that were packing, regular civilian drones with explosives and trying to fly them.
Branch 5, what's your location?
Fly them at our troops. They need to be able to practice this. This is doing as much damage as a bombing to LA County. Honestly, it's doing more damage than if, say, the Japanese had shelled the hills, in World War II. So I would consider this a military thing. If we think about it, these natural disasters have done much more damage to the country than pretty much any war we've ever been in. That would be good if we can focus our military power towards preventing national disasters. It would be a good experience for them. It'd be good. I mean, what's the point of the military? To protect the country? I'm gung-ho about that. Let's, if I were in charge of something, I'd be picking up the phone and calling Edwards and saying, this is your mission. Search and destroy. They would, they probably have, you know, Predator drones or something over there. Detect the heat signature from that thing and fire. Or better yet, they probably have a little radio jammer. If it loses contact with satellites, if it jammed the GPS signal, the thing would fall out of the sky by itself because they steady themselves and know their own altitude based on the GPS. So, in fact, that might be the kind of a technology they have, is to get... Laughing my ass off, I wish you were in charge. Yeah, Sherlock, shouldn't I be? Shouldn't I be? You know what, I bet this technology exists. It's probably classified, but you can make a drone crash by giving it a new signal and making it think that it's higher altitude than it is, or give it a command, just like, you know, the person with the remote control. Take over that signal and make it just go, cut the rotors, and it will just fall out of the sky. These things steady themselves. They steady themselves and keep, you know, there's something called manual trim on the drones that are not connected to satellites, like the tiny ones that fit in the palm of your hand. So that's very difficult to fly them, because whether or not they're tilted left and right, like on a boat, trim is holding steady of the horizontal line, right? If you're on a jet ski and your trim is off, then you nosedive and go underwater for a second with the jet ski. Or else, you know, it might be nose up too much, right? So trim is being level. And currently the way drones work is that satellites tell them whether or not they're level. Oh, look at that moving picture of the fire. Yeah. And I can show you again here. There's just 2 copters in the general area, but all the tankers and air command is now going back to San Bernardino and landing until they get this drone. Yeah, turn off the controller and it will land where it took off. True, and then you follow it to the jerk who is operating it. There you go. There you go. I like your thinking. You know what? You're promoted. You're my right hand. You know what? If the country descends into chaos and anarchy, then, you know, we have to step up to the plate, you and I, and you're going to be my right hand. How about that? At least you're going to be in charge of my personal military, my imaginary one. Alright. So, we continue to monitor this. Really? You're a trick pilot then. Sherlock Jones is saying, I turned off my rotors mid-flight, did a flip, and was able to start them back up when falling. Woohoo! What kind of drone were you flying? Was it one of those racers? I would never be able to do that with mine. I've got a DJI Phantom imitation called the Xiaomi 4K. Yeah, just like the makers of the cell phones Xiaomi. It's like Xiami, but it's pronounced Xiaomi. It looks like Xiaomi, but it's Xiaomi. Yeah, that thing was like $350. It takes 4K images. It's pretty good for imitation. But it sounds like you got the more sophisticated kind of racer. You have an old Phantom? You did that on an old Phantom? You cut the rotors, flipped it, and recovered? Holy... Do you have footage of that? I'd love to see that. I think drones are going to help firefighting in the future, but for now, when they don't have transponders and they can't... You know, the sad thing is if it was just a transponder on the drone, just like all the other aircraft. So, folks, this is how we're watching the aircraft. We can see them here because they all have a transponder, which is a little radio beacon. So, just like air traffic control sees this is what air traffic control sees too. We can see it. That's the whole point of this app, Flight Radar 24. So, I believe all drones should have to have a transponder because this is how aircraft can see each other in air traffic control. But why not drones too? They should be able to see them. The primitive state of things right now. You do on your Facebook? Sweet. Yeah, can you link that? That would be cool. If this is like going back to 1930s technology for airplanes, where the airplanes used to have to basically telephone in, like pick up the radio and tell towers where their location was, and that's the way it was until there was a mid-air collision over the Grand Canyon. That's if you watch the show Mayday, that's one of the first big airplane wrecks that took a lot of lives. In fact, I think that was the deadliest wreck up until that point in history. I mean, that was like the 30s or something like that. And that's when they figured that they actually should have radar to track planes.
Down by one.
Yeah. That scared me. Okay, I'm going to tone that down. So then they came up with something better called transponders. So air traffic control can see on a screen everybody's elevation, right? And now they keep airplanes 1,000 feet above or below each other. And that's why it looks like airplanes are stacked. And it looks really dangerous. It's like, oh, there's going to be a mid-air collision right here. Well, these planes are at least 1,000 feet above or below each other. And they do that effortlessly. We have a lot fewer crashes today, relatively, than back in the day. And this also allows, like in fog, there's a lot fewer fog and visibility crashes where they couldn't see the mountain in front of them, because once planes got a transponder, the tower goes, dude, pull up. And that's a lot of lives are saved like that every day at various airports. So why drones don't have a transponder? The air traffic controls are blind to them. Why they don't have it just completely makes me nuts, because this is what every pilot should be seeing too. In fact, they don't have cockpit screens unless it's like the new little private jets. I think this is what pilots should be seeing. They should see terrain images like this so they don't smack into mountains. Remember the Kobe Bryant thing? That was a visibility crash, and why those still exist, I can't understand. Power consumption, well, right now drones, it's a cost thing, but transponders are also a little bit heavy, but you can miniaturize them if you like put your back into it. You know, they can have a different kind of transponder. You know, they're like a toaster sized box in an airplane, as far as I know. If any pilot is listening, can tell me about it. That's the old style, but now that, especially with 5G technology, you could have something the size of your pinky finger with an antenna the length of your pinky finger, like a little wire. Even that would be much better than nothing. Just signaling to the nearest cell phone tower, and then once the cell phone tower gets it, then air traffic control would get it. I mean, they're big in an aircraft because the transponder goes for thousands of miles. You know, and some of them talk to space, you know, some of them talk to satellites. Don't ask me exactly how it works, but, you know, back in the day, that's how Hawaii tracked a lot of the aircraft leaving Hawaii's airport. And that's a transponder, you had a radio signal. But today, you know...
Charles 11, Charles 1.
Oh my God, that scared me again. Yeah, I mean, the drones already are talking to GPS. Receiving GPS, sorry, they're not transmitting to GPS. Actually...
K&E trail up to the gate, and the little spurs off of that are checked and clear.
Yeah, they're talking about having the dozer crews meet up or something right now. But actually, they do. They receive the GPS. No, the drones do not talk to the satellites. They just receive, just like our cell phones. And that's why they can't find them. Otherwise, it would be able to, finding this thing would have been 1, 2, 3. They just receive GPS signals. That's why your Garmin, navigator on your dash of your car can't unfortunately save your life. If you're in the wilderness, it's only receiving map information from the satellites. It can't tell the satellites help. you know, yeah. So that's currently the way it works. It's much more expensive and usually a subscription plan. I have something called the spot locator for when I go into the wilderness. If I need help, I push it and help comes to me wherever I'm at because it's talking to the satellites. I'm sorry, I have to listen to that. I heard the word evacuation warning. Wow. Sorry. That's just my point right there. They've been having problems talking to each other on either sides of the hills because there's no radio service and no cell phone service. Ironically, there's these giant radio towers up there, so you could listen. You could get great FM and AM reception to your favorite radio station. So, here's the drone flip. Okay. Do you mind if I show it on the show? You're not going to sue me later when I monetize? Is it okay to show that? Because I don't. If you don't want me to show that, that's okay. I respect, your copyright. I have to ask. I'll either look at it personally now and other people can with a link, or I could show it now. Show it? Okay. Alright, I wanted to make sure I'm respecting you here. So let me go ahead and open that link in a different window and get that set up. I can't believe this. This is going to be some acrobatic stuff. It says this content isn't available right now. Visit the help center. What? No. It just says content ain't available right now. Let me refresh. What? Go to the news feed. Why the heck would I want to see news on Facebook? Okay, so let's troubleshoot that, but I do want to show that. That would be really cool. Yeah, does the link work for you? Or is there a different share button with a different link? Maybe you copied it out of the URL up there. Try the actual share button link and see what that does. So while we're waiting for the air attacks to resume on the Bobcat Fire, they have been called off on some of the hot spots because there's an idiot. Oh, you'll upload it to YouTube? Sounds good. I've already got... This is hilarious. So sorry, to finish what I just said. There's an idiot with a drone, like a civilian Yahoo, who's over at Mount Wilson, flying it around at 6,000 feet. I mean, Mount Wilson's elevation is 5,700, so he's only probably flying at 300 feet off the ground. But that's the same elevation as the pilots, so all of them went and got grounded. And so we're nervously watching... See what I mean? That's what it's saying. It's not available. So we're nervously watching this web series of webcams. This one's updating. Not this one. The other one was updating pretty frequently. This one keeps getting closer to the Mount Wilson Observatory, which they're desperately trying to save, the historic 116-year-old astronomy lab. They were just, I'll just show you. This is the scene now, and this was the scene days ago. Now, days ago. This has been awful. This has been absolutely awful. So, oh, hang on, they're talking about the personal aircraft. Let's see if they're catching the guy. Hang on.
Branch 1 or Alpha Trainee air attack, go ahead.
I want to hear that they've caught this drone person. Air attack, go ahead. Anyway, there's an actual, they're driving up into the hills trying to find the idiot with the drone who grounded all the tankers. Can't believe it. I clearly heard that. I just hit unmute. They said something about the blah 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 drone. Just updated again. You know what I can do is make a time lapse. Last 15 minutes. Look, this is just the last 15 minutes, guys. This is such an active fire. All the tankers just got grounded. You can see right here, this is their red retardant line that they were able to drop, but they had to just cease that. And this is coming up to threaten the observatory. It's just, Let me refresh it. Let's make a new time lapse from the past 12 hours. Let's do that. Oh my God, look. Wow. Let me get to the controls of the time lapse. It's creating the time lapse. Hang on a second. But that's the way it was at night. With the infrared vision, white is heat. White is either light or heat. So hang on, it's making it. Okay, it created the video, and they said something about something about last time I saw something was still holding, but they didn't talk about the drone. So this is a 12-hour time lapse of the same camera. So you can see how through the night this went rampaging through here. They've been working so hard to save the observatory. And if this drone idiot causes it to burn down, I'm going to be so mad. So here's dawn. Here's this morning. There was... So this is 10 o'clock, 10:15, 10:25, getting towards now. See, it's coming right up the hill towards the observatory. Jeez. And they had to ground more than an hour ago because the idiot with the drone, and look how close the fire is getting. Oh, unbelievable. We keep listening, hoping that they've made an arrest, and that's when they're going to get the tankers out of San Bernardino again and hit this. So this is the last 12 hours of the fire. This is a desperate, desperate attempt to save the Mount Wilson Observatory. And so around 11 something is when the idiot with the drone was spotted. They're still looking for it. They won't put the tankers, look at the stars going by. They won't get the tankers back until they can be safe, because drone strike will take down a plane like bird strike. Unintelligible garbage. Oh. They're talking normally again, okay. Tango, Tango, branch 5.
5, go for Tango, Tango, V4.
Did your operation start, or is that just doing it by itself?
Mother Nature, sir.
Oh.
From way back here, it looks pretty good.
Yeah, I have Camp 8, 8 Bravo, I believe, looking at it, and also I've been in contact with BD. I'm trying to get a hold of Air Attack, and no contact at this point, just trying to get in the rotation for copters.
Yep.
Yeah, I know, he's never come over here. I tried to hail him for a couple hours.
Okay.
I was just saying there's a pretty good buffer there. I'm not too concerned at this point, but if it does get up and running, do we have the availability for the scoopers if need be?
Tango, branch 5A firm. That would probably be beneficial. That way we could take all other priorities out of the mix.
Yeah, they're getting me a good assessment, and once they get back to me, if needed, I'll let you know.
Tango, Division Golf, D4.
Go ahead, sir.
Hey, we got air tac up earlier, and we actually requested 2 copters. Our ground contact has them staggering, so I believe there might be one available. But if necessary, we can share. I'm just trying to keep this fire in check from climbing through Dawson Saddle.
All right, I understand. Copy that, Garrett. Yeah, if you guys run out of targets, let us know, and I'll pass them off to our guys.
I'm right here in Dawson Saddle in between the OC both operations, so weigh that out. If we can get that second copter, I'll get that going for you, and we'll just kind of stagger them.
Copy, thanks.
Okay. Yeah, ow, that hurt my ears. I'm going to tone it down. I'll turn it back on again if it's...
It is moving more to the west, but yeah, nothing we have will be effective in there. We are starting some tanker operations. Barley Flat, across the 2, and then again, hopefully get up to Mount Wilson, Red Box Road.
Okay, I keep trying to summarize what they just said and they keep talking, but that's pretty good information.
We will keep an eye on that. Definitely know that you guys are up there, and like I said, you got some structure protection in place and crews around there as well.
But not there. They're starting tanker options.
Branch 1 Alpha Trainee Air Attack, go ahead. Do you have any further traffic?
Not here. Elsewhere. Because they're just sitting there on the tarmac at San Bernardino.
Trainee Air Attack, Air to Ground Command.
They're going to drop it somewhere else. I think they're still looking for the idiot with the drone. Grounding the operation. See this here? What I keep trying to tell people we're looking at. This is a time lapse, and this is current. This is up until right now. It says 12:41 here. It's now 12:48. So we are watching this fire getting close to the historic Mount Wilson Observatory. So earlier in the day, they have been slamming it hour after hour after hour ever since kind of a couple hours off.
Training air attack.
A couple hours after dawn. And then what happened? Hang on a second. It's just gotten worse.
I don't show it assigned to the incident, but we can place a request for that if needed it.
I'm going to mute it and turn it back on if it's important. But what we just heard was just more and more bad news. This is current right now. This is the current image. You can see some of the buildings of the Mount Wilson Observatory here, like over here. So this is probably off the dome, and it's west camera, but it's now pointed north. I believe this is pointed north. Let me check. I can't. Anyway, so what happened? We just heard bad news. They had to call off all the tankers about 2 hours ago. And if I go back to this time-lapse video, 2 hours ago, see, they were getting a handle on it. Like earlier this morning, this is the situation about 8. They start... Yeah, I was just listening to it, but they start slamming it with the fire, with tankers around 9-ish or something. It's kind of strange you can't see the planes, but this kind of was getting up, and at 10 o'clock they had a major flare-up, so this is where they were trying to keep attacking it and keep attacking it. This is, I believe, north of the observatory. And then right about here, around 11, right about here around 11. This is when the air tankers, see, they were putting, I believe, over here, some actual retardant. You could see some of the retardant here, all around here to protect Mount Wilson. This is where the observatory is, right? And then this is when an idiot with a drone comes up to Mount Wilson and starts flying the drone about 350 feet, which is maximum height that you can, with like a, hobby drone that you buy at Best Buy type thing. And, but the elevation here is 5,700 feet, so 750 feet. So the drone was up there at 6,000 feet, which is about the same altitude as the air tankers. So they all grounded them because this idiot showed up with the drone. It was 25 minutes of confusion and just luck that none of them actually struck the drone. All of them were sent back to San Bernardino. So that was like 8 tankers, DC-10s, this giant Lockheed C-130, that's the kind of thing that used to transport tanks. A whole fleet of like 8 or 9 Sikorsky helicopters and others, 2 different scout and air attack command planes. So all of them have now left the vicinity and gone back to San Bernardino since this occurred around 11. They just said something about all Delta resources are now off the line. I don't know what that means, but so look what happens after they stop hitting it with the planes. Watch this. This is up until now, 11 o'clock until now. Look at how everything just changed and got so much worse, and the fire just comes so close to the observatory. So this is a current image, and I'm going to tune in to see if this is important. There is a bit of Morse code there. Hang on a second. But they're still looking for the drone, the idiot with the drone.
Firewatch 509 for IR recon on the Bobcat Fire.
Infrared recon, that's a plane.
Patrol 34, Angeles copies 1253.
Division 3 on 1011, I'll be changing locations to area 34.
Alright, I'm going to refresh. This is the very latest image as of 12:53. So last one was 12:41. This is 12:53. And at any time we can go up here and we can play the time lapse. I did the 12-hour time lapse. We can do the 1 hour.
Can you repeat your identifier?
Kansas Division 3 on 1011, I'll be changing locations to area 34.
To the Bobcat.
Yeah. The IR plane is one of them that's just... Okay, I'm going to turn that off a second. Let's go back to live images, live tracking of the planes. So the Aero Commander 690A, that's one of the ones we're following. It's kind of marked up the landscape with its endless cycles here, but this is where the massive fire is when we're looking on the webcam. This is Mount Wilson right down here, and looking north is where the massive fire is creeping up the hill to it from the north now. And when we were looking at this other image the other night, not this image, but that was from the south when the fire was at the south of it. This is the night of the 17th at 8 o'clock. Happy to note that they worked round the clock to save it, even though look how close it got. This is now. So last night and the previous nights, it was like this. Whew, and this is right now. Over here, there actually is a hot spot. You can see the actual smoke still there, but it's small. I believe it's burning up to their line here, where they made a line. So it's not of good concern, but this is looking south. This is a live image. And so what the problem is now is this is looking north. And so this was earlier today. Let's refresh this. Yeah, see how it's close again now? It's much closer. So they had to stop the fire drops over here because of the idiot with the drone in the area, and they still haven't found him. So the tankers have been sitting on the tarmac for close to 2 hours now, as we're just sitting here thinking unbelievable. They're doing like they're driving up the roads looking for the idiot with the drone, the little hobbyist drone. And they occasionally ask any of the helicopters in the area, have you seen it? They're like, no. The guy could have been completely unaware of all this chaos he caused and left for home already, saying, I got cool footage. If he puts it online, I hope he does, boy, is he going to get caught. Oh boy, is he going to get caught. You do not fly drones, commercial or hobby drones, near a fire. It's absolutely against the law. It's one of the first things you learn when you get your license. So it's either an unlicensed person or some sort of guy who knows he's doing wrong. So or lady, have to admit, could be a lady. Alright, we're listening to the pilots.
Angeles Rec 17, zone 12. Changing my location to the supervisor's office.
Copy, 1257.
Air Attack Command. Sorry.
So at Vantage Point, I saw the smoke production that I saw. Two of the closer ones are still holding true to the IR map, so they're right on the edge, but still holding. And then the bigger ones are deeper interior south of the Foxtrot bubble, so the wind's just coming out of the south, pushing them back into black, so those are good. No priority for rotor wing on that. And then the fixed wing plan with Bravo 49 is still solid. Copy. So that thing's got itself checked up pretty good still. Yeah, correct. Then those smokers are in some sparse fuel, so unless we got a good wind push, they should hold true. Copy. Nice work. Thanks.
To note, they're probably talking about the other hotspots. I hope they were talking about this line holding, because there was a dozer crew making a line around the it was a twin defense plan. So not only was there a dozer crew holding the line, but you could see the red drops of the retardant. They were trying to ring the mountain top. Well, now that's been adjourned because of the idiot with the drone, but at least maybe the ground crews could keep this going. So earlier we were hearing them chattering about, guys, if the ground crew needs it, can we at least get a copter up here? And they're saying, well, if they need it. If we go back here to, unfortunately, they're still not going to have the tankers. The tanker like this might be a tanker. No, this is a chopper. Yeah, the tankers are still on the ground, I think. They're going to different locations. I don't believe they're going back to where they were. I mean, I could be wrong, but yeah, this is just a lead plane back in that area, and just another helicopter. Oh, that's Air Attack 52. But yeah, the tankers are on the ground here at San Bernardino. And, oh, here's the C-130. Here's the C-130, like this one over here. That seems to be him, I think. Oh, it's a different one. There's two of them. Sweet. That's pretty sweet. The other one's on the ground. But they are not going to be dropping in that particular area, it looks like. So there's a different hotspot location, so I'll show you on the other map. Let me switch to it. So here's Forest Service. Let's pull it down. Let's pull that down. You can see that there's other hotspots that they're moving to.
A production shoot going on. Are you out in this area yet?
A production.
Currently, Crescent Drive and Skyview Drive area.
A production shoot. Does that mean like a film crew? that might explain the drone. Holy mackerel, some people maybe be trying to play journalist. It's a possibility.
Copy.
I don't know if it means film production crew. He just said production crew, but I think that might be what that means. They might even be up there saying, this is how they saved Mount Wilson. Oh, boy. If so, that's idiocy of top-notch caliber. We should have a series of awards that we hand out. Firefighting awards to awesome people who are not recognized in the, like the Razzie awards to the idiots that hampered the situation. Oh boy. Some of this you don't know whether to laugh or cry, you know. But where the tankers are going can be the other hot spots. They're just kind of avoiding this area, as far as I have been able to ascertain from the radio chatter. Yeah, but if it's a legit crew, they should have had clearance. No, they wouldn't have given them clearance. They would have said no. They would have said, you don't have clearance because we have tankers in the area, so just please shoot from the ground. I mean, that was my education. My most recent education is in video production. So I worked on some very minor movie sets, and we got to know the rules very intimately in the class, you know. And I've even known some people who broke them and then they got in trouble like they should have been. As a production crew, you do not fly your drone, even if it's, you know, for a documentary or whatever, unless you have explicit permission, and they would never have given it that with tankers in the air. They swoop so low, they almost scrape their bellies on trees to drop their retardant. I was watching, Torin was telling me how it was done. It's extremely high risk, low altitude passes to put precise drops, because if you think about it, water and retardant dropped through the air is a liquid. And so if you drop that high, the wind carries it away and dissipates it, and it's like completely useless. They gotta get real close. Really, really close. What's this one? Come in, Air Command. So as we can see here, there are no tankers in the area. This orange plane, that's just a placeholder icon. It's not a plane. That's this helicopter. It's just that it has the wrong icon. It's a huge helicopter. That's one dropping bucket water up there on that hot spots. They only have helicopters and the little scout planes out there right now. And even that's high risk with an unauthorized drone that flying at 6,000 feet. Wow. So they just said there's a, quote, production crew in the area. And so I believe that may be a film crew with their stupid drone out. This is just my assumption based on what they just said. Production crew could mean something else, but really that's in the business meaning a film production crew. So we will keep monitoring that situation, and I continue to struggle with YouTube. This is hour 8 that I have been trying to change. I've been trying to change the description for 8 hours, and YouTube won't let me.
10 from 5, go ahead.
Hey Mike, you got any water tenders that you can just ship one our way? It'll just be on loan. We won't need it for long. We've got a small spot on the south side of it too. We just need some support to keep the hose going.
Want to reconcile and confirm that all the tankers that were ordered for the Bobcat can be canceled.
Whoa. Huh. All of the tankers ordered.
10 from 5, reporting location. I might be able to stir one up for you.
Yes, Dawson Saddle. It can be just west of that, I guess, southwest, along the 2. Kind of where we all met yesterday with Brian.
Can't believe that. So what we just heard was
Drive time from Largo Vista and Big Pine.
Copy, water tender 80. As soon as we're done with them, we'll ship them back.
okay. Type 1 water tender, just so you know, is what he said off. He said, even better, thanks. So, yes, that's what we just heard, folks. All tankers on the Bobcat Fire assigned to it today can cancel. That's because of the idiot with the drone earlier at 11 in the morning when it was spotted. I don't think they've seen it since, except a tanker crew on the ground saw it. So they're trying to go and arrest that idiot with the drone, but all the tankers were canceled today. Sorry, all the air attack today on the tanker planes was canceled. We had multiple DC-10s. We had a McDonnell Douglas DC-87, I believe it said. Big passenger jets full of water just coming in like 10 at a time in a line. It was really cool to watch. We had those ex-military planes, 2 C-130s, giant Sikorsky helicopters, things, Vertols that look like hang on.
Can you let AirTech know that we've checked all of that with no results? I've also done a visual check with the binoculars of all the peaks and towers.
Okay, so they're
Visual check with the binos was UTL as well.
every time I talk. So what we just heard there is you always get the front cut off because I have to unmute it, but they were doing binocular checks on structures and they couldn't. They said, please let the smaller communities know that we don't see anything right now going up. But yeah, all the air tankers are just called off at the Bobcat Fire, which desperately needs them. Look at this, folks. Let me get back to the live image. They're still trying desperately to save the Wilson Observatory. This is looking south currently. This is the way it was the other night. This is today. This is the other night. They did, with air support, beat back the flames, and with the dozer crews, save the observatory when that fire was coming from the south. And currently from the north, it's getting this close. This updates itself pretty frequently. In fact, yep, it's coming closer. And now they just requested a little tanker truck, a little water truck to come up to put out a hot spot. It's going to have a long time for it to actually make it there because an airplane could have, boom.
To the 2, need you to go up onto the Angeles Crest Highway at Dawson Saddle, tie in with, I believe it was branch 10.
So now that they've lost their air tanker support, they have requested water tender 80. That's the one he just talked about. Go up to Dawson Saddle, please. They requested that more than 10 minutes ago, so they had to stop what they were doing. And now they're just telling it.
Water tender 80, copy?
Now they're telling it where to go. And they're going to go put it out with a little hose, or try to, a new hotspot on Dawson Ridge. This is now going back to 1920s technology with the airplanes gone. Back in the 1920s was the biplane era, so that the planes didn't do anything really in the 20s. So now it's just like biplanes. All of the only thing that's in the air are little fixed-wing aircraft, the little scout planes and the lead planes. Tankers are grounded probably for the rest of the day, and there's a couple of helicopters.
Go ahead.
Oh, jeez, except for the bold helicopter pilots. There's
Cancel our fixed wing.
not going to be able to do it with the conditions in the ridge and the terrain, so we can't pull the 622 Barley Flat down and across up to Mount Wilson.
Well. Yeah. What he means by the
pretty slow rate of spread, putting off a good amount of smoke, moving more laterally to the west than it is actually upslope. That's what your question is.
Go back. Water tender 80, report direct. Water tender 80, did you copy the location I need you to go to? Please repeat, you're broken.
Well.
I need you to go to Division 10, tie in with Division 10 on Angeles Crest Highway at Dawson Saddle. Angeles Crest at Dawson Saddle. Angeles Crest, Dawson Saddle, copy. They're going to use you for a bit, and then they're going to send you back. Water tender, copy.
Water tender 80, branch 10.
Only effective or limited time of effectiveness, so I think getting direct on this wouldn't work. Working out further east on the ridge with some retardant, it's pretty rocky because you're in a station fire scar, and there is actually some retardant out there further to the west. A little gap, but it's in a rocky gap, so maybe why there was no retardant in that spot.
They keep talking. It's all good information, but I've been unable to summarize play-by-play, so I'm going to mute that.
Fighting fire mid-slope, I think as it gets closer to the crest of that, or closer to Red Box Road, that would be a good time for that. But I think just mid-slope right now with what you got, I think it's going to help you to some degree if it just gets itself out of the bottom a little further.
Alright, are they going to pause to chatter? Hang on. Sorry, I've been trying to summarize what's been going on for a while now. So, what we've been hearing, Angeles Crest Highway is a beautiful drive when it's not on fire. Yep.
Prepping along Red Box Road, Wilson Red Box.
For the love of cars.
Go for water tender 80.
Yeah, you can just go Big Pine and hang a right, and then go out about 6 or 7 miles, and you'll run right into it.
Helicopters onto that, have them start working it, pull them off the Barley Flat side. They were supporting the Delta burning, but your discretion on that, how you want to do that.
And you'll run into Dawson's Saddle, about 78 miles west of Big Pine.
Water tender 80 copies.
Water tender 80, their TAC frequency is R5, TAC 6.
Alright. Geez, they're still talking. I'll summarize in a second.
Out for fuel when they come back. I'll put them over on the Alpha side there, Mount Wilson.
Over 6 on command.
That means right here. Alpha side is the north side of a building. Yay! So they'll put some helicopters here. Maybe when we keep refreshing this webcam, this is real time, folks. Maybe we'll see some helicopters. But so, dang it, no matter what, I'm going to summarize right now. So what they were just saying is, because of the idiot with the drone earlier, between when he was spotted around 11 in the morning, they just took all of the air tankers, which were absolutely vulnerable to being struck by this stupid drone, off, and they told him to go land at San Bernardino. They contacted the FAA. They said, hopefully we can get this drone to land. maybe the FAA will find it. The FAA says we can't find it. They said to the helicopters and the lead planes, can you find it? And they couldn't. Then I just got to turn that off a sec. It's still in my ear. So the next thing they did is they said, well, just stand by all the air tankers on the ground. So they're ready to go. A whole bunch of DC-10s, McDonnell Douglas DC-87s, even these amazing planes here. Let's go look at them. These Lockheed C-130s, amazing. Like they used to transport tanks. There was a twin pair of those. There was a whole bunch of Sikorsky helicopters. And Vertols, which kind of look like a Chinook helicopter, this Lancaster helicopter. Lancaster's a business, but whatever this is, I mean, they were slamming it time after time after time. So what I need to show you is this current conditions, but back in the day, and we keep refreshing it, this is just getting worse. It was just on the hill over here. So I'm going to replay the 12-hour time lapse. But at 11, they were still trying to get a handle on it while they had good visibility. It was great this morning. It was really wonderful visibility, so they were hitting it with everything they had. They're still trying to save this historic Mount Wilson Observatory. Because look how bad it was the other night. This is the fire approaching from the south. This is current conditions, but look how bad it was the other night. So with the air attacks and dozer lines, they saved. The fire was surrounding the top of the hill where the observatory is. It's 116 years old. It looks like that. You can see it over here. So that's what they're trying to say. These are all current webcams, by the way. So this is current. This was the other night. So they got the south side knocked out pretty much under control. You can still see a tiny bit of smoke here, but that's a line they made, I believe, and I believe it's contained. So today they were trying to deal with this on the other side, and I'll go back in time and show you the way it was. And so they wanted to do this before the smoke got bad and they lost visibility, because in this visibility they can't do any drops. So if we go back to the time lapse, it's so sad. Let's see, where is that time lapse? Over here. They had a perfect opportunity. Gosh, still. So let's play the time lapse of, let's see, where is this? I'm on the right page. Here's the last 12. Well, I'll just play the last 6 hours. This is the way it was earlier, and they were hitting it with the air attack. It's creating the time lapse image. So you could see how crazy it is right now. This is the same view. It just wasn't that bad before, so I believe it's creating the time-lapse image. But at 11 o'clock, an idiot with a drone came up here, and they checked on it. They said, is that one of ours? No, it's not one of ours. So then we're approaching, this is 10:30, 10:40, 11, boom, all of them are grounded. So what's happening here is you can see it balloon out of the control because of 11 o'clock was just 3 hours ago, guys. Now it's climbing up the hill towards the observatory, and there's no way to put the fixed-wing aircraft back here on the fire because look how much smoke it generated. So they lost their opportunity, their window of opportunity. They lost a good 2 hours, or 3 at least. Here's part of their work. They were putting retardant in a line around the observatory. But that is current. This is what it looks like now, and that was the time-lapse. I'll play it once again if anybody's just tuning in. Here's the play button. This is a 6-hour time lapse. This is what I saw in the morning. And this is when they were dropping retardant and such on it. And now this is when this stops, that's current. So some idiot with a drone caused this. And now we just heard Water Tanker 80 is supposed to respond to Dawson Ridge where they found a little hot spot because the tankers can't respond. So Water Tanker 80, it took them like 30 minutes to respond to the radio. So yes, they need better radios and service out there. And yes, they need an app. If there was an app with a map, they could have just pressed a finger on the spot and said, go here. But when they finally were in radio range, Water Tanker 80, about 10 to 15 minutes later, after requested, finally just called in, and they said, we need to go to Dawson Ridge. And so they said, okay, give us directions. That is unacceptable. You know, if everybody had the same app, like Waze, for example, like we use, this is what I'm talking about. They need their little iPads or Android tablets, and they need to all have the same map and the same updated stuff all at the same time. They have paper maps, and they have old ones they're pulling up on phones, for example, that are downloaded for offline use, because they keep saying some of these crews are out of radio range. That's why we keep hearing garbage, you know. They keep saying, will somebody drive to that crew and tell them to drive to a place where they have cell phone service? They keep giving instructions over the radio. Can you drive to a different canyon so we can contact you by cell phone when they're, you're broken, come in. This is unacceptable. We have this technology, but it's just not being utilized, and that's the silver lining, is it can be fixed. But some of these fires are getting so big because it's taking so long to respond. And now that all the fixed-wing aircraft have been off the fires for 3 hours now, because that stupid idiot with the drone, they lost the ability now to continue their work thanks to this smoke. And so they just said cancel all the rest of the tanker drops for the day. I will be so angry if this results in the loss of this historic structure, and everybody should be, because look at it's coming closer to it. This is a webcam off the top of the building, of this building. Excuse me. This right here. See how it's looking that way? So this is the other view that we've got, and that time lapse is the current conditions. I'll play it once again. They lost a window of opportunity for at least 3 hours of more airdrops and retardant to protect the structure. It just really wasn't that bad this morning. You can see it's 8:30 now. This is 9 o'clock in the morning. This is 9:30. This is 10 o'clock. This is 10:30. 11. That's when the drone was spotted and they landed, and then boom, it goes out of control. Watch this. Climbs up the hill towards the observatory right here. That's now 1:17. So this image is current as of 1:17 right now. So that's a tragedy. So now water tender 80 has been asked, since they don't have any air support really, to go over to the Dawson Ridge, and they were giving instructions to water tender 80 to not only drive all the way up to Big Pines, and then there's 8 or 9 miles of more of a climbing, windy kind of a situation. TP Lee says, why didn't they air bomb it around 8 a.m. when it was so small? I don't know. I didn't see any traffic, you know, air traffic. I've been monitoring this since 5 in the morning. But I do believe that they were rolling out by 9 in the morning. So there may have been some kind of a delay, but I know that the ground crews, they rolled out at 6 in the morning. So that would be a good thing. Do they have LiDAR? I don't think so. That would be a good thing to find out, Morris. But all the fixed-wing aircraft, all the tankers, we just heard about 25 minutes ago. They have been canceled for the day. Oh, Mount Harvard Cam 1, Sherlock? Okay, sweet. Is that on that same page? Because I want to see the as many webcams as possible. We've been listening to them live. I'm going to kind of put it into my ear again. If you hear me just suddenly stop talking, I'm listening to them. Right now, there's not much of a situation. This is what we're talking about. This is the observatory. It hasn't had a hot spot for 24 hours because of their valiant efforts the other day. It was surrounded by 3 sides by fire. Now this one is coming towards it. I'm hearing unintelligible garbage on the radio. I'll unmute it if it sounds different. So let's try to find that. What webcam view are we seeing? I'm hearing dispatch, but nothing important. So where was that link? That was the LA County Sheriff. They had evacuation orders. So I was trying to look for Mount Emma webcams. They made a dozer line at Mount Emma. I think these are just photographs. So yeah, these are photographs. We would have seen a fire. So that's from Pasadena Middle School. Let's go back to what I was doing. This is me trying to figure out why my video was missing. I'm going to move that away here. Bear with me. So this is the current webcam view. Let's go. Hang on a second. I had a big menu. Yeah, this is go back. Alright. So let's go back one. The Mount what had the view? Let me look. Mount Harvard 1. Cool. Same site, but a view from the north. So that was looking to the north, but let's get a view from the north. Mount Harvard 1. So let's do it control. Let's see. Harvard. I don't see it at this webcam. This is just observatory webcams, which are equally messed up. But let's go to this one. Orange and Ventura cameras. Yeah. Alert wildfire. Mimic the thing. Los Angeles, come on. Let's go. Alright, so let's look and find Mount Harvard. There we go, Mount Harvard 1. Oh, cool. I see. So, yeah, this is the from the north looking to the south, the same thing. So let's put this on the same, well, let's put it on the 6-hour time lapse. The camera, yeah, it's in the same view. I hope it doesn't swivel around. I'm hoping, but it's compiling the time lapse video. I don't know that this is looking from the north. This may be looking to the north. Look at the direction it's pointed. See? Over here. But it is a different view. Oh yeah, maybe this is still looking north, but it is north of the observatory. Hang on, let's listen to pilots.
Division Alpha training air attack.
Current. That's of 125. It is now 127. Jeez, I hate that. So they'll probably they will probably talk over me the moment that I stop. So, but that was the time lapse of the last 6 hours. That's pretty amazing. We can see this stuff. And like I keep pointing out, unless they have good cell phone data out there, they cannot see what we see. They could have an iPad out there and they can't see what we're seeing because there's no cell phone service. And this, you just got an example of how crackly that radio is. Looks like we need to finally just put good internet service and cell phone service in the countryside for, you know, they've been suffering too long, you know. And it's obvious people need internet, and especially our firefighters. We can see this from armchairs all around the world, and we see the fire better than they do. That's unacceptable. You know, this is, they've been unable to even communicate well. There's gaps of 15, 20, and 48 minutes. If they all had the internet right there on like tablets, they could have the same map program, even something as simple like duplication of ways, but for firefighting, and they could just put their finger on the map, say this is a hot spot. Yeah, they're still talking about hot spots on the west side of someplace. And then they could just tell the dozer crew to get there. They could get a notification and just start going. But the way it's been right now, it's like, hey, we lost contact with the dozer crew. Will somebody drive up and tell them that they need to drive to better cell phone service? That's what I was hearing earlier today. It's just unbelievable. So that will be, response time will just be bam, bam, bam. All the pilots can see where the people are on the ground too. And they can look out for the ground crews, and then the pilots can see each other. Okay, let's listen. It said air command, but I'm going to replay this time lapse. This is a current image. This is 6 hours, so it starts before 7. It's now 8, 8:30, 9, 9:30, 10, 10:30. 11, they ground the pilots. 11:30. 12. 12:30. 1. 1:25. At 11 is when they grounded the pilots because they saw the drone. And now they've lost their window of opportunity to work this from the air. They just canceled all air tankers. You see here
I got your spot. Best thing we can do is probably put some stuff up top the ridge. Is that what your concern is? Or are you trying to go direct to the corral?
Okay, I gotta tone that down. Do you see what I mean about the poor radio communication? So, yeah, there's a lot of lessons to be learned here, and a lot of these fires, yeah, can just be absolutely tackled when they're small. Communication is vital, and quick response is vital. So we have solutions for all this. We just need to implement it. All drones having transponders, just rolling out of the factory with them. All air traffic control, being able to see all of them when they fly. This is going to save lives, not just firefighter. Okay, it's muted for you. They just said they are firing along the road from Mount Wilson to the west because that big monster that we were seeing is heading westward rather than south towards the observatory. That's just probably because of wind. They said, how far do you want to do that? All the way to drop point 75? And I can't hear the rest of what they're saying. So the good news is this is actually moving, even though it's moving uphill towards the observatory. Let's look at the different webcam view we have. Oh no, I didn't want to close that. Let's reopen that. So this is creeping up towards the observatory. This is the observatory looking at it. Let's play that replay. See how it was a lot smaller and better visibility and clearer. So this is 9 in the morning, 9:30, 10, 10:30, 11. About now they spot the drone, they stop. Now look how out of control it gets after that. Climbs the hill right up towards the observatory. They're talking about the dozer line. They do have one that's down here. They do have one underneath here. And here's the retardant ring they were trying to put around the observatory. So this fire's to the north, threatening the observatory. But man, they were not done with their work, and they had just a few more hours of visibility left, and they had to cancel. So they're completely canceling right now. Those tankers are probably going to go to other fires or other... Yeah, because there are none now. No fixed-wing aircraft on the fire. They're just observing things. If we look back to our plane tracking software, I mean, some of these are just planes very high altitude coming in for a landing. This one's actually not a plane. The one in orange, this is this helicopter. Hang on, it said Bobcat air attack. Oh yeah, Morris, excellent comment. You win the prize. If they had pads, tablets, Alexa could guide them. Yeah, that's actually true. As they were driving, Alexa could say, turn left. You know, that's actually true. Okay, cool. Sherlock has a different webcam for us to look at. You've been a pro here. And Henning says there's 250,000 gallons of water. Yeah. Kevin says there's a lot of money on the mountain towers and communication equipment. Yeah.
Dispatch request mass 9, 1, 4, and 6 IP Palmdale Airport, 7,000 feet for the Bobcat Fire.
That's a low pass because Mount Wilson, which isn't even at the top of the hill. And that guy was just copying what was said. 7,000 feet. I mean, the peak's here around 6, so that's some extremely low pass, dangerous flying. Hang on a second. They're talking again.
Copy yourself and a couple other fobs working in the division. What location?
See what I mean about the poor radio. At the very least, they need repeaters. Alright. What's funny about this is when we did look at the webcams, let's see, which one was it? You can see the radio towers up here. This is giving you crystal clear AM, FM. All the music here is playing with crystal clarity, and the firefighters are struggling to hear each other. This can be fixable, guys. A lot of these fires are just... Ah! Oh gosh, my ears. I just gotta turn that down right now. I'm gonna mute it for you guys so you don't get afflicted by that. So, lessons are to be learned here. A lot of this damage, and I mean, if these towers go up, that's a lot of millions of dollars to replace this stuff up here. This is live, that's why it keeps changing every, I don't know, a minute or so. That'll teach them. This AM FM is coming in crystal clear, and they should have repeaters for the firefighter radios. So with just a little bit of investment, they can actually hear each other, and there will be no more 48-minute delays while the pilots are looking at their paper maps, trying to say, where do you want me to go again? I can't find the ridge. Looking at it with a magnifying glass. I mean, that's some of the technology that's out here. We can update this and pepper this mountain, this range with communication devices, and we can have a new era of firefighting. You know, every time they go here without cell phone service, they're back in the 1920s. You know. Looking at it, Sherlock says, looking at a weather radar site, you can see all the AM, FM towers light up at night. Yeah. Yep. Sad joke. This is like third world country. Yeah. Our firefighters are because of our lack of funding. This is why they're just trying their best. These radios, you know, this is 1950s technology. Because these tankers just got grounded, we went backwards to 1920s. Where biplanes are looking at things, because there's only scout planes in the area right now. I mean, the only thing that's 1950s or later is the helicopters. Well, that's 1950s tech. They have an infrared plane, but I don't think they have a FLIR. I can look at the satellite again, but it can't be all over the West at once. The satellite data, which is pretty incredible. Let me go look at it. Is satellites can't be everywhere at once. So yeah, they need to squelch that, Morris. They need to squelch that. They need a little bit of training how to use the radios. In fact, my Baofeng is on the way. I ordered that and it should arrive on the 5th. So I'll have my own little radio, but not that I have a big antenna for it or anything. But, yeah, they need to squelch that static down. What the heck? So anyway, let's go and look at that new webcam that we got. Then I'm going to take a lunch break. This is like watching a train wreck for me. Guys, I just want to be able to show them on an iPad. You go right here. Here I am. I just type in stuff like, this is Mile High Lookout. Boom, I'm there. If they had this CalTopo, you could turn it up right here. You can have CalTopo on your tablet or your little laptop, and boom, they wouldn't know. They would know exactly where to go. They're giving them turn-by-turn directions, and they're using a highlighter on a paper map. This is they said go to Big Pines up of 2 over here. You climb up here, and then you go over here. Take a left of the thing, take a right of the thing. Why is that even necessary right now? It's because they don't have cell phone service. And so, wow. So, lessons to be learned here. Lessons to be learned. And they have an infrared plane. I don't think they have LiDAR, and I don't think they have FLIR. Nobody said anything about that. So let's go to the new webcam we've got. So somebody said, Sherlock says the Mount Lukens one is watching from the west side. Cool. Maybe we can get like a 360 degree kind of a view on it, or at least a 180 kind of a view. Let's go Mount Larkins 1. Sweet. Let's go down. Like I keep saying, I shouldn't be able to track the fire better than the ground crews from a different state. Okay, so Larkins. I don't see a Lark. Is this the same? Did I read that right? Lukens. No, yeah, I was not reading it right. Alright, let's go look. Lukens 1. Oh, excellent. Okay. Same view of the fire. So this will be current. Let's go make our time lapse for the last 6 hours. Play it. Oh, it was beautiful this morning at 8. So it's going to compile the time lapse, so we'll be ready to play in a minute. But I don't know why they weren't hitting it from the air around, you know, dawn was around 7. Ugh, that makes me car sick. So, let's see, 9 o'clock, 9:30. 10, 10:30, 11. I think this is when they grounded the planes. 11:30, 12, 12:30, 1 o'clock, 1:30, and that ends at 1:42. Time is now 1:43. So yeah, it's back on those ridges. Look at this rugged countryside. We can see what the problem is, and can you imagine the water tender, whatever was just told to do? It's down over here, it's on this ridge, and it has to descend to go down here and go where, up over here. This is why air attack is so necessary. And they're down. So we only see scout planes and a couple of helicopters that are braving the civilian drone that's out of control out there. They may have gone home by now, unless they had tons and tons of batteries. Like I'm talking 8 batteries. They've got to have gone home to allow them to charge by now. However, they lost their window of opportunity to attack from the air because that smoke is now too dense. It is now too dense. So thank you for the camera link, and we'll continue to watch this. This is what, if the kids were in school, they're not because of COVID, this is what they would have seen out their windows. This is the South Pasadena Middle School, and I can't imagine being a kid. In fact, anybody from Pasadena, now it's nighttime, can look out their window and see this stuff, actually. Pasadena was on level 1 evacuation alert. I can't believe that. It's one of the big boroughs of Los Angeles. Pasadena's got millions of people in it. A dense urban flatland city area on notice to evacuate. Unbelievable. So let's go back to our current webcam views. This is a different view which direction. This is kind of from the east. No, this is looking east from quite a ways away. See, this is showing the webcam and where its direction is looking. This is quite a ways away. That's why it doesn't look that big. This is from closer, looking north. And this is from the actual observatory they're trying to save, the historic 116-year-old observatory. This is the time lapse from this morning, the same period of time, 6 hours ago. And when it reaches 11, I think that's when the drone is spotted. There's some chatter I'm listening to, but it's nothing important for the moment and really staticky. They're down at the Kobe Ranch, prepping to defend about 10 structures. I think it said Kobe Ranch. They're trying to get a Type 3 engine there if they have one. So they said they have 2 alpha, I think the word was trustees. This is commitment time.
An hour.
Alright. I'm going to mute that for you, but they said commitment time to get there was at least an hour. They said we're at Mount Wilson staging near the smoke column. However, we're on the south side of Mount Wilson staging.
Day 11 south end of the fire, Mount Wilson.
They have to go around the smoke column to get there, so it's going to take them longer, the second crew that just responded. So they're going to go to Kobe Ranch, whatever that is, and try to defend 10 structures, but it's going to take at least an hour for the nearest crew to arrive and back them up. So that is what's going on. This is just one heck of a bad situation for the Bobcat Fire. Let me look back at chat. Hey, Rebel. Good, no fire near me is what Sherlock is saying. How am I doing? Hey. Glad to see you. How much did you see? Did you see these crazy replays I was showing? In fact, I need to go back to the one that was earlier. I'm going to show you guys that on YouTube. How the Bobcat Fire started. So let me go back to my history. Meanwhile, you guys can see the planes until I find it. So I'm going to go to my history. But a drone grounded all of the a drone grounded all of the tankers, trying to protect the Mount Wilson Observatory. A civilian drone, and possibly from a amateur camera crew. Can't believe it. So they're trying to find them and arrest them. I don't think they'll be caught, though. I haven't heard anything about it. But they are, combing the mountainside, trying to find who the hell was flying a drone. It was around 11 this morning. We saw lots of tankers, DC-10s. We saw lots of Sikorsky helicopters. We saw even Lockheed C-130s. Those could transport tanks. McDonnell Douglas DC-10s, and then McDonnell Douglas DC-87s, like giant passenger jets on this fire. They were protecting it and getting a hold of it. All of them grounded. They said, we'll try to figure out if we can take off again, if we can find the drone. And then they never did. So hours went by, at least 3 hours, and they lost the ability to fly because of smoke. The fire flared up massively, made its way towards the observatory, and a dozer crew is now holding the line. It's now spreading west rapidly down that canyon. And they are now trying to protect a ranch, and they're staging to protect 10 structures, but it's going to take more than an hour for ground crews to arrive since they don't have any air support anymore. So this is just becoming one cluster. What was that movie? Cluster Cuss. Was that movie with the fox, talking fox claymation or whatever that was? It was George Clooney. That's what I'm going to say. It's family friendly. So let me find the crazy video of how the Bobcat Fire started. The overnight progression. Let's hear what they have to say real quick. They're having major communication problems. Their radios are not working. They were instructed, hey, can you drive to this one unit and tell them to get into cell phone range, thanks? We're going to look at how the Bobcat Fire started. Yeah, they can't even get that guy to respond. Clover 6, that unit. This is just one day's time lapse, and finally at the end of the day it goes dark and you can see the moon rise. There's the moon. Take a shot. It's the drinking game. Tango, tango. We're listening to live radio. But isn't that video nuts? This is the live time lapse I got to show you.
Harden up on that ridge that we talked about here. We've got 4 maps. We'll try to get that lined out for you.
Okay, I can barely understand them. But so this morning, this is what I woke up to. This is 9 in the morning. They were doing some drops. And by 11, I think that's when the drone takes air. Here's 11 o'clock. So then it blows out of control. It starts climbing the hill towards the observatory. It's unbelievable. This is just a 6-hour time lapse. And this is the current. That's taken at 117. Sorry, almost the current. I'll show you the actual current. Sorry, it's over here. Yeah. Let's refresh. I can barely understand what they're saying on the radio. Fire's backing off a ridge, but where? I have no idea. So yeah, that's the unbelievable situation with the Bobcat Fire. It's already taken the life of a firefighter, and some idiot with a drone has absolutely I'm dismayed. So, hey Torin, welcome back. I am feeling better. And Rebels here. We're getting the band back together. Cogito checked in earlier. Yeah, 5G will improve in communications if they use it. Absolutely, guys. Would you, for the love of cars, stop ramming the 5G towers? I was telling the story earlier, that, and they were telling somebody to get eyes on this fire, so they were trying to tell a recon plane to go with infrared. And that guy basically had a paper mat because he was out of cell phone range and was trying to highlight, and he was looking at it with like a magnifying glass. He says, what ridge do you want me to go to? For 48 minutes he was looking at where he needed to go. Yeah, if they had a cell phone service out there, then they could just mark with their finger, go right here. But the funny thing that I find so ironic is that FM radio towers in this is not for firefighter frequencies. Look at how elaborate these can be for AM, FM radio. Oh, I bet that's crystal clear up there. With a little money spent, boy. No more of this snowy BS radio. Like, listen to what they're saying. I cannot make this out. This is just BS. A lot of times units just don't respond. They can't hear on the radio. You know, so this has been like watching a train wreck all morning, guys. I've been here since 5 in the morning. And so I do feel better, but I'm just oh no, Torin, you got an update from me. Sad. All the buildings at Jawbone Flats are gone except for cabin 4. They found what they believe are the remains of George Attia, the guy that stayed behind. Oh, I'm so sad. Yeah, the fire's just erased. The best preserved gold mining ghost town that Oregon has. Hey, Judy. Oh, what terrible news. Yeah, I was pretty crushed yesterday by several things, that being one of them. But I found that YouTube deleted my 170-hour video where I, for more than 7 days in a row, put every waking hour, and I was awake for more than 20 hours at a time, covering this fire and showing the people live, live firefighter chatter and covering everything. This fire is going to be studied in 100 years from now, 200 years from now. The strange weather pattern events like the perfect storm will be studied hundreds of years. I thought it was going to be great for the historical record. I started running out of hard drive space, so I unfortunately stopped recording, and I don't know when. And then when the lightning struck my building or outside in the yard, that'll never happen to me again. That would have been a viral video that, since I recorded it with my cell phone too, that would have put me on the map, so to speak, and my channel on the map. And the frickin' YouTube's policy is to only automatically archive and so put on the internet for later, to only save videos less than 12 hours long. So this has absolutely devastated me, and I don't think many people are going to find my channel from now on, because every 12 hours I have to stop the broadcast, and I have to make, this is live Judy, this is the Bobcat Fire of LA. It's gone completely nuts in the last, couple of days. So this is a webcam view from the top of the historic observatory they're trying to save. People can Google it, the Mount Wilson Observatory, but an idiot earlier came up here and started flying a drone. He may have been possibly with an amateur camera crew, somebody playing journalist, but they have to know it's illegal. Every drone operator knows it's illegal to fly near an active fire, so they have grounded all the air tankers. Torin, today in the early morning, and you can rewind my video quite a ways, I would say around 9, they started, you would have been amazed, they had all kinds of DC-10s, like more than 3 or 4 of them. They also had the Lockheed, that I'll just show you some of them. I'm still tracking some of them. They're all grounded for the day. So they had 2 Lockheed C-130s, the old tank carrying planes. There's not many of those in the sky. They had a McDonnell Douglas DC-87. They had a bunch of Sikorskys. Here's one of them. The lead plane is Aero Commander 690A. Then they had several lead planes. They had a line, it was like a train. The engine was the lead plane, and behind it just tons of cars. They had like 4 DC-10s, and like 4 DC-10s, 2 Lockheed C-130s, the McDonnell, MD-87, a whole bunch of these Chinook wannabe planes, the Vertals and the whatever that is. They had a huge, like 15 helicopters with buckets too, and then the idiot with the drone. The C-130 spotted it. One of them said, there's a drone flying at 6,000 feet. Small and silver was its description. They tried for 25 minutes to find out if it was one of the helpful drones, like military. They kept saying, what's the size of it? Because military drones tend to be the size of a life raft or a big aircraft. They said it seems to be small, so they said immediately everybody returned to San Bernardino. All the tankers sat there. An hour went by. They contacted the FAA. Can the FAA find it and tell the idiot to get on the ground, please? And then they couldn't. So the FAA got law enforcement. The air attack commanders and a couple of the brave choppers stood in the area trying to figure out if they could see the drone. The tankers on the ground reported seeing it one more time, so they didn't allow the planes to come back. And I think they've gone home by now and probably won't get caught until maybe later after a massive investigation. But then this is what happened. I'm going to show you the time lapse. So one more time here. I can tell you this has been depressing. It's like watching a train wreck. So let me switch views. So here's, once again, guys, this is the observatory they're trying to save. We're going to watch the time lapse from this camera looking that way. So around this hill in a ring, you can see the red fire retardant here. They're trying to drop all around this hill because this hilltop is the observatory. They already saved it the other night. I don't know if you guys saw this. This is what was the view from the fire trying to threaten the observatory the other night. This is the 17th at around 8 p.m. And they saved it. This is current. Former, after. I'm sorry if there's massive sounds in my broadcast here, but that appears to be my noisy neighbor here. What the heck are they doing? Earlier I had to mute myself because there was a construction crew in the yard. Anyway, so, once they breathed a sigh of relief, well, now the fire's encroaching from the north. This is looking north. So what we're about to watch is a time lapse. The camera is here on the top of the dome looking to the north. And I will walk you through it. This has been absolutely a train wreck to see. Let's see, where is it? Different view. Okay, so here is from the top of the observatory. And I set up a time lapse. In fact, I did. Wait, I have to reset it up. So what you do is when you're on this is you go up here and hit play a time lapse. So here's a 6-hour one. It is compiling. Give it a second. Beep, 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 beep. Looked great this morning. I don't know why they weren't aloft until about 9. But I've been watching this since 5 in the morning. At 6 in the morning, ground crews rolled out. Dawn was around 7. So here's 10 o'clock, 10:30. Boom, they see 11 o'clock, they saw a drone. Here's 11:30. Noon, fire explodes out of control. 1 o'clock. 1:30. 2:02. It's now 2:04, so that's the latest image. This is current. This is what's going on. So, unbelievable. They are talking about now dealing with ground attack. They have made some sort of a line. They're worried that it may or may not hold. They're feeling a little confident about it, but the retardant, that they could have used at least 2 more hours, maybe even more of drops here. So once they went all back to San Bernardino, all the fixed wing craft, the planes, they sat there for 3 hours until they finally just said about an hour ago, all tankers on the Bobcat Fire have been canceled. Seems like for the rest of the day. So you don't see any fixed wing craft there, even when we're looking here. Like this guy in red, who's currently highlighted, that's actually this helicopter. It's a wrong image. So the little planes you see, this is actually a wrong image too. That's actually a helicopter. Some of those are moving further away west because they saw the drone was over here. And the fire is now moving more west. Even though it looks like it's climbing the hill to the observatory, it's not. I mean, it is, but it's the bulk of it's moving west. It's in a canyon north of the observatory. So I hope I've caught you up to speed, but isn't that absolutely sad? Okay, so heading says, how did the fire start on the south flank of Wilson during the night? That was days ago. Yeah, let me go back and clarify. So they've been working for days to save Mount Wilson and the observatory. This is 8 o'clock, September 17th. Let me go back to it. 8 o'clock, September 17th. So for days we've been worried about it. But I'll show you on the map just the general progression and spread of the fire. This is its current, from what we know. This could be an hour old, kind of, in fact, I'll refresh it. I mean, the MODIS satellite data is what we're looking at. This could be an hour or two old. So what happened was the Bobcat Fire was kind of down here. Remember, they were evacuating Arcadia, and Pasadena was on notice. Or at least Arcadia had a level 1, I don't know. And so it was started near the observatory in the first place, and I'll go back to the video where it started. And then over the last couple of days it exploded north, and it threatened Antelope Valley, and unfortunately there's been a lot of loss of property here at Juniper Hills. Unfortunately, they were talking to an old, I think he was a World War II or Korea vet. He lost his property, and that's on the LA Sheriff's Department page. So you got hot spots here, but they valiantly did tons of, the last few days, tons of drops here, and made a fire line for themselves to protect Big Pines and Wrightwood, which is safe. So at Big Pines, they have kind of a ground incident command set up for the day. And so what happened around Mount Wilson, this is Mount Wilson. And previously, these yellow spots, see Mount Wilson right here, these yellow round spots, if we look at the key, this is just when heat's first detected. It doesn't tell you if fire is out. The key is the satellite first detected it more than 24 hours, somewhere between 24 and 36 hours ago. So that lines up with those images. And red is less than 12 hours ago. So, you know, that was days ago that they were fighting this. And there's still hot spots, such as, I mean, this detection could be 24 hours ago, but it's not that big of a deal. Like, because it's right here. This morning I could still see an orange glow, but this tiny little fire with this smoke is no threat. It's going up to a fire line up here. So they've shifted things. They're no longer concerned about the south. You know, this is earlier this day. They're no longer concerned with it around the south. So, but in general, that's been the way that the fire has spread. I don't know if you guys can hear the banging noises. I have no idea what my neighbor's doing, but I'm kind of mad. So, 1 second. So, currently, up in this ridge, this is where it's been today. I don't know if anybody was watching last night, if it was there, but the wind came out of the Pacific here and just went about 3 or 4 days ago on the 17th, and it flared up stuff, and they were unable to save a lot of Juniper Hills, it looks like, and Valermo may have gotten a little bit. There was also a massive hot spot, you know, yesterday down here by the Little Rock Dam, and they continued to monitor hot spots this morning, so they were sending crews there, some of which were air attacks, grounded now, but you'll see some of the air, they're extinguishing the hot spots by the Little Rock Reservoir. So the biggest areas of concern are across Highway 2 here, and over here by Mount Wilson. This is Mount Wilson, so it's up here in this canyon, and it's moving west, and they just said that they needed to get, now it's ground crews, defending 10 buildings, at a ranch. They said something like Kobe Ranch, best I could hear. And so the engines that they're requesting are coming, and the water tenders, however, is going to take more than an hour for them to get there. So the crews here said they were on the south side of Mount Wilson. They have to go around the smoke column. I don't know if that means they have to go like this way. I don't know if there's trails or access roads. So they may have to go down, around, and up here, or up around and out here somehow. I don't understand how that would work, but it's mostly trails up here, campgrounds. So that's the way it is. So I'm looking back at the chat. Hey Blue, welcome back. Heading flat. I hope that I hope that clears it up. That south flank of Mount Wilson was days ago, and now it's all in the north. So this is in real time. We're monitoring several webcams. You can see this is looking north, further, closer to the fire than Mount Wilson Observatory is. And this is a real-time kind of an image. We can refresh it. Yeah, this is the way it is now. And the other ones we've been looking at. This is also a real-time image. Let's refresh it. Yep, this is now as of the 1 minute ago. Unfortunately, this is the observatory looking to the north, and it's climbing the hill, but I can see what they're saying. It's moving mostly to the west. We'll turn on the wind gauge in a second. Well, yeah, moving mostly to the west. But they were not done dropping the retardant around Mount Wilson to try to get a handle on this. This is so messed up. Like I said, it's like watching a train wreck. They got grounded because of the drones. So, these are old images from this morning. And you can see the fire over here to the right. The ones that look like, these are the currents. The one with the beige outline. Whoop. Yeah, it keeps updating itself. So I hope everybody's up to speed. Any questions? Yeah, it's terrible. An idiot with the drone grounded all of the tanker action today. All of the tankers. Yeah, Morris is making a joke that it wasn't a drone, it was a UFO stopping to take pictures. Yeah, those dang tourist aliens messing with our fires. Probably teenager tourist aliens dropping by in their little mini saucers. Sherlock says Mountain High West 1's another good view. Sweet. Let's look. Let's tune into that. Mountain High West. I love this site, and Sherlock's been awesome. He's been telling us about different views. I've been lost in the maze of the various web pages that show about these, and since I don't know the area, I don't know which direction things are at, and it's hard to track the planes plus this at the same time. So let's go to Control F. What were we talking about? I have to have food, and I'm low blood sugar, then I'll have a better memory. This was Mountain High West, okay. High West. Alright. Was that that's a ski lift. So this is also a current view. You want to see a time lapse of it too? I think we should. Let's make a 6-hour time lapse and see how this happened. It's compiling. Let's give it a moment. Alright, it's ready for viewing. Play. Here it is. 6 hours ago. This is 9 o'clock. 9:30. 10 o'clock. 10:30. 11. They grounded. What the heck is my neighbor doing? 12. 12:30. 1 o'clock. Whoa, they pivoted around they pivoted around 2 o'clock. Current. So that's an interesting, this is from much further away, looking to the west from a ski resort. I still can't get over it. There's ski resorts in LA County. You know, I'd lose Jeopardy or some sort of a bet. If that was a yes or no question, I would have snorted and gone, no, I don't believe. False. Brother. Hand over the $100. I would have lost that bet. Okay, so let's go back to the webcam that is the most dramatic here and refresh this view. This is from the observatory. Now they're going over to a ranch to try to save it. I'm going to look at that Caltopo too. So I think the way we would find this ranch is we know a fire's headed toward it, so it's probably this area, right? Could have been by Dawson Peak. So I'm going to turn on the Forest Service map. A little bit of terrain shading. And you know what? I'm gonna just do this. So let's just, what the heck is my neighbor doing? Okay, when you move furniture like that, use furniture pad sliders for man. Alright, Red Box Camp Hill High. I don't see anything called a Kobe Ranch. But, you know, if I could figure out the spelling. Switzer. Upper Switzer. Maybe it's searchable. Mount Disappointment. Helipad and communication site. Mount Disappointment. And the Mueller Tunnel. Hey, that might be a good fire shelter, depending on if it's timbered inside. Yep, that summarizes my day. I'm atop of Mount Disappointment. But yeah, there's structures to be saved out here. RIP Valley Forge. San Gabriel Mountains. Here's Mount Wilson. Yay, keep holding the line. Let's keep going over here. And look at chat. All the mountain sounds like home. It sure is. Mount Baldy too. Henning says, and since there is a drone sighting at Mount Wilson, they're grounding the tankers. The entire Bobcat Fire seems over the top. Not at all. Because they have to drive over Mount Wilson to get to the other spots at low altitude. Ah! And if somebody is there, they could be moving and getting in the car, recharging their batteries, because it probably is an amateur film crew of idiocy, you know, full of idiots. They could go try to cover the other hot spots. So that was flying at 6,000 feet elevation, and all the tankers have to make low passes, otherwise when they drop the water, the retardant, it just becomes mist that doesn't do anything. So they kept sighting it too. So if maybe I could just show you guys, there is a YouTube video of the drone impacting aircraft wing. They did a wind tunnel test. You will not whoops, it's not the one, it's the, I can't show copyrighted material, but they did a impact wind tunnel test. Angry Birds versus drones. Now that would be fun to watch. Test. It was a wind tunnel test. Maybe it is this. Aviation Network International News. I won't want to get another copyright strike. But let's just go. I think this was public. This is how they tested it. Here's your wing. You know what I got, guys? What's hilarious? I just got a copyright notice. When we played the theme song, the Dozer. Okay? The Dozer, not the Dozer, the Masticator, that cheesy 80s music. I just, yeah, here you go. See it melt into, I know better now to mute the music for commentary. That will take down an aircraft. You can't have that happen to your wing, no matter what the size of your aircraft is. I had no idea that a drone that just weighed like 2.5 pounds can do that. That's worse than a bird strike. See what I mean? You just can't risk people's lives with that. So I'm going to stop that. No more copyright strikes. But that was hilarious. I'm trying to, yeah. That funny music, I loved it, and I got a copyright notice that unless I dispute it and win, I can't monetize that video ever in the future. In fact, they can monetize it and make money off of my own dang video. The makers of the cheesy music. So I think what my defense is that it was parody, and I was talking over it, saying, "Oh yeah, you know." So whenever you interrupt the music by talking over for commentary and parody purposes, you know, you can get away with it. Now I'm starting to worry about the Benny Hill theme song, but since I was talking over it too, parody is protected free speech, so that's a fair use defense. And plus, this is live coverage of a, you know, firefighter equipment during an actual fire where I'm educating the public, so I may get away with it, but I may lose my video. I may have to edit it, the really sweet music, and re-upload. That's just making me... Oh, YouTube. You silly, silly thing. So, yeah, Sherlock says that's basically my drone plus a heavy gimbal mounted on the bottom. Oh, so you, okay, Henning says, but not fighting north of the fire. Nothing to do with the drone at Mount Wilson flight path from the north. That fire is Mount Wilson. It is right here. So, the fire, the red, this is the seat of the fire moving here. Let me show you on the map. Whoops. Let me get to the other map. Hang on a second. It does have everything to do with Mount Wilson. They're trying to protect Mount Wilson. That fire creeping up the hill, this is Mount Wilson. And it is looking to the north. This is where the fire is. So they are flying right over the top of Mount Wilson. They were dropping lines retardant. It's so close to it, okay? So let's show you that. The, here it is. What the heck is my neighbor doing, hanging pictures? Did you hear that pounding? This is the red retardant line. They're trying to ring Mount Wilson. This view is from here. See, it's looking at the fire this way. And that was a long time ago. That was this morning. It is now here in the ravine, moving that way. So I'll show you the live view. They're all over the place there with their craft, see? Here's one of their red retardant lines. So here's from the dome looking at it. Look how dang close it is. So I'm going to give you the time lapse one more time. This is the way it has been for the last 6 hours. They were over here, dropping the retardant behind the smoke. You can't really see their craft. And it's compiling. So they had better visibility earlier, so they took advantage of it. So here is the time lapse. This is at 10 o'clock in the morning. 11 o'clock is now. They now ground. Look how it explodes out of control and comes towards Mount Wilson at this point. Bam. That's 1 o'clock, 1:50, 2 o'clock. 2:21 is where it stops. It is now 2:23. This is live. So you could see how badly that has affected things. And so a drone was just flying like right here, like right by somewhere here on Mount Wilson. And they have 6-mile ranges, by the way. So 6 miles, maybe this will drive it home. Let's measure 6 miles from Mount Wilson. Here's my measuring stick, measure a distance. I think that's about 6 miles away. So any drone at Mount Wilson can fly that far. That's 5 miles. So yeah, DJI Phantom or something similar can have an approximate flight time of up to 40 minutes, 20 to 40 minutes, depending on the wind it has to fight. And they can, let's measure a point again. Let's measure an actual polygon. So let's first measure 6 miles. So that's approximately 6 miles. Let's make sure. That's 8. Okay, so let's measure 6 miles. That's 5.7. So now let's use a polygon, measure an area. All right. Whoops. This is the range approximately of that drone. See? Actually, it's more like this. That's the range of the drone. The drone could be anywhere that they are dropping the fires. So, I love this little tool. Yeah, square miles. So it could be in a radius of 104 square miles. You have no idea. They kept sighting it in different spots. So what the camera crew can do is land it, and depending on how many batteries they've got, they can drive around over here and just film the different. We're taking dramatic images behind the scenes of the fire. These could be teenagers trying to play media journalists, Could be in a high school class. Idiots, or it could just be Yahoo wants to, let's check out the fire. Scratch, scratch. Hold my beer, I'm flying my drone, you know. That's what it could be like. We have no idea. It could be a lady, like, you know, totally, I'm gonna go up here with my drone, and I'm gonna cover the fire. I'm a journalist, oh my god. Who knows the person is doing this, but I hope that explains stuff. And since this is 5,700 feet elevation, they said the drone was at 6,000 feet, because drones usually fly about 300 feet max. So 5,750 plus 350, it's approximately 6,000 feet. So it was a small silver drone. Sounds like it's a Mavic Pro or something. And, you know, I hope that explains that. You have to ground everyone. And I'm going to go back one more time to just drive this home. See, they make these wide circles. You can't turn on a dime. Planes cannot turn on a dime. They turn around. The moment you start cranking the stick left, you know, these aren't fighter jets. They have a wide radius. Some of the passenger jets have to go like more than 350 miles an hour, or they fall out of the sky to maintain that lift. So when you're going 350 miles an hour, they're making these wide circles and coming around. Most of these circles are the tight little fixed-wing aircraft, like the this is the Aero Commander, the one in Teal here. He's much more maneuverable in this little 4-passenger jet or whatever that is, right? But when you get these big behemoths, they're making these wide turns. They can't avoid a drone. They're not that agile. You could see it coming, and just like a train wreck. There's these videos of how fast pilots do mid-air collisions, because I watched the Mayday show. So there was hey, story time. Oh, now I moved the map. Crap, that moves the fire. Okay, so let's story time. Let's go back to this one. We'll go back here, and I will show you what happened in the past. So Mayday, the sweet Canadian show about aircraft investigations, it talks about all kinds of, even a long time ago, airplane crashes and how they determine the cause. So a long time ago, well, actually no, it was in the 80s. Have you ever seen the horrible image of the jet on fire that crashed straight into LA somewhere? That was a passenger jet. It was mid-air collision with a very small pilot training itty-bitty plane. There's a lot of controversy about it. I'm not getting into it, but this is the airspace for LA, and this is the airspace for San Bernardino, some of the busiest airspace in the world. And so it's a pilot training school here. You still see them take off, the little Cessna Skyhawks. I don't think this is personally the place that they should have pilot training. This is kind of like the deep end. You know, you shouldn't be getting somebody on the Autobahn who's learning how to drive. This is my own personal opinion, and this is not to start an argument, so don't argue with me. Just absorb my personal opinion. If you don't like it, that's okay. That's just my personal, non-professional opinion. And that is part of the controversy. So you're either on the side of that's perfectly okay, train people in stress situations, and maybe they'll be better pilots. I mean, there's that side of the argument. But there was a small aircraft, and they tried to figure out if the passenger jet could have seen the aircraft, or if the aircraft could have seen, or if the tiny Cessna-like thing could have seen the passenger jet. And so at the distance the passenger jet was, I'm just going to say it was right here. The passenger jet was coming in like this, I believe. And the little itty-bitty craft, Skyhawk or wherever it was going this way. They made a mid-air collision somewhere above the neighborhood. Maybe somebody can give me some details. This is just off the top of my head. It was a couple years ago I saw this episode. And then both of them plummeted to their deaths with all hands lost. So the passenger jet comes like this, and the little itty-bitty thing came, and they did this measurement. That at that distance, they were talking about unrelated things, which is not good in a cockpit. It's supposed to be sterile conversation. And when you're coming in for a landing, you're supposed to only be talking about that. So one guy was talking about stuff like, I think my wife is going to leave me, or something like that. You're not supposed to talk about that. He's kind of distracted emotionally, but he was looking. They wanted to blame the co-pilot, He's supposed to be looking in this direction, out of his window. And then they figured out they can't really blame him, no matter what he was talking about. An itty-bitty plane this far away, you know, it only takes seconds for these to collide. He only had like 6 seconds to first spot the craft, and then say, "Captain, I see something," and then take evasive actions. And a passenger jet couldn't have avoided it. This is like a missile coming in. The fast-moving little trainee pilot was at the cockpit controls wearing blinders. I didn't even know such a thing existed. He was wearing blinders like a horse that's pulling a cart. Don't ask me what that's about. And so there's a big controversy about that. What the heck? So he couldn't see in general. But even if the blinders were off, you know, in a cockpit you just have a window this way, window that way, and they could not see each other. They were in the same altitude, and they collided. The little passenger jet hits behind the wing. The little itty-bitty thing hits the passenger jet behind the wing, and it just plummets nose down into L.A. I do believe it ran into a bunch of houses and killed a lot of people. So that's story time there. So drones are even tinier than a plane. You can't see them, and it's too late. And none of these big, not even the helicopters, would be able to take evasive maneuvers, because a drone can fly like more than 35 miles an hour with a 6-mile radius. That's just a tiny, tiny blip. I'm surprised they even made eye contact with it today. That is a sharp-eyed pilot, and the fact that it's smoky, that pilot, you know, we should study him. And does he eat carrots or something? He's got to have a lot of beta-carotene in his diet. Maybe he takes cod liver oil supplements, because holy mackerel. So I hope that just explains things. Yeah. So, yeah, they have to ground. Nathan Lamb says spot on impressions of Oregonians. Yeah. This is California, sir. This is California, sir. I'm a Californian. What are you trying to say? Hold my beer and my joint. I'm gonna fly my drone up here. Okay. Oh, Mr. Aviation, welcome back. So you would know about this, I think. I think it was a PSA 182 was the flight. Yeah, we can go and look at those details. It'll be horribly depressing. Okay, but yeah, there's some journalist, a guy made his, I don't think he was a journalist. There was a guy in his front lawn in something like Pasadena, and he hears an aircraft plummeting towards the ground, looks up and takes a still photograph. I can't show it to you. I'm going to get another copyright strike. Off camera, let me look it up, and then I'm going to link it. That's something I can do. The burning jet over LA. That's probably where they're gonna. No, that's not the good thing. Gee, I didn't know there was more than one incident of this. It wasn't exactly LA. It was one of the burbs. To me, everything's LA. If there's no if there's no fields in between your town, or if it's just one city and there's no difference between the others, they've grown together. To me, that's one city. Let's stop pretending. There's no countryside in between them. So, yeah, I'm going to look that up, Mr. Aviation. You were saying, I believe that was PSA 182. So, Flight 182. Whoops, I was doing this off camera, wasn't I? PSA 182. Let's go back. Yeah, the PSA, Pacific Southwest Airlines, Flight 182. That's a horrible, I'm warning you, if you wanted to Google it, that's a horrible image. You just know there's not going to be any survivors when the jet is at that attitude. That's that grim statement I keep making. It's a black, a very dark joke, black humor. Attitude is everything. It is for surviving a plane crash, right? So, yeah, I'm impressed by your memory there. So, Torrin's got a video for us. Is this one at least? I don't know that we can continue watching these with more copyright strikes, unfortunately. Is it a work of firefighters? Because that would be a work of the United States government, and we could see it. If you're just tuning in, if you want updates on other fires, I'll be happy to tell you about it. But we've been watching the Bobcat Fire closely because it's creeping towards structures and stuff. And some idiot with a drone grounded all the tanker planes today. I can't believe it. We could also check on Global Supertanker again. Yeah, it's on the ground. It's on the ground. It only took off once yesterday from noon to 2. Maybe it's just because it takes so long to refuel it or something. I mean, that's gotta be... It usually took more than an hour when it was dropping on Paradise. That's a big tank to refill. Judy says, I'm good. Fixing to eat steak. I want some. It's very rare for me to eat steak because my favorite's chicken. Yeah, but my dad wants me to try it. Okay. Well, sous vide. That's all I gotta say. Sous vide. That's the new cooking trend. Where you basically boil your steak in circulating hot water. So it's just a perfect... You know how steak is like more rare in the middle and it's kind of more done on the end? Well, the French way of cooking it is circulate it in boiling water for a bit. It takes like a $70... it's like in a big pot, right? And there's a clip-on thing to your pot, and it costs like $70. Everybody tells me it's worth it because this is gourmet chef stuff. If you get served a steak at a restaurant, it's like a 5-star restaurant, where it's the same amount of doneness, like pink all the way around, or rare, or well done, 100% through, however you like it. It's 15 seconds, okay. What was from a year ago? What was from a year ago? Judy says, I'm glad that was from a year ago. I was worried it was today. That video? Oh, the video he posted? Okay. So, anyway, sous vide, I think that's how you call it. It's S-O-U-S. Sous vide. That cooking method is the best for steak. I'm going to get me one of those $70 clip-on things. I'm going to win the lottery. Alright, so let's watch it. But I can't believe I got a copyright claim on that music, the cheesy 80s video with the firefighting. Oh yeah, so actually let me copy link. I'll try and look at it. And I'll check it out first, and if I think we can watch it. Is it a work in the United States government? Aviation Central, I don't know. Oh, captured by the crew of another plane. I bet it is copyright free. SourceFireAviation.com. Alright, we're watching this. I have much more... We'll even turn on the sound. I have much more confidence now. Alright, here it is. Sorry. I promised sound. Here it is. Whoa!
Oh, fuck!
I'm sorry for the cursing. You didn't tell me cursing was here too. Now it's no longer kid-friendly. Okay. My apologies, y'all. Maybe I should have turned the sound off. But did you see that? Let me turn off the sound and replay that. First of all, the biggest thing wrong here is A, that was cutting it close. But B, why can't they hold the phone sideways for the little cars? Here, I'll do the sounds. Splash. Pull up, terrain. Pull up, terrain. Because he probably just severed a bunch of cactus tops there. Oh, I forgot. Whoop, whoop. Here, let me redo it. Splash. Whoop, whoop. Terrain. Whoop, whoop. Terrain. Alright, I'm sorry. I could never make it as a comedian. I'd be covered in rotten vegetables. But yeah, that's impressive. Holy... That probably did. They probably found tumbleweeds stuck on the wings when they landed. Yeah. Yeah, sorry about the language. You should be. You should be, young man. So let's go back here. I need to find some lunch. I've only had a donut today. I like your sound better? Right. I was doing it better the other day. Bob was an airline enthusiast. You know, Mr. Aviation would probably say that's not what it sounds like. Pull up, terrain. Pull up, terrain. Whoop whoop, terrain. Whoop whoop, terrain. All right, I'll work on this. I'll work on this. Someday when I'm a professional streamer, I will have the little soundboard and it'll just have the correct stuff. So the reason that was a joke with Bob and I is back here we can do a different map view mode, right? We can select any of the craft. Like this is a Rockwell 690B. We don't know what kind of craft it is. We'd have to look up that it's got no photo. But we can at any time hit the 3D view. This is the funny thing that happens. And let me turn off the other. So, sorry it's dark, but at any time we can see cockpit view of this craft, right? So this is just a program interpreting where the jets are. Yeah, 3D. This is interpreting where the jets are, and it would be a charred, blackened, and smoky landscape, but this is what it looks like according to Google Earth or whatever. OpenStreetMap or whatever that is. This is a general idea of the actual terrain. So this is in real time. This is where that plane is. However, every once in a while this program loses contact with the transponder. There's a little delay. You ran out of the 3D vids? It's totally worth the sub. It's just you have a week trial. Go ahead and do a silver free trial. It's pretty cool. It's like a year. I think it's like $10 for the year. So this is how I was covering the Paradise Fire. We were listening to Global Supertanker. We saw the Global Supertanker's eye view. We were doing that the other day too. That was fun. So what happens? It's hilarious. As I came back, like back then during the Paradise Fire, as I come back and people in the chat are full of, oh God, I'm going to be sick. Oh no, I can't watch this. I just vomited. You know, they're pulling my leg there. But whenever the transponder stops giving information temporarily, like for 40 seconds or a minute, the program doesn't make the plane stop in midair. It just has the best guess of where it's going. So it predicts where the plane is, right? And even if there's a mountain in front of you, it won't make it go up or down. So I came back and people were going, oh no, did it crash? And some people were like, I'm going to be sick, I just barfed. Because what can happen with this view is when they get the new data, it'll just slam the view into a different spot. It'll teleport the aircraft. Or if it's in prediction, so that will go from like 10,000 feet and suddenly go 5,000 feet lower. And people go, I'm going to barf. I'm going to be sick. Or, like I had just walked in, days ago, the aircraft actually rose over the top of a mountain, but it slams right into it in this live view. And, that's the prediction thing here. So that's what can be hysterically funny about this. But every once in a while, this is a nice smooth turn. This is the little 690B, the Rockwell. So this is a little passenger jet, like a scout plane. Yeah, you notice that with the super tanker? They are getting very low. I mean, the super tanker is also getting really low to the ground. They go under 500 feet. Can you imagine a 747 under 500 feet? And sadly, I have to report, after the Paradise Fire, it was some other state, they made a drop on a crew, on a fire crew, and killed a firefighter, because I think the retardant took out trees and the tree limbs or the tree broke off and fell on the guy. It was extremely low pass, and it was, that's thousands and thousands and thousands of gallons of retardant and or water. I mean, even that water could slam you to the ground and give you a concussion, That's like many different swimming pools of water falling on you from a height, and they're going more than 350 miles an hour. You can imagine how that just slams the landscape. Nobody has ever filmed that I know of an actual drop like that from the ground. I mean, you could put up a GoPro if anybody has that. It was within a year ago, I think. And so you can look it up, but that was one of the most sad things I've heard. This is all high risk. You know, unfortunately, it's a double-edged sword. The aircraft can protect crews on the ground and watch out for them. They could kill them also on accident. So let's go back to map view. That's the terrain. You can imagine it's a charred landscape. Let's go back to our webcam view and see how this is updated. So this is from the observatory. Oh god, that makes me sick. I'm sorry, I can't control that. So it looks pretty much the same as we've been monitoring, but this is live webcam. That was 1 minute ago. I think I'll leave it on this. I'm going to turn back on some pilot chatter.
Branch 5, Tango Tango, actual, they're ready to go up top. Just needs a thumbs up from you. Resources are in place. Firing team holding and contingency. Also want to confirm that BDC 6239 Foxtrot, if they are a 12 or 24-hour resource.
They're a 12, but we long shifted them last night, so we'll have to keep them at 12. Well, we can get it done. Just get her done, and we can just roll them into a 24 if we have to.
Yeah, get her done.
Okay, yeah, that was the question since they're up top, but we'd like to see if they could do a 24 to hold that up top tonight.
Yeah, I don't have a problem. I'll just get that done, and then we'll get them off tomorrow.
Okay, copy in your thumbs up with the Pinion Ridge operation.
Hey, firm, everything's looking favorable, so go for it.
Copy.
Curtis, go for it.
You know what we should do if I can...
Branch 5 operations, you copy?
Yeah, get her done. Everybody take 3 shots. Get her done is now part of the drinking game. Go get your half and half. Go get your half and half and take 3 shots.
Bobcat Communications, Water Center 222. Water Center 222, go for communication. Just an update. We do have knockdown on the slop. We still need that engine just to help secure it. Do you have an identifier for that engine? Water Center 222, Bobcat Communications copies. You have knockdown on the slop. We have engine 21 from Angeles responding.
Go for it.
222 copies, engine 21. I will contact them on V-Fire 25. Thank you. Water Center 222 communications. Branch 10 is hailing you on V4. Branch 10 on V4. 222, that's affirmative. Branch 10, V4. 222 copies, thank you.
Guy carry.
Yeah, just trying to get an update on Gulf and Juliet, November.
Yeah, making my way to the cell area.
See?
Copy.
I'm making my way to a cell phone reception area so I can make a call. Holy, I just rest my case on that. Come on.
Mass 4 on National, we are now en route to Santa Maria for load and hold. We have 4 souls on board, 30 minutes en route, and 2 hours of fuel on board.
Oh.
I'm just looking for this point peak, but I believe you're talking about it's up on the crest of the front country from on the divide Red Box Road, Mount Wilson Red Box Road, correct?
So, 4 souls on board. Sometimes those are those smoke jumpers, and sometimes it's
Copy, we're working on Gulf, and we'll evaluate, and definitely have that in the stack of stuff.
One thing to note is
Branch 4 in command.
there's helipads up there. They keep... The helicopters are...
North side, anything coming on that,
down into the canyons was no go, but the stuff up top is still workable, and it makes sense with what you're doing.
They're ferrying crews up there to the helipads. Alright guys, I need to eat something. I'm gonna mute it, and you guys can listen. This is
Operations actual from Branch 5, B4.
Operations actual.
Yeah, everything's all in place. You're good with going ahead with our operation up there on Pinion Ridge like we discussed yesterday, correct?
Thanks for informing me, and go for it.
I have been streaming live with only 10-minute breaks since for
85 Golf, Branch 4 on V4.
Hello cars, I'm just going to mute that a second. I've been streaming live for about 9 hours and 37 minutes now, so yeah, it's time for a lunch. I had one donut and a box of raisins and a cup of coffee this whole time, so I think it's time to seek better nutrition, and so I'm going to have a good lunch here. But Torin, if you're still here, get more videos for us to watch, especially if it's from Fire Aviation.
Rotors yet, and just give me an update of what you got.
Alright. I'll be back in 10.
Okay, I'm assuming it's steep and their scoopers wouldn't do you any good, correct? Okay, I'll give it a few more, and give me a shout when you get the rotors, just so we can close that loop and get you the help. Sure, thanks, Mike. Branch 4.
Report from LA that a civilian is reporting smoldering spots on their property.
Go with the address.
Branch 4, Bobcat Communications, address 11629 Juniper Hills Road.
Branch 4 copies. We got resources in the area. We'll address it. Break, Mike, did you copy direct? I got Juniper Hills. What was the numbers? 11629. Copy, I'll handle. Also, I'm over here in Little Crop Creek. I'm going to help back out. And then also, on the west end of Little Rock Creek, we have just some activity over there. We're trying to get the copter to work on that as well. We might want to put some more water on it so we don't have to worry about it later. Copy. I'm still waiting for the one type 1, and we'll evaluate and take it from there. Thanks. Yeah, correct. Alpha, Mike on V4.
Vision 2, changing location to area 22.
1120 Alpha, Mike on V4. Branch 4, he's down in the reservoir. Did you copy that address direct? Hey, stand by. I'm going to give you an address. I need to get one of the engines to go check a flare-up behind a residence. Tell me when you're ready. One 229 Juniper Hill. Branch 4. We just go investigate and do the work. Engine 21, water tender 222, on command. Corrected numbers. 11629. Thank you, Branch 4. Golf, Fob Trooper, V4. Keep 3. 217 admin. Fire safety 1, keep 3. Safety 1. Up at Chileo, escorting the engineering crew down. Check the machine. We cannot get it started. We moved it to a safe location, and the operators are coming down off the hill. And the mechanic is going to be escorted out by another fire gentleman from the other side.
Charlie, hotel's checked in, has the contact, has the general area. Listen up for him on air to ground, tactical north. Copy, 1 Charlie Hotel, just checked in with us. Be up, you can verify that back through Fox, but they just checked into the airspace.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
Copy, correction, that was my mistake. Copy 1 Charlie Hotel, down mechanical.
Bobcat Communications per branch 10, cancel engine 21. Where's that?
Charlie Hotel inbound.
Division 2. Army, you copy that traffic with communications?
I copy.
Engine 21 copies, cancel.
Engine 21, Division 2 on admin.
2, Engine 21.
Engine 21, Division 2, meet me at Rincon. I'm about 5 minutes out.
Copy. Angeles Bobcat air attack on Nashville. Get a fill on the 3 large air tankers out of.
And come to available area search report.
Copy.
Red 14, out of service.
Okay, I have returned with a little bit of food. And, well, this isn't too extraordinarily exciting, is it? We are concerned that this fire is coming up towards the Mount Wilson Observatory. And we were extra concerned when all of the tankers were called off today because of an idiot in the area flying a drone at approximately 11 or so. Then the visibility got bad because the fire got so bad. So while they are protecting structures and stuff, and I listened to this while I was in the kitchen, I just heard that they had a fire engine breakdown. They're evacuating the crew. They tried to park it. They tried to park it in a safe spot, but they're evacuating the crew. This just gives us more of an idea that, man, all day they've had radio problems. They've had communication problems because they don't have cell phone service up there.
And unable to use the command repeat radios. So if somebody's trying to get a hold of me, the only channel I can hear is B4.
Wow, I can't make this up.
Out for fuel.
When I'm back in range of the command system. Thank you. Range 3.
Yeah, it's old equipment breaking down. I mean, there's an engine.
B4.
Listen, it's talking about my radio doesn't work.
Go ahead. Where you at? I'd like to stay with you. Just started up Santiago Canyon Road.
Okay, you need to be in the area like the north end of your branch, like Mount Emma and Angeles Forest anytime.
I can give you a call when I pop back out and hit the pavement.
Yeah, he's saying my radio don't work. I can only hear one channel. I'll give you a call back because I have to leave and I'll hit the pavement, meaning leaving the mountains and getting back towards civilization or the main highways where he has cell phone signals. So I've been hearing this since 5 in the morning with dismay. This is like watching a train wreck. I mean, we have the radio towers, the giant radio towers that serve LA, giving perfectly crystal clear FM and AM radio, right? Meanwhile, we don't have any repeaters worth a darn. Ow, that just crackled loudly in my ear. We don't have any repeaters up there worth a darn, and they keep giving instructions to, I can barely hear you, you're broken. Sometimes 30, 48 minutes goes by, and a person's not responding to dispatch. And they finally say, somebody go drive over to that crew and have them drive into cell phone range so we can talk to them. This is just complete crap, and we can fix this. But this explains many of the delays while the fires get bigger and bigger when the hot spots could have been put out really quick. Is these communication problems, and they don't have the internet or cell phone service out there, so they can't send a map to each other. I keep hearing directions that they're supposed to write down on paper. Go up this road, turn left. Go over here, turn right. Go over here, turn left. And one mistake in that read back, and these people are just lost, and they call back, and I'm lost. And the pilots even. The pilots, which, oh my gosh, they have been looking at paper maps, trying to find peaks. And so there's a 48-minute delay between the time when a recon plane was off the ground and trying to head over to the Mount Wilson area to a specific peak. It was 48 minutes because he goes, I'm still trying to find the right map, a good map. I've got no service. So this has been hard to watch. You know, these delays, how fast can a fire spread in 48 minutes, you know? So, but it's fixable. That's the silver lining here, is maybe it's a wake-up call. Get them new equipment. You know, we had the same thing in Clackamas County, Oregon. They were fighting the Riverside fire. Just all these crews on the West Coast using horribly old equipment, don't have new radios or don't have radios at all. In Clackamas County, what we saw was, you know, they had to actually drive. They had to drive and tap people on the shoulder because they only had one radio and had to monitor 2 channels. And so they're switching back and forth between the channels, and all they did was manage to hear nobody. So this is a wake-up call for throwing a little bit of money at our fire crews. I mean, what is the expense of not having our fire crews affected? You know, now that some of these radios are $25. I just ordered one for myself. And boy, I think we should have a fundraiser and just buy some of our crews some of these and throw it at them. You know, $125 and you can get a 5-pack of these, you know. So I don't know if we should stay on this channel and monitor the Bobcat Fire. We can go to the different views. They've been struggling hard to save the, oh, auto alert was disabled due to an activity. Let me make sure we're getting a modern. I was wondering why that didn't look too different. Hey, there's a helicopter. Check it out. So this is new as of 3:22. This is 1 minute ago. There's a helicopter, and we can look here and see helicopters. Wow, in the area. So we can even find out. There it is. Now it's down there. That is so cute. I'm going to save that. Right click, save image. We can time lapse this a little bit later and maybe see the helicopter go by. So this is 09/21/2020. What is it? 3:23 p.m. Helicopter, Mount Wilson North. Cool. And now it's gone past. See, this update's pretty quick. I didn't realize it stops updating due to my inactivity or whatever. Talking about defending a saddle off of some road, and I just can't hear. Half their transmissions are unintelligible. So let's just refresh. Okay. Yeah, this is from Mount Wilson Observatory, and this fire is getting so close. I think I should show once again what it was like earlier in the day. And they grounded all their copters around 11 or so. I mean, all of their fixed-wing aircraft. All of the DC-10 tankers and the C-130s and the DC-87, you know. Look at it come closer and closer after 11. So this is 11 o'clock. They stopped their water drops. And they ground the planes because an idiot is flying a drone in the area. And then look how big the fire gets and starts climbing towards Mount Wilson Observatory. Just insane. And if you're missing what I'm doing right now, you'll want to rewind my video a little bit and then press the live button again to catch up, because this is insane. This is current conditions. So while it's not that exciting to watch it as it slowly every minute refreshes, it is exciting to watch the time lapses that can come, you know, when you hit the button. This is marvelous. So if we lose structures, they're now trying to defend a ranch west of here. Hang on, let's listen to pilots. Man, oh man. So I'm going to refresh this, and we'll still look at this webcam. Bugs and all. This is a bug, a bug. Or, if it's not insects, it could be this dirt on the camera lens here, here, and here. Alright, I'm going to look at chat, because I've been to lunch, still eating my food. Sherlock says, this shows the wind pushing the smoke into Portland. Okay. I will copy that link and see from a different webcam. It's clear nearby Portland right now. Pretty fresh air out there. And so this must be an old time-lapse video. This is actually a time-lapse video of the smoke clearing out of Portland. Do you know where Portland is? This is it shows the Pacific air pushing it, the fresh Pacific air coming in and pushing it away. Now these are clouds, mate. These are clouds. Pretty cool. Yeah, by the time this starts, do we have a date? This is the Ghost 17 satellite, September 20th? Yeah. September 13th. Let's look around here. Yeah, we had some smoke earlier than this. That this is actually the series of rainstorms coming in. This is the smoke here. It's California smoke, and this is the smoke from the Cave Falls fires here. This is east side of Oregon, so this is the smoke going to Madras. This is the smoke from California. These are the Pacific breezes. There was a smaller fire here and here, but this is actually the Pacific clouds. Maybe one day here this looks a little smoky, but then it goes right past, and then boom. At this point, this is the fresh ocean breezes that push it all away. So that's pretty neat. Oh yeah, we've been breathing easy for the last couple of days. And this is the gentle kiss of rain, you know. At one point it was the torrential downpour that nearly killed me and Torin with the lightning strikes less than 50 feet away from both of us. Or maybe 100 feet. But yeah, that's a pretty neat image. What are they saying? Let's hear it. Let's listen a second.
You're trying to help me?
Trying to get an update, but Branch 10 called me.
Copy. And I got a picture on a map that should be coming to you pretty quick.
Copy.
And the smoke that actually hit Portland came from the east and went to the west. Came down the Columbia River Gorge. And the smoke that went south of there from Salem and such, because Salem was absolutely different than Portland. Portland didn't get much of the smoke. Salem, Marion County, Lynn County, and south was, sunset occurred at like 4:30. It was like dark because of the smoke, like a volcanic eruption, and it was like deep orange. You know, I got photographs texted to me from down there. When I looked out my window it was northwest of Portland, I went, wow, it's clear as anything with birds chirping and the sun shining. So, yeah, I would categorize that as when the wind changed and started blowing everything away from Portland. That's a pretty cool loop. I just saved that. So we just saw this change. And it is blowing from this ravine to the west. They're trying to save properties to the west of this. Thank goodness the fire line they have down here seems to be holding. They're talking about it. There's a fire line in the north, just north of Mount Wilson. But they're trying to save structures to the west of this. And because all the tankers were grounded, they sat there for 3 hours on the tarmac, ready to go again with all the retardant, and they finally said, look, it's too smoky to use them. All of them got called off the fire, so whether or not they've been reassigned to others, I really don't know. We should figure that out. But then they started racing engines and ground crews over to the west of this fire. And if that person loses their property because of the tankers being called off, man, I would sue that person's hind end off. You know, there's some idiot out there that did this today. Man, I hope he has insurance. The FAA is going to find him. They're going to find this person. They won't be able to hide. You know, if they have to go to DJI itself and say, who the hell was doing this? Whenever you fly a drone, DJI is the most popular by far. There's a software, and DJI at least gets to know you made a flight, and so the FAA can go ahead and query. They're probably on the phone with DJI within minutes after 11 this morning. Who the hell is up north of Pasadena in the hills flying a drone right now in a restricted airspace over a active wildfire? That person's going to be found. DJI is going to say, oh, this is the person's phone, phone number. This is their identifying information about their specific phone, and then they're going to call the phone company, and then they're going to find him real quick. I bet by tonight there's going to be a knock on that guy's door, and they're going to kick it down. I can't wait to see on the news who the heck this is and justice served. You know, these are bad apple examples. I'm a drone pilot too, and I'm furious. These are the people who get us who get us all banned.
Branch 4. Hey Tommy, look at your text. Sent to your phone.
Yeah, it could be a homemade drone, but
okay, nothing came through yet. I'll take a look.
it's possible, but
Be your cell phone friendly for about 30 seconds.
alright, I'm muting that. If they're gonna, I don't like putting firefighter cell phones over the air.
Our dozers, etc., are working over there, but if something comes up for concern, they can go direct on my cell. Yeah, firm, there's no movement or anything, just seeing if you wanted it. I'll hold. Good right now, but I'll hang on to that idea.
What idea?
We're starting to load and return, and we're shifting over here, finishing up in Gulf.
Yeah, I think you just drove by.
Oh my God! They need new radios. Oh God! Hey, welcome back.
I'm going to Tanya with Branch 3. Say again.
Yeah, seeing if we can get a time frame on that copter, or maybe we can get a little push. We only have limited time with 85 Golf being up on that ridge before he's got to start coming down to be eyes on that spot.
Copy. I'll try again.
Starting all the way over at Mount Wolf, east by the observatory, and working towards the west.
Roll a little bit tonight in this. Hopefully, when we get the copter, we're going to try to have him work on that as well.
Copy.
Okay, what you missed, Torin, is engine breakdown in the middle of the path of a fire. And so they evacuated the crew and they parked it in what they think is a safe space. And then they said, my radio ain't working right. Let me drive to a spot where I can call you on my cell phone. Man, I've been hearing that all day. This has been like watching a train wreck. And then they were like, oh, tell this crew or that crew to go and drive to cell phone range. And we just heard like 1 minute ago. My radio is a little bit, my radio is not working too well. You can always call me on my phone.
Yeah, Bobcat communication, Mike. I'd like to get a ground support out to get an evaluation on a broken down dozer.
See?
Model CAT D6N Delta 6 Nancy. Transmission remote housing. And we need to get somebody out to see if they can field repair or we need...
Yeah, on the radios. See what I mean about the radios? Yeah. So that's the second piece of equipment I think that broke down. Yep. So
Bobcat communications, Mike, stand by.
remember, we take a shot of milk every time they say tango tango. That's part of the drinking game.
Communication, Mike. You ready for that information?
Mike, affirmative.
Bobcat communication, it is at Desert Marksman Rifle Range off of Santiago Canyon Truck Trail. The contact will be 9335
Lima.
telephone number They're also operating off of the Fire 26 for TAC.
I muted the cell phone number.
Mike, communications copy. Deputy Desert, Marksman shooting range, Santiago Truck Trail.
Bobcat Communications, that is correct. Also, it's in section Papa Bravo 46.
Communications copy. Papa Bravo 46.
What I've been noticing too is even earlier when there was a scout plane. Yeah. Oh God. Alright, that's rocking my ears. I'm turning that down. There's only so much of this I can take. I've been punished by this for more than 2 weeks now. This is like week 3 of covering the fires. I can't take it any longer. So, in the future, can't they just put a little chip in radios that just weeds that out? I know that when I'm on the Broadcastify affiliate scanner radio app on my phone, you can cut down the frequencies that the human ear can't even hear, or that are non-human voice. Why don't they just do that, like in the radios? I don't know. But half of that is, I mean, like dolphin-esque kind of frequencies. Anyway, just, you know, another one of my common sense observations that I don't understand is not implemented yet. So what happened earlier, Torin, was so they've sent up a scout plane towards Mount Wilson this morning before the tankers, and so there's a 48-minute delay because that scout plane that pilot was currently in an area that didn't have good cell service or any, and they were talking on the radio, and so the air attack command person was giving him directions like, oh, on your paper map, this is where you find it, and he's trying to tell him where to put his finger on the paper map. 48 minutes later, you know, I'm still listening through it. He's like, okay, I'm still looking at the map. I don't know where you're sending me. What is this ridge? It was just like, wow, if they had some actual cell phone coverage out there, he could have sent him a map, you know, or they could have shared a map that was live, you know, and he could put his finger on the spot. So, whew, this is dark ages stuff. If only we could get more cell phone type service out to the wilderness, you know. Oh, and by the way, that reminds me of what Verizon did. Verizon, you scallywags. What was that controversy? I think it might have been the Paradise Fire or the Loma Rica Fire the year before. Somewhere up in Northeast California, I believe. So there was an allotment of data for the cell phones of the firefighters. They actually like contract with Verizon and such. They went over it and they got shut off in the middle of the fire. Oh yeah. Hey Judy, she says, I will check in later. You headed to your sister's friend's house to pick up pears and plums. Oh, that's cool. And take them to a food bank. That's nice. Her friend says there's too many for them, so they're glad to bless others. Wonderful. That is so cool of them. That is so wonderful. And yeah, bless you and take care too. And maybe I'll be around. Probably will several more hours. I've been up since 4:30. And because of YouTube throwing away my video footage, if it goes beyond 12 hours, we've got approximately, let's see, it's 10:30 now. 10 hours and 10 hours and 27 minutes I've been rolling. When we get towards 12 hours, I have to stop the video and restart it. Yeah, what's the multi-billion-dollar U.S. Army busy with right now? Exactly. What? Edwards Air Force Base. Right here. Could somebody have picked up the phone and made a mission to search and destroy that freaking civilian drone? Yeah. I am actually... I definitely think, and maybe they even want to help, but they need orders, right? They're probably like, man, somebody give us some orders. I think in the future they really should help a lot with more, because, look, okay, I know we need to have a good Navy and air superiority, definitely to maintain our protection. But for the most part, since 1950, or yeah, since around 1950, the only threat to the nation has been ourselves, causing massive environmental calamities and a volcano or two. Mount St. Helens. It's probably wise that they should kind of shift towards an inward focus. I think that that's a good practice for them. Like, how fast can you mobilize and rescue people? Like, why is the National Guard exactly doing that only? So, how fast can you set up a tent city for these evacuees? That's good practice for, like, in wartime when you set up a base for your infantry, Why can't we do that for the evacuees? I mean, they had 20,000 homeless people in Paradise, and they were living in their cars 3 or 4 months later when I went there and met them. Why can't we give them the barracks, tents? Just construct. Yeah, go ahead and construct a miniature town like we did in World War II. We made entire cities from scratch in less than a year in World War II, on the temporary, like Vanport, Oregon. Why don't we just mobilize our forces to do that so that people are not living in their cars, who've lost everything and lost their loved ones, even the elderly people, and staying with random strangers, This is, most of the people from the Paradise Fire are still homeless today and living with relatives, staying in hotels. A lot of times they ran out of all of their own personal money staying in hotels, and they're just regular homeless now. They're camping at the river bottoms near the confluence of the Yuba and Feather Rivers. And there's these massive tent camps ever since that fire that have they're like Hoovervilles. They called them Hoovervilles in the 1930s. They're mostly in tent camping by the river bottoms, and it gets to be 112 degrees and stuff, routinely. 95, 112 degrees throughout this entire summer. They've been suffering and continue to suffer. The rebuilding of Paradise is going along slowly, because as I mentioned, they have to dig up 3 feet of the soil. Whoops, I have to move my map. I feel so guilty. I have the fire at the wrong location. That's because of zoom level or something. I'm just going to turn that off. I'll have to move that again. Sorry. So, yeah, they're living in tents at the river bottoms. It's around 20,000 people. And you know what that did is people who were still in the area that were on the verge of always being evicted, because the way that the rent crisis is now, that's just over the last 6 years they raised rent more than 400%, something insane in the western states. Because of so many people, a lot of times foreigners, like the rich Chinese people, for example, and others, back easters, they saw that real estate investment in America and jacking up rents was an amazing way to make money. And there's a whole bunch of tax reasons why, but investment properties are not taxed the same way as like stock market stuff is. So you get these people who, like, for example, the fire in Oakland, that warehouse fire that killed more than 24 people, maybe even 34. I forget what the exact death toll was. The ghost ship fire. It was an abandoned warehouse that some foreign Chinese or Laotian or some Asian country. These people never set foot on their own property. They bought it. They were renting it out, and it turns out that, in Oakland now, in San Francisco, you can't really rent anything. 250 square feet in San Francisco is like a $4,000 apartment. Nobody can get by unless they rent out their couch on Air Bed and Breakfast, or they themselves can't afford their own apartment. So when I stayed in San Francisco, that's what I stayed in a 1-bedroom apartment, and the people who live there just now live on their own couch and sectioned it off, So the bedroom even had the bathroom. So here I am in the bedroom, and they went to the bathroom sometimes at night, but they made a little wall, like with the bamboo, kind of like paper, Asian style, sectioned it off so that I had privacy, But it's insane. The rent down there is insane. Complete dump apartments filled with rats and cockroaches. 1-bedrooms or studios are like more than $2,500. So in the ghost ship fire, that was an example of why did the owners allow a warehouse that used to be a truck garage, like a semi-truck repair garage next to a junkyard, which has no running water or heat inside of it. In order to get electricity, they stole it from, the people living in there were a bunch of artists and hippies and well, that's some of them were, but the other people just couldn't afford anything else in the whole area. So there's one couple who they parked their entire RVs inside of that warehouse, and were living out of their RVs inside the warehouse. And to get electricity, they snaked hundreds of electrical cords, extension cords throughout the whole thing. Extension cords connected to extension cords connected to, like, those things where one outlet turns into 10, those, whatever those are. Now, I know that Torin and all the other firefighters hearing anything like this, the hairs rising on the back of their necks, and yeah, you know what happened. That's just a fire waiting to happen. So they drilled through the wall, made a hole in it, and stole the electricity from the nearby auto shop and on the same block, and there was an electrical cord going through it, extension cord, and they had all kinds of RVs hooked up to that one extension cord, a bunch of refrigerators, and then they had a concert there one night, so they hooked up all kinds of DJ equipment and stereos, and they had a legal concert that night. So with all that load, all the electric guitars and the lights and stuff, they invited tons of people from all the way around. So they had more than 100 people, I think, in there. The second floor didn't exist in that warehouse, and so these people that rented it out, I think there was like 25 or 30 tenants living in this non-heated warehouse in Oakland. They actually stacked piles of pallets to make a makeshift staircase of wood. It was rickety, like, if you Google up the ghost ship fire and see the pictures of how it was before, they had like one exit out to the front of the street and no emergency lighting, of course, because people aren't supposed to be living here. It was like a wooden forest of like weird, fake trees, and just stacked. So people used it as a storage rental. So people just stored good and furniture, rattan furniture, tinderbox kind of stuff, antiques. There was an antique, somebody stored all of their antique furniture that they sold in that warehouse. When that fire started, it was probably the fridge, a surge of power through the electrical line to the fridge. That thing went up like lighting a wicker basket on fire. And the people upstairs didn't stand a chance. The lights went out and they couldn't navigate their way down that narrow staircase. There was a mass fatality event, the worst structure fire in recent American history. I mean, this is the state of rent. People were paying more than $1,000 to live in their own inside of their RV in a warehouse that didn't have electricity or running water. That's the state of Northern California rent. There are many thousands of people living in the river bottoms in their own Hoovervilles. I tried to go fishing a couple times when I was down there earlier in the year. Could not. There was too many sketchy people by the river bottoms. Some people are perfectly nice. They just, But then there's the drug people and the mentally ill who are violent, and the criminals that also want to live off the grid, so to speak, the drifters. Oh yeah, it was a fire waiting to happen. Go ahead and look it up, Torin. The ghost ship, the worst fire since that station fire, the station nightclub. A lot of people couldn't make it off the top floor. There's horrible, the skeletons and such they found. Up there on the dance floor, there was a man who grabbed his girlfriend, and there was a couch, and he pulled the couch over on top of them, and they perished under there. And then, of course, the floor burned through, and the couch landed on an RV, and then they found, I think, skeletons inside the RV. And just a mass fatality event. The fire department was 3 blocks away and took a long time to respond. It was really weird. And people entered, the fire department entered, took a look around and exited. And there's a lot of controversy about them trying, they should have done more. But really, if you look at the pictures, it would have been a death trap for firefighters to enter the structure. Most of those people on the second floor never even made it to the ground floor. And that was fully engulfed in black smoke out the windows and no time flat. But the tragedy there is, just like all these monster fires, these wildfires, it could have been prevented easily because the neighborhood had been making complaints about the fire hazards and people living in there illegally and the crazy electrical situation. They had had previous minor fires because the entire place, however many people were living in there, like 30 people, were getting all of their electricity from a single extension cord drilled through the wall, stealing it from a local business. Just insanity. But that is the state of rent. Desperate people who are normal. It wasn't just crazy artists and hippies. People who make a good wage, people who have gone to college and are making a high wage still can't afford rent. So all the people, going back to what I originally said, all the people who were in that area, including my brother and a different family member who had cancer, while he's recovering from cancer, the landlord didn't raise the rent for a while, but he goes, I'm sorry, after the Paradise Fire, I can make so much more money off of your unit that now that there's 20,000 more people looking for places to rent, everyone raised the rent in this entire northern part of the state, that I'm sorry, I'm kicking you out, even though you're in the middle of a cancer treatment. Bye. So that force, just like my family member, I can't disclose who that is, privacy reasons, that forced that family member of mine, like I keep telling people. And you know what? I was tickled a little bit. I'm satisfied, but finally the media is taking up notice of what I've been saying all along. That suggested to me was, I think it was the LA Times or something, saying these people that are living in the middle of nowhere, it's not because they're stupid. It's because the trash land that's fire prone, has no water, nothing grows there. The badlands of California that are either heavily polluted or whatnot, rocky, dry wasteland, and roads haven't been maintained for 100 years. The last people who lived here were gold miners who came and went in the 1800s. Those lands that have no fire protection at all, that's where people are moving because of the rent crisis. And so they're just moving and living on these lands with, in their RVs and stuff, or their little trailers. That forced my own family member to go up into the mountains, where the rent is a lot cheaper because nobody likes to live in the mountains. The snows of the Sierras are just so intense. Usually people have a cabin there. You board it up for the winter, turn off all the water so it doesn't freeze. And if you do come for a Christmas, you might have to unbury your cabin because the snow's probably 14 feet deep, depending. People are moving out to these places where it's extremely rugged terrain. You see more and more fatalities out in the country, not because people are yuppies and they're rich and they want to live in the country. That's the way it's being portrayed in the media. Oh, we are just screwing Mother Nature with our sprawl into her lands, and this is where the habitat should be for the animals, and so it serves us right when Mother Nature erases our buildings with her fires. That's her way of restoring her habitat. No. Every time I hear that environmental crap, it's like religious. Mother Nature doesn't hate us people. We're just stupid. We are just, it's our fault. We are encouraging worse fires with our stupidity, such as, allowing eucalyptus trees to grow in California, which are fire prone. That sort of thing. Allowing, the invasive beetles to kill all the forests and stuff. It's just stupidity. Mother Nature doesn't hate us. It's not wrath of anybody. That's like when those people says that the gay people were causing more intense hurricanes because God's punishing us. No, none of that's happening. People like my brother and my family member with cancer have to move out into the middle of nowhere because they cannot afford the rent. And so this is the rent crisis. The foreigners and some other investment people they're making money high off the hog. They just have bought up during the foreclosure crisis, when the banks seized everyone's home during the 2007 type, collapse. People are just not homeowners anymore. They're pretty much renters. It's not like it used to be. And you can get the rent raised so that 60 and 70% of your income is rent. Now, everybody knows who study economics, if your rent is more than 35% of your income, you will not get ahead. You cannot, no matter how much you save, get ahead. Because if rent's more than 35% of your income, you still have your bills, you still have your car, you still have your clothing, you have to buy your food, your daycare, your saving for your kids' college. Yeah, well, that's out the window for a lot of people now. All of that, all those expenses, medical expenses, which are so crazy now too, you cannot get ahead if your rent is more than 35% of your income, and now it's like 65 and 70% for a lot of people. There's a reason there's tent cities. So when people can barely hang on, and they have payday loans every single month, and they're on food stamps, but still, this is the way it is for a lot of the poor people of California and everywhere else. If you're not middle class, this is kind of like your reality. When this happened at Paradise, the rent just skyrocketed because 20,000 people needed more places to stay. And the deficit of low-income housing is insane. So there's like millions of people that need low-income housing that they can afford, and it's not available. For the meantime, there's a lot of high-income housing and things like mansions in the middle of nowhere and condo towers being built like crazy. And they're for other reasons, you know, they're buying up. What these real estate investment people do is they see a smaller, like older brick building that's historical probably and has some renters in it that are low income, and they kick them all out, tear down the building, put up a condo tower. And there's so many visitors to California that they and so many foreign rich people who might rent one or two of the condos. The rest of the tower can be empty. It doesn't matter, it's not even filled, but the rent is so high that they've made a way more profit than before. So this keeps happening as a trend, and unless laws prevent this kind of crazy investment that throws out all the poor, we're going to see more and more of this. So people are going out to the bad, horrible, non-defensible, scrubby, dry, you know, fire-prone areas that nobody else wants to live in because of economic reality. So enter my family member with cancer again. He goes up into the mountains, and he has been evacuated so many times and seen the fire get within 250 feet of his house. It's insane. So, okay, let's look at a new camera. So I just want to set the record straight. When people are, you know, people watch the mainstream media and they do not go into depth, like I am. They don't go into depth. You're not going to know this stuff, and that's why a lot of people are just having these hateful and these non-helpful criticisms blaming the victims. Please stop that. They are the victims, not only of the fires, but of this predatory housing market, you know, from these investors. So anyway, let's go back to covering the fire. Torrin says, it's like what I was saying about wildland firefighters must have paid minimum wage and $1 or $2 more than minimum wage. This has got to stop. So let's look at Wilson Cam West fire coming real close. Oh, yeah, thank you, Henning. Let's take a look. We'll switch our view to a different webcam because the fire is going to the west. So let me check that out and I'll switch. I was just kind of wondering, how can we cover this? Most of the plane's grounded. Thank you so much. So Mount Wilson Cam. So let's click. Let's go back. Mount Wilson West. Yeah, I never even thought about that. Okay. All right. Yeah, weren't we watching this? Yeah. Okay, so is this the one? This is actually kind of going away to the west. And so it's going away from the observatory, yeah. We were looking at it, and that's where they're trying to save the structures. And so if I was that rancher who, they said Kobe Ranch or whatever they were trying to save, if I was that property owner And this stupid drone operator, this idiot who today grounded all the tankers who were fighting this particular area here, trying to put retardant down. If I lost my property due to that or my livestock, oh boy, would I sue the rear end off of that guy. Holy mackerel. So, part of the reason that these fires get so bad is A, their radios don't work. B, people, the best and brightest, are not being attracted to these jobs because of the low minimum wage and the extremely high risk. Somebody's already died here. And, they probably have 30-year-old radios. Half of them are breaking down and half of their equipment is rickety. We've already seen the two pieces of equipment break down within the last couple of days, and 2 of them today. There. So, this fire is actually moving away and past Mount Wilson. And I think I can show you here. Mount Wilson is here. So we were looking at the cam to the north, and the cam to the west is going that way. It's over here in this ravine, and so the smoke is going that way. This is where I believe the wind's blowing. Let's put it on the wind. Actually, it's currently blowing towards the north, away from it. That's good in a way, but it was blowing this way, or at least the fire travel is this way. So that's what we're seeing on the webcam here too. So here's the one. Yeah, this is the west. So you see it's over here, kind of going that way. And we were also watching. Yeah, this is past Mount Wilson, kind of looking northwest. This is from a different spot. So it's in the ravine, not really on top of these towers. And then this is looking at the same fire from way further east. Way, from the ski slopes. I can't believe there's a ski slope here. And let's refresh this one. This is from even further away, but it gives you an idea about the rugged terrain. This is from Lukens 1. Can you imagine if you're up here fighting a fire and they tell you, go over here? What a drive, huh? That's why they needed the air support. Right now we're only seeing choppers in there because, the tankers just can't operate. They've been canceled for the day. So, yeah, but thank you for the alert. I'm trying to figure out if there's a different one. Can we find a camera from the west of here that would look east? Because the west is where the fire's going. So, I just don't know the area enough to click on these cams. Wow, there's a lot of cams. So this is what is looking north, but here to the west, these are looking the wrong way. This one's looking the wrong way. Lukens 1, the one we were seeing. Oh, okay. Yeah, so this is looking in the correct direction, but it's a lower altitude because Mount Wilson is here. So this is looking, okay, this is the one we want then, thank you. So this is Mount Lukens 1, and maybe I was mistaken, maybe you're right, the fire is coming towards this one? I thought it was going away. Huh. Okay, or maybe it's Lukens 2? Okay. So the fire is coming this way down this ravine. Is that what we are seeing? Oh, let's look at topo. Yeah, Torin, the ex-firefighter, is saying that's very right. It's high risk, lots of training, and shifts can be over 24 hours long and very physical. All that and low minimum wage pay. God, we have to support our firefighters. I heard that there was a 50-hour shift that everyone pretty much pulled after the winds of Labor Day. Ah! Now that's quite a shift. They're turning around the camera, I guess. Well, I hope that view isn't what we continue to see. So even if they wanted to buy their own equipment, they largely can't. Firefighters and food stamps. This has got to change. So let's look up here. Looking back at the chat. No, the telescope domes are not on fire. No, that's Mount Wilson. These are just... They have protected Mount Wilson. Oh yeah, nice view. They're swiveling the cam, I guess. This is only updated like once a minute. Hey, don't face that direction. That's not the one we want. Let's look at the fire. Stop. So if anybody wants information on the other fires, just let me know. We're looking at Bobcat because it's the most crazy situation. Stop swiveling that cam. I'm not in control. Yeah, nice antennas. So the firefighters can't hear each other and keep losing connection. They're like, say again, you're broken, say again. If you can hear me, please drive to the nearest cell phone service area down the ravine, say again. Meanwhile, look at all these super high antennas. You know, we were looking at that and remarking, why? So yeah, this is the view from the observatory. They saved it, see? Days ago and now. The observatory's fine. And this is looking at the fire from a different cam. This is the camera now that's on top of this. I'm going to switch to looking at the fire. And so, yeah, Torin, this is from the top of the dome. The fire's going to the west, and they say that the line's holding here. Well, I hope it's holding here, because they were trying to drop more retardant to protect Mount Wilson. But for the most part, it's moving west, and that's what they've been saying. And as you can see, the wind direction there. And this particular ravine is going to the west. Caltopo says in general the wind's going to the north, but that could be at higher elevations. This thing's probably making its own weather. In fact, I saw a video about a fire, not a fire tornado, but a smoke tornado with this Bobcat fire. Maybe I can find that if I can share it, if it's not copyright. So, if anybody has, yeah, it's pretty sad. I did know quite a few firefighters on food stamps. Yeah, so this image over here, the next one, whoops. There's pretty nice antennas. There's crystal clear FM radio, whoops, this one changed. Crystal clear FM radio, and the firefighters can't hear each other, you know. There were tall towers earlier in the view. So, but yeah, this is monochrome images of the fire all around the observatory. Wow, they all update at once. Color differential. Oh. Psychedelic. I can see how that might help firefighters. What are we looking at? Heat or something? This is the top of the smoke column. I wonder. Color differential image. What exactly does that mean? Maybe when the flames show, you can see them clearly. I mean, it's the same daytime, it's not nighttime, but this is a different way to see the same image. Wow. Yeah, what do you make of that? And here's the monochrome images. Huh. But these differentials are weird. So like here it is full color. This is now, by the way. I'm not happy to see the smoke drifting to these trees. That makes me nervous. And here's the same image. You can see the trees here. Wow. Alright, so the city firefighters are paid better. Most of them are volunteer as well. Pacific Ocean is west. Pacific Ocean is south. This is LA. So, I mean, in general, from California, Pacific Ocean is west, but it's south. Because this is LA, so it's south. LA is a big, like a bay, you know? So it's, I mean, eventually you get to it west, but the closest access to the ocean is south, technically, at this point. So, I'm going to check the weather. So this is Mount Wilson here. We're looking kind of to the north or to the west here. But yeah, that's what's confusing, you know, when people don't know the topography. This is actually looking to LA and the ocean, and this is south. The South Cam. So let's go back here. That's Yellowstone. This is the creek fire getting near it, burning up the sequoias. I hope it really doesn't affect Yellowstone proper. Let's look at the... First of all, I gotta go turn off that crazy air conditioner that's now turning me into a meat popsicle. But when I get back, let's look at the weather, see what's going on here. Maybe I'll find the smoke tornado video. I'll be right back. Yeah, these are updating in real time. So I'll just, well, here's the time lapse button, but this will update in real time. Be right back, folks.
So I know you said 1545 for the lead relief. I was just talking with Bravo 49, and he's stating that there was the agreement of 1630. He's willing to head up now, though.
Okay, back. Alright. I'm gonna read chat. I think I weirded out my weird neighbor, says Torin. He was out looking at his lawn when he looked over at me. I told him his yard was looking nice. Looks like a big salad. His car was hit by lightning the other night. Yep, that was Thor trying to assassinate Torin, and then later me. And Torin's new nickname is Thor's Bane. Oh. That we took a vote. We said, what should Torin's new name be? Thor's Bane. Yeah. You totally embarrassed Thor. He's talking to the other Viking gods right now, and they're laughing at him. You couldn't even kill him, mortal. He's a strange dude, yeah. Yeah. I'm getting nervous about that image. Are you, Torin? They say that they expected the lines to hold around Mount Wilson. But oh, earlier we saw a helicopter in one of these pictures. Yeah, Torin finds my jokes funny. Thank goodness somebody does. Alright. Whenever I tell a joke, I lose like 18 people.
Other banks charge fees on savings and checking accounts. Doesn't sound good, does it?
What?
Capital One reimagined bank.
Well, that's a Broadcastify commercial. Talk about poor product placement. Most of these people are terribly worried listening to the fire. Capital One reimagined banking. The Home Depot. It's a little early for that, Home Depot. The people who have just lost their homes are not quite ready to rebuild. Why don't you hold off and stop sounding so enthusiastic? The ashes, the homes are still smoking. Back off, Home Depot. Yeah, those are expensive telescopes. Yeah, this is 116-year-old observatory. They've been battling so hard to save it. And so I keep showing people, I have an amazing video too, I'll show it again. The fire was around three sides of it like a C, and so the south side was the most intense days ago. This is the 17th at 8. This is today, right now. The only hot spot I saw this morning was yellow flames. See a little wispy smoke. But yay, they really worked to save it. And they've been working actually since this fire broke out to try to make lines, and I'll show you there. Let's go back to my history. I'll show it again. This is the start of the Bear Fire. Did you not see that one? Or at least overnight progression. So that may have been the start of the fire, but this was uploaded on the 7th. How small it was, and then it gets so big. This is only one day and a night, remember. Every frame is approximately 5 minutes. That's why it's going so fast. So all the lights at the observatory are the firefighting crews and their headlights for the most part. You'll see what I mean. There's the moon. I wonder how many conspiracy theorists watch this and say, see, that's the space laser. The moon's white. Well, when there's red smoke in front of it, y'all. That's what we have to do. I heard there's a viral video. There's a firefighter that just shoots down some of the conspiracy theorists. But yeah, isn't that incredible? So, let's go back and look at it live. What's it like right now? That's not live. These are live. And just, yeah, I don't like that. So, yeah, Torin, yeah. I hope all the people are out of there. No, they're making a stand. They've been making a stand. There's a line there. And so in the other cams, you can clearly see the retardant they dropped. Let me show you. At least you could. There was a red line by... It's over here out of camera view. Is that a plane? There's a plane. Hey, check that out. It's a plane. I'm going to save that. That's the little scout plane thing. So, here we can see it on Flight Radar 0921 2020. I think we're offline. I don't know if this is still working. It says we're connected on Broadcastify. Plane at 4:20 p.m. Yep, it's gone out of view now. But over here, there's let's just zoom in. Mount Wilson is discombobulated. There's a Bell 206, that's a helicopter, right? So there's a Sikorsky. Where's the little plane? Could it have been a little? That may be the media. Could what we have seen have been an actual helicopter? swear it was right there. Right there. I wonder if we can back up a frame. Or two. As a yeah, let's collect a 15-minute time lapse. Oh, it doesn't have the last couple of frames. Boop, 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 boop. You'll probably collect it a little bit, so let's refresh. I swear, that looked like a plane. Looking back, UFO, or it was the UFO. Yeah, instead of a drone, that was the funny joke. That was just some tourists. Those are some teenage aliens coming out to take a look. Gas s'mores. And a plan to burn off all of LA's oxygen. I can tell you right now, though, a lot of Californians don't need oxygen. I mean, they just don't have any. I'm trying to say airhead in a joke, and I just can't put that together. Kidding. Because I'm from California, I can make the jokes. So, like, totally, I got my drone, and I was like, oh my god, they saved the observatory up there. So I was like, oh my god, I gotta go cover this. So I was like, okay, come on guys, let's go get our cameras, let's go get our cell phones, chip chop, everybody, let's get in my new Chevy Malibu, let's go up there and let's just use my drone, and we're gonna cover this. Yeah, like, totally, it's gonna be great. Yeah. You can't do it like that unless you're from there. It took me years to study the language of the Valley Girl to be able to speak it. You know, there are Amazonian languages that from non-contacted tribes that are easier to understand. It's taken me years, but I finally have cracked the code of Valley Girl. They have now accepted me as one of them. I can blend in seamlessly. The only thing you have to do, friends, is go to California, and just a couple of surgeries, you'll blend right in. One of which, oh, and you must also shave your eyebrows off and paint them back on. Oh, and there's other costume features, but one of the surgeries you must have is a dental thing. You have to put diamonds in your grill. The next thing you have to do to blend in is you have to get a boob job. The next thing you have to do is an appropriate costume. You have to have very, very long fingernails, right? With blunt ends. They have to be so long they have to have a certain curvature. They then have to have exotic colors. Because the tribe of the Valley Girl is, well, it's unique. We can just say it's unique. It'll help also for you to blend in if you put little fake diamonds on the top of your fingernails. Also, yes, be sure to shave your eyebrows off. That's part of the native custom. Be sure to pencil them back on in a sort of a very certain way. And if you do it right, it's a very hard skill to master after you. It takes years of practice. But once your eyebrows are painted on correctly, it's called being on fleek. So once your eyebrows are on fleek, and you puff out your chest, it's you know, the boob job is for, they strut a bit like turkeys. You know, they must very much have a respect for that native animal, the turkey. You know, you have your curved claw-like fingernails, but without, you know, they have to have blunt tips. It takes years also to be able to manipulate tools and even your cell phone without the use of the tips of your fingers, but it somehow they have this way of doing it that's you know, it takes years of practice, but you can eventually master it too. Then you have to have appropriate costume. You know, you have to show a bit of your behind. It's kind of like the noble savage costume. You know, the noble savages, they go naked. You know, they're so innocent. It's like the Garden of Eden. They don't know. You know, that in some cultures that's considered shameful or embarrassing. And also, they typically show their abdomens. So to fit in, you must show your abdomen. Even if you're a male, in fact, you must remove your shirt if you're a male. And then they have a sort of hammock, the females do. It's a hammock-like dress that will hold up the memories. And so then you need an appropriate transport vehicle. So that can be a variety of things. But generally a Chevy Malibu, convertible type thing. Or if you're more wealthy, and in different parts of the society there's different vehicles, you might want to get a car that does bounce. I've seen them. I've seen them in the wild. They do have vehicles in the area that do in fact bounce. And when I say bounce, literally they bounce. It's marvelous. It's seems to be like some sort of like a mating ritual, where the males will have a car that will bounce, and then the mostly, the females in their costume, as described above, which is more skin showing than anything else, with the fleek eyebrows and the very long fingernails. The females, I think the cars that bounce are there to kind of impress them. It's much like birds. We see a lot of bouncing birds when they display their plumage, and it's a way to get the attraction of females, I'm pretty sure. But I've only been studying them for about 28 years, so, and by no means am I an expert, but I have finally cracked the language code, and oh my god, you just have to have a certain pitch. That's my biggest advice. Alright, let's continue our observation of this fire. Torrin says, be right back. Okay. Judy says, I grew up in Bakersfield. Okay. You're talking to the manager, lol. Yeah. Oh man, there's a bunch of comments. It's pretty funny. Morris is saying, it will be like so much fun. Yep. You know the code too. And Torrin is saying, yeah, Scott's in the house. Torrin's like, okay. I'm interpreting his speech. It will be like so much fun. Judy says, yes, the house I left has a very beautiful view of the Columbia River. Oh, nice. Whereabouts were you? Columbia's pretty sweet. Morse says, I grew up there. Yep. I just want to talk to, your manager now. I might have to talk to your manager if you don't give me what I want. Now. Yesterday. Now. Okay. Now. So, Judy says they restored an old church and made it to a home. That's cool. Yeah, tell me where that is. You're, talking to the manager. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yes, Morris is suggesting that you must put lights in your wheel wells as well as making your vehicle bounce. And, somebody just left because they probably couldn't stand my accent. They're like, come on, I'm here for the fires. That is the way we're keeping our sanity, folks. Every once in a while we have to break into joviality. I'm perfectly within my rights to make fun of Californians being one. So, just like Torrin's making fun of other firefighters sometimes. Alright, yes, you should illuminate your wheel wells and your undercarriage. Also, you should probably, in order to attract the females from a long distance, have a very large subwoofer somewhere located within the vehicle. That the females will respond. They will come in from miles, and that's very similar to the mating practice of the American alligator. They actually have these booming, and I'm not being at all unserious here. They have a booming, throaty roar, kind of a boom, like a boom, 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 boom. Low frequency travels the longest distance. It's kind of like the rumble of the male elephant. And the females come from miles and miles around. Oh dear, we have a changed view. I'm just hoping the fire does not crest the hill and go towards the observatory. But also I'm noting, why in the world is there a forest amongst the observatory buildings? With standing dead trees. Seems like that could have been thinned out. Don't stop my impressions ever? Okay. Okay, thanks. I just have to figure out who my audience is. You can't please everyone. So maybe the humorless are leaving. Or maybe they just have to go back to work. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. Yeah, I'm nervously... okay, we could see the fire retardant stripe again. This is what I was trying to show to Torrin. This is where they were making some of their drops, and hopefully they've got a ring around the mountain we can't see of the fire retardant, but I'm wondering why the trees are like right next to all the little buildings. This is just fire defense on hard mode. So these are all auto-updating. We have several views. Ugh, that looks way worse than before. That's the distant view from a ski operation. This camera's facing the wrong way. Really? Okay, they seem to be moving it, but really? It's fire observation cam. You sir are not doing your job. You have one job. Make the camera face the fire, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, fires. Here, let me give you an example. It's this. It is characterized and easily identifiable by the giant mushroom-shaped cloud of smoke that might be dominating the landscape. Sir, perhaps you just are unaware of how to use a joystick, or maybe perhaps use the button correctly. Sir, look, sir. No, that is exactly the wrong way. That's worse than before. That looks nice and everything, but that is not the goal. It is fire observation. It is not expansive vistas. Yes, okay, yes. Bring it this way. Good. You're doing better. Good. Aim it that way. A little more. Yes, see that? This is what we call smoke. Good. You're getting the hang of it. Good. Yes, this way. Find the smoke. Good. You're doing great. All right. Easy. You don't want to overshoot. Easy. Good. All right. We're seeing more smoke. Good. All right. Just one more click. Yeah. Yes, it's the same button. Press it again. No, not the other way. No. Okay. All right. Yeah, keep going. Easy. You're all right. Stop sweating. It's okay. Yeah, just wipe your palm. I know. Yeah, it's hard to hold it when it's getting wet. There you go. I knew you could do it. Yay. Yes. In fact, you did win the prize. Yes. The prize is... No! What? What are you... No! You're fired. Get out of my sight. What have you done? All you had to do was let go. No, you did it again. Step away from the controls. You did it again. You had one job. This was the easiest of all the jobs. Susan, call security. Get him out of here. Pack up your things. Okay, remove everything from your desk. You're not coming back. No, there's no discussion about this. No. Take your little potted plant, too, and that stupid goldfish. I'm tired of looking at it. That stupid goldfish of yours. What are you doing? All right. Okay, fine. You can come back for it tomorrow. Just out of my sight. Leave. No, don't cry. Don't. Stop. Don't cry. That's not going to convince me. Don't cry. You had one job, keep the camera on the fire, and you failed. No, stop it with the tears. That's not fair. That's not fair. Look, you're still doing it wrong. You were going away from the fire. No, I am not convinced that you could do this right. Look, you could have just gone back the opposite direction, okay? That would have convinced me. Everything would have been okay. You are continuing to go in the wrong direction. You have one job. Put the camera on the fire. Do you see what this is? Do you see what this says? Alert. That is a W. No, it does not say wildfire. No, that's a W. It's clever. No, it's not stupid. It's clever. That is a flame that makes a W. No, I know when you type a W, it doesn't have they're all supposed to be the same height, but can you just see it? Can you just see what they're trying to do here? It's alert wildfire, sir. Alert wildfire. Susan, is security on the way? Alert wildfire. You're supposed to put the camera on the wildfire, not... I don't care. You're missing the point. The other vistas are more pretty and the fire's ugly. No. Stop crying. Alright. Okay. No, okay. We don't have... It's alright. They're there. Just... Oh, don't hug me. Oh. Hey, you're gonna get my tie wet. So, oh man, I find myself reaching around to comfort. Yeah, security, never mind, it's okay. It's okay. Maybe I do need to chill out. It's just, you know, these fires, they're wearing on me. Okay, alright, just stop that sniveling, you're fine, okay, yeah, you don't have to go, just, okay, just, can you focus, okay? Just focus, and, can you, oh no, yeah, the camera, no, I didn't mean unfocus the camera, I meant focus on what you were doing, it already wasn't focused. Okay. Alright, sorry, we have to have humor here. So, yeah, I hope that was funny to some people. Alright, back to the seriousness. Lockheed incoming. She was already fired. Back to work. Sir, please look at the fire. Yeah. Lol, I think it's on auto. Yeah, in fact, I think that's what's happening. It's probably on auto 360 degree panorama mode. But, you know, we have to have humor here. Let's see how many viewers I lost. I gained a viewer. Maybe they like me. Yeah, this is just ironic. Look at all these towers. All these towers here. And they can't get cell phone reception for the firefighters. These are probably like private, you know, maybe it's AM, FM radio or something. Oh, yeah, this one's on auto. Let's look at the other. The scary one. The scary one. Oh! That's not good. Has it breached perimeter? Uh-oh. Let's look at the other one that has the different... Okay, there's the black and white view. What does actual fire look like in that differential? Yeah. Maybe there's gonna show some flame. That's not good. It's from further away. I don't see maybe this might be a fire line. But over there, Torn's gonna come back and say, what did I miss? You missed an epic performance. I deserved an Emmy, if not an Oscar for that. So this is the view live of one of these, and then this is the differential. Whoa. Psychedelic mode, I'm going to save that. I'm right-click saving that. That's, it's scary. But 0921, 4:40 p.m. That's the differential image. Let's go to the other one. Save it at the same time. This is... Then I'll ask them, I'll maybe write a letter, what's that about? I really am not sure. So, 4:40 p.m. normal. 0921-2020. Alright, yeah, I'm not liking this. They just moved around the image. Yeah, this is not looking great. Yeah, here's the one from the other view. But it's like it climbed up the hill. I can't hear anymore what the LA major event sounds like. It's offline. I've had it on since that weird commercial. And it's just like it's knocked offline. Of all times, this is when we need to know what's going on. So I'm going to see if the helicopters or whatnot are still in this area. Where's Mount Wilson? Let me orient myself. Scott Summers says, what is that? Yeah, did someone say bug? Hey, bugs, welcome back. we're looking at Mount Wilson in the Bobcat Fire, and I'm wondering if the fire just climbed up and breached the perimeter they had. So I'm trying to see if there's any aircraft right next to it. So first I gotta see where Mount Wilson is on the map again. Okay. So Mount Wilson is just southeast of San Gabriel Peak. Yeah, they're circling it. This is Mount Wilson. The fire's ripping through this ravine. It was mostly traveling to the west, but what happened earlier today was all the tankers who were dropping here. An idiot with a drone came up to Mount Wilson and flew it at 6,000 feet, which is only about 350 feet above the top of the mountain. But they grounded all the tankers today and stopped putting retardant in front of the mountain, and so now the fire is actively climbing up to Mount Wilson, and they are concerned. We can't hear them anymore. There was a weird blip, but they are concerned. They are right here, flying right here, and here's the fire. We can see it creeping up. This is the alarming real-time images. This changes every minute, but I think it breached and has climbed up here to the top. There's a fire line we can't see, but let's look at the wind direction. Wind direction. If it's switched, this is in trouble. So let's go to what windy. What's that? Oh my God. I'd hate to be an Alaskan crab fisherman right about now. That definitely is deadliest cast. We got to figure out what that is and where is that going. But back down to the fire. Where am I? I don't know my way around. So some of it's coming this way that's going up this way. Oh, there's Palmdale. Okay. It should be blowing it away from it, but it just climbed up the hill. Wilson. Mount Wilson. Yeah, it's not looking. This is on a normal day. Yeah, I wish it looked like that right now. In reality, it looks like that right now. Okay, windy, that's so helpful. Mount Wilson. The wind's blowing to the north. This should not be happening. But the fire's up here and has just climbed this way. I don't understand. Is it like making its own weather kind of a deal? The fire's climbing this hill and the camera's facing this direction, unless I'm reading things wrong. We can see the fire in the Caltopo. These are the hotspot detections within the last 12 hours. And this has been growing. So let's go back to chat. So I'm alarmed by this, that it climbed up here. Let me look at chat. Oh, in the photo there's bugs on the camera. Yeah, we would barely be able to see a drone. It would be a tiny, like, 1 pixel. There's bugs on the camera. But that would be cool to see that. ABC7 has hello close-ups. I may not be able to show you. You see the bugs or dirty lens, the 2 spots. And see what I mean? It's now back at a better angle. It came up the hill and has breached the perimeter. This is updating approximately every minute. I could make a time lapse of the last 15 minutes. Let's do it. Yeah, it climbed up and breached. Look at that. Well, it's beyond the retardant line. It's within it. That's the red retardant line. Oh, whoops, sorry. Let me move this back. So they made a ring of retardant, thinking the fire would come from that way, and it's within it. I hope there's hand crews we can't see up there working on it. Yikes. Yeah, this is a replay of the last 15 minutes. Thanks. Alright, so I'm going to rewind. Yeah, Torin, have you come back? Yeah, I hate bugs. Bugs are saying those are UFOs, but those are either insects on the lens or spiders on webs hang out in front of lenses like that because they love to make a web there because it's like a big round thing, a big round camera lens with kind of like a tube. So they put webs right over the front and you can't see those, and then the actual spiders sit on the... So that could be a bug and the spider that's sitting in there. Or they could just need to wipe the lens. Sometimes bugs get blown by the wind into the lens and splat on it. Every once in a while you see a bird's head as the bird is eating the spiders. Yeah. We're nervously eyeing this. I don't know if Torin's back. ABC7, I'll go look at that. And if it's something... Mount Wilson fires. If it's something I can share, I'll show you, but I'll get copyright strikes and they'll try to claim my own video, all 12 hours of it, and won't let me make any money of it in the future. Excuse me, if I show any, like even 1 minute of the wrong song or the wrong kind of somebody else's video. Is it like ABC7 News or the website? Yeah, at this place, this is where astrophysics was invented. The first half of the 20th century was about Mount Wilson. It's the only place in the world you can do that kind of science. Well, you know what? If it was that important, then shouldn't you have trimmed back the trees? Gosh. Thin these out. You know these dead trees that are standing? What are they doing there? What are they doing there? Why is it so thick? I'm a little upset sometimes, sorry. It's very important to say, but they haven't made it easy, because who's ever managing the property. If we watch it burn before our eyes, oh my god. But there are ground crews there. They have put in lines. They did a valiant job, because look how it got surrounded by fire. This is several days ago. This is September 17th at 8 p.m. Happy to report this is today. The same webcam. But has all their work been for nothing? If that idiot with the drone if that's what they needed, the idiot with the drone who grounded all of the tankers today, we had multiple DC-10s, MD-87 plane, 2 C-130s, a whole fleet of Sikorsky helicopters, and then the lead planes. If all of that was stopped around 11 this morning, and then by the time they were trying to figure out where the drone was, I don't think they ever figured it out. I'm going to keep watching the news because I can't wait for authorities to kick down the door of that idiot tonight. You know what they can do? That person has a cell phone. They're going to go to the cell phone companies and say which vehicles were in that area, or which, because their cell phone's constantly pinging the nearest towers to figure out where they are. They'll look at the pings and they'll kick down that person's door later too. I'm confident they'll be found, even if they kind of drove away. This is looking horrible. Yeah, back to totally serious mode, and I'm going to try to replay There's been silence for a while.
Other banks charge fees on savings and checking accounts.
Oh my God. I'm going to mute that. I just reconnected to Broadcastify. We've been hearing them clear as day all day, but as soon as the S hit the fan, it's like the feed's offline. But we could see a copter right here is the observatory, so this copter is on it. So if they start yay! Oh, come on. I'm betting he doesn't copy. We're watching this also on my other thing. See, there's a helicopter going by. It might go by any second, like over here, if we can see him through this mess. Torin, come back. Beyond CR, I think you can share the link. Okay, great. The tankers aren't grounded anymore, but they haven't come back to the Bobcat Fire. They may have been reassigned, but that one... Unless they're coming back here. I mean, we were listening live and they clearly said cancel all tankers for the Bobcat Fire around 1:30. Like they did that transmission map of Sturgis. What's the transmission map of Sturgis? Let me go back up. I don't like what we're seeing. Oh, there's the MD-87 tanker. Yay. Maybe it'll come back. So there's a Sikorsky and some Bell. Yay, yay. The heck? Sorry, I'm going to turn that off. It's pretty unintelligible. Alright. They're firing Mount Wilson Road right now. Okay. Maybe they're trying to get ahead of it. But yeah, I'm gonna... Oh, he's saying we need to get a feel for what's going on over there, but I can't make out much. What the heck? That was funny. Easter egg. I don't understand it. It's like it's going against the wind. But then again, the wind could be higher elevation and it's kind of just climbing, creeping. Maybe that's creeping action, creeping up the slope. Yeah, that's frustrating. I'll continue to suffer that, but turn it off for you guys. So I hear that crap constantly in my headphones right now. I'm gonna look back at chat. I need 3 monitors. I heard Roger that, so they're... Oh, thank God. This is the better channel.
Copy. Patrol 80 and myself are gonna go check a smoke investigation in the southwest end of our division. Can you send me an engine to 28400 Crothers Creek?
We can go pick him up. Wilson Road. Yeah, Charlie, Alpha training.
That's Crothers Creek. So they're still looking up hot spots there. Palermo and Juniper Hills, they got walloped, and this is where Mount Wilson is. So yeah, it's real. That's a real detection here within the last hour. It's big enough to register on a satellite, and 10 minutes ago there was one here. So this is Mount Wilson, and so it lines up with what we're seeing on these images. Let's make another 15-minute time lapse. In fact, let's make an hour one. If you're tuning in, this is what we've been watching. It's like a train wreck in slow motion as the fire is creeping towards Mount Wilson Observatory. Some idiot with a drone grounded all the tankers earlier today. So they sat on the ground for 3 hours trying to figure out if the drone was gone. This is this happened in the last hour. Oh my God. Did you see that, guys? What frame was that? Bear with me. Oh. Okay. You can see red flame retardant here, but it's not everywhere. Why did they allow, look at the standing dead tree next to that. Why did they allow that? They should have been felling that if they could have, if they had the manpower. All of those are just super fuels. Look at these. This is the 1 hour time lapse. I wish I could go effectively 1 frame at a time, but yeah. Look at the standing dead tree next to it. That's going to torch up to the top. Standing dead tree. Save the images. What time is this? Let's just save it. If I don't right click save, some of these are gone forever. Yeah, right click save. Okay, next one. Yeah, I just see it getting worse. Wish I could save the time lapse. I mean, I can edit this video, so I've saved them in a way. I wish I could right click save time lapse, you know. It's just awful. So let's go back and do a different one. Let's do a, I can show you guys if you're just tuning in how this has been very difficult. This is the last 6 hours. So when they grounded the tankers they set on the ground, they were not at all done with trying to protect this observatory with a flame retardant ring. Here's some of it. We've seen the fire creep up this. This is the ravine in front of it. This is the last 6 hours. So for back touring, even though the wind's going the opposite direction, would this be an example of creeping, just creeping uphill? Just fires can go uphill without the assistance of the wind. So Sherlock says it's getting close to 12 hours. Oh, thank you. I have to stop and restart the stream. Because what YouTube does is makes it so that they delete my videos if they're longer than 12 hours. So I can't even see how long I've been live because the YouTube thing is weird right now. Let me go and the control panel's been screwed up all day. Oh, okay, I've been live for 11 hours and 51 minutes. Okay, guys, I'm going to terminate the stream and restart it within seconds. So what you've got to do is, unfortunately, go ahead and hit the subscribe button and hit the bell to be alert when things come back up. And it's the bell, and then change the bell to the ringing bell. Yeah, of course, and like my channel. I don't self-promote like that, but that will help you find my channel again. Click on my name in this video. You'll see my channel, and then immediately when I go back live, it's going to be like 1 minute. I'm just going to change it to Red Monday 3.1 Live Fire Bobcat Fire Crisis or whatever. Yeah.
The 1 Charlie Hotel still coming out of Mountain High.
Alright, be right back, folks. Terminating and restarting.